How did you get in
There we
here?
are.
I fell.
Do you guys have
Oh.
any? Have you guys purchased any of the Discord icon things?
No.
Discord icon?
No.
None of you? Yeah, like the
Mm.
little frames and stuff. You know,
The
like how on
borders and
Steam
stuff.
you just like essentially get a bajillion of them for free because you
I've
just
got
use
Steam
the Steam
ones, but
points.
because they are kind of free
Yeah,
in a way,
because they're
right?
neat
Yeah,
and
they
they're
kinda
GIF
offer
and they're
a lot of
basically
them.
free.
I've not seen
Yeah.
the
They just
Discord
kind of fall
ones.
into your lap and you can put them on.
You gotta go to your settings.
Oh, I can't right
But
now
this-
because streaming, but
oh, that's fair enough. But this stream is not sponsored by Discord or anything. But you go.
though
It's like, what is it?
one could
like,
argue that
store?
like Discord, what's more important to EFAP than Discord? You know, like if we didn't, because
Maybe-
it would
Yeah, you
fuck
go
the whole
workshop.
format if we didn't have Discord.
Let
Thanks,
me
Discord.
here. I'll just send you a little screeny shot here about some of the options. They got some. Boop boop.
Merry Christmas.
X out
Oh
of
wait,
that.
well it's still
It's no
It's. I mean,
Crumbo.
technically,
It's
I guess
holiday-ish
it's
times,
Christmas
you know.
until the Epiphany, right?
Oh, I see. So it's like
Yeah. So that'll be January 6th. So
They're
you still
releasing
have
on
2 more
January
days
6th,
of
okay.
Christmas because
Are
Epiphany is
you
on January.
gonna
6th.
grab these rags?
Am I gonna grab these? The polar bear hat for $5. That's a $5 thing.
$5.
You can get the $9 Aurora bundle, and hey, it's 25% off.
They let you
They
at least
they
try
somehow
these things
found a
on
way
first.
to deliver.
'Cause,
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know, that
They let
Aurora one,
you-
for example, feels like it could look really bad depending on your icon.
Well, that's all of them. I think
Most
A
people
lot
I've
of
seen
them
wear that
are
look like they're
really-
wearing it.
Well, I can kind of envision the Christmas lights one pretty easily, but
Yeah, it's a simpler one, I suppose.
the Aurora one, I expect it. Does it move? Probably, right?
It does. Yeah, if you mouse
Yeah.
over, it does preview it. If you mouse over it, it puts your icon on the little icon thing.
see.
$9. How do they find a way to take 25% off? They must have made a deal with someone
Satan.
so that it's cheaper now. Like they must, I don't know, maybe they bought them in bulk, all of the Aurora bundles, and they're passing on the savings to us. That's really nice.
Yeah. Speaking of really nice,
Hi, we're here.
Is it
We're
though?
really nice.
I was just going to talk about how Dash
No,
is here,
no.
and he's really nice. Look at him.
Aw.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. You're really nice too.
And speaking of thanks, man, you're really nice too. There's little platoon. There he is.
Hello.
Look at him go.
I can tell this is going to be an awesome
Hey.
stream.
This is gonna be an awesome stream, I think, sort of, maybe.
Speaking of baby,
Well, we can
Maybe.
always. We can always just see where it goes. We'll just follow this road down and to wherever it takes us, and we'll talk about the Squid Game, and then we'll just see what happens.
well, yes,
Because we're unbiased observers, and I'm so unbiased. I didn't watch the last EFAP yet. I wanted to kind of go into
Wow.
this
So
one.
you don't even
watch
know
the show.
all the
No,
crazy
you know,
events.
That's right.
All of the things that we talked about.
Man, so we got to do
I-
previously on E EFAP.
All right. Well, let's just do the first episode again. All right.
Yeah, we'll just do the first three, and
So-
that'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll do the first episode again.
As was said, we weren't going to get into broad statements until we got further along for a couple of reasons. One of them is that we were so hot off the trail of it releasing that a lot of people hadn't even seen it. So you want to give time for those who were able to watch the show as an EFAP.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And, only
It
3
came out
episodes
really
of the
quick.
actual Squid Game, so that they could watch it all, all that stuff. The other aspect, of course, was that we wanted maybe a bit more time to think about it, maybe express that further along in the season, because there's a complication with this season, as was said.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of half of a season in totality. I had a friend asking why several people they've spoken to haven't given a hearty recommendation like with season 1, and they asked me if I would give one, and I was like, I'd rather wait until season 3, I guess, because it's a weird thing, and that's not even necessarily indicative of any particular aspect of quality. It's literally just that there's elements of the story that I can't yet talk about, really. So it feels weird.
There are certain threads that are actually just fundamentally incomplete.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
just it's the story doesn't end. You know, that there are a lot of stories that will end in a way that leaves more to be done, that leaves room for a sequel, but it still feels like it has a definitive beginning, middle, and end. This one does not. It feels like the story ends when we're partway through it, which is
Yes.
really awkward.
Yet, there is still plenty to discuss in terms of completed ideas and things that happen for different characters, events that we can talk about. And so,
That's
yes,
right.
we left off on episode 3. Now we're going to start up on 4, go through to 7, completing season
right.
2.
But not the whole season, because that
Not really.
Season
not next year.
2.1.
Not next year, this year. Oh, it's 2025.
So that's the
It's
release
first-
schedule
yeah.
later
Oh,
this
my
year.
goodness.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, new
Well, I guess
year.
it ended right at the end
Woo.
of December. Yeah.
No, it's
New
January
numbers.
now. It's
Well,
the
I
new
mean,
year.
it released in
Not excited?
December, right at the end of
It
last
did.
year. So
It did, but now it's a new month, a new year. if
A
you
new
will.
New month,
opportunity.
new me.
a new adventure for
something.
all of us to have. What will happen? I don't know. Don't tell me.
Well, should we get started?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sure.
I figure that there's no point in doing anything other than just getting right back in where we started.
Yeah,
so
Yeah,
we-
I mean, I don't see what else we're gonna do.
We can chat
Unless-
about our overall thoughts right at the end, I reckon.
Beautiful.
Or Schnizzle.
Oh, I love
so-
Schnitzel.
Do you?
Yeah, it's good.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. So, episode 4 begins with the soldiers putting all the coffins in the furnaces, but one of them is marked with a bloody cross, and you're like, "Oh, are we doing
Yay.
this again?"
Yeah.
I died a little inside.
Yeah.
Another plot line from season 1 that
No
was
one
not
liked.
interesting. Nobody
No one
liked
liked
it.
you really cared about. It's not that it doesn't have the potential to be interesting, but it just wasn't really.
No, not really.
The guards kind of having their own little scheme going on in the background. There's potential for that.
I don't know. It's just like I just don't care.
Well, why did we?
Really.
We got to get to know them. It's basic character writing.
Yeah.
Tell us who these people are instead of just showing me this operation that, to be honest with you, doesn't feel like it would ever possibly be gotten away with ever.
I don't know how it would ever be allowed to happen. It just feels like it.
Well, and they'll tell you like, "Oh, well, lead square man is involved." You're like, I don't care. I
Okay,
don't.
fair
I don't
Are
even.
they not
fine.
paying? They're not
It's
paying
so
that guy
difficult.
enough. Lead square man. He's not getting enough cash to where he has to do side hustles. I don't know. Maybe it's a commentary on the nature of greed.
I
Maybe
guess it's
just loves the grind,
difficult-
man.
It's just difficult to really get us to care about faceless figures in bulk. I just don't care.
It just feels like a waste of time compared to what you could be spending it on, which is getting to know some Squid Game employees. Wouldn't that make it a hell of a lot more
Especially-
interesting?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like they've got the time.
Yes.
In a sense,
If
they don't,
only-
because the
If only
season
there
is
was
half.
this one character we met in the beginning of the season where they were like, "Hey, look, she's doing Squid stuff.
Hmm.
We could use that, you know."
Yeah, she don't get a lot of screen time actually.
No,
Episode 2.
that's, that's what I mean. It's like we could use her to do this to make not sense, but just make it interesting, I guess.
I might
Like,
have
we're not-
miscounted.
we're
Does
not
she
doing
get,
that.
I think, a grand total of 2 scenes across these 4 episodes? Like,
That sounds-
the only
that sounds
actual
about right.
character behind the scenes.
You might be
I feel
right.
like the
It's-
little
it's
kid
not
gets more
many.
scenes than her.
It's not many. It might be 2, maybe 3. It's not a lot.
Well, because we're sorted into the A plot, which is the thing everyone's tuned in for. It's the Squid Game.
Yep.
Then you could say B plot is detective, which is everyone's tuned out for that. and then
But there's also
Like, well,
not-
this
there's
stuff's
not much to
happening,
be
I
said.
guess.
It's kind of incredible how little there is to be said about that plot line from episode 4 onward.
yes, well, I guess I
It's like-
said back when you were talking about it, episode 2, I think, or 3, that you could
You could
really say
summarize it.
one sentence and you'd cover all
Yeah.
the scenes.
The hired
Which I-
men look for the island.
And fail.
And there you go.
You
We
did it.
Okay, bye bye.
Holy shit! You knocked out a whole hour of analysis. Good job.
Yeah.
Great.
Fucking
I'm happy
nailed it,
for
dude.
The idea, though, of setting up a character as if they would be a Squid Game participant, like a player, and then it turns out that they are one of the mask boys, is an interesting little twist that they could have done something with if this person started to have reservations about things or feel morally conflicted or had their own thing going on. And how do you stay, because in the first season when the cop was actually undercover, there was an element of like, oh, this is interesting.
There
We're
was
kind of learning about how the back end works, and the detective's trying to go along with it, and like, oh, there's some tension here. This could be interesting.
There was definitely tension, and I don't think they executed that great, but I did kind of like
Nah.
the whole like starts as a circle, eventually finds his way to a triangle mask and then is maybe like climbing the ranks through the shapes. But I don't think it was done that well. But it was still kind of a fun thing for him to try and navigate the way that they speak to each other as well and stuff. But do you remember how lucky he gets? There's like one guy who notices he's not supposed to be where he is, sort of thing, and then he's like, "I'm going to speak to you later," and then he happens to be the one square that's killed in that.
Oh yeah.
So the detective plot line. I actually would argue that in season 1 has more to offer than this season's one, but it actually has more stretches in it, probably, and holes.
Definitely, it
'Cause-
definitely does.
Clunky. It's, I mean, I was sort of wondering, rewatching season 2, whether it might have been better to save the entire detective thing for season 2, because it serves a really useful purpose in season 1, in that like we've got the front story and then we have the backstory, so it's filling us in on like the mystery, unraveling. This is what the games really are, and not just the games as they're being played. But once you've got that out of the way, season 2 doesn't really do that much at all to develop the behind the scenes ever. So having a character who's beginning to investigate things behind the scenes alongside season 2's front story might have been more interesting than having all of that in season 1 and then leaving quite a vacant hole in season 2. Holes are vacant by definition. Leaving a hole in season 2 is what I mean.
A hole that is not for use of anyone, unfortunately, which is the worst kind of hole. But yeah, I was going to say as well, like I think that matches because in season 1 he was stapled on. And you'd think to yourself, like, you needed to make the series fatter, and so you added that? It's like, you couldn't think of... Even in Season 1, he's like, I would have spent way more time with the characters, for sure. I'd be happy to.
Mhm.
And,
You have you've set up the premise of a show to where it can all be contained just having the POV of all the people in the games. So much opportunity there. And I think that was easily the strongest part of the show. Not even close. It's all the other stuff that drags it down.
It's
Wow.
just, it's all plot. It's not much character, and the plot isn't even that good. So bit of
Yeah.
a problem. But we are back with the A story, the game. We're back there now. They're all getting their food and drink. And
Yum.
Jungbei, he wants Gi-hun. He's like, eat, you gotta eat. But it's not working because Gi-hun is pretty upset, which is pretty understandable since everybody, well, not everybody, but they voted to stay.
Fast.
Mhm.
And Jungbei, he's looking at again, apologies for the pronunciations. All right, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I think people will tolerate using, subtitles like his Freddo from before, or Marine Guy or Thanos. Thanos is the easiest one to refer to.
Yeah.
Mentally, that's kind of what I was doing
Damn it.
anyway. So
That's okay. I'll try anyway. He's looking at the prize money, and he's commenting on how it's not enough at the moment if they left to pay his debts. And even he raises the thought of playing one more game. And then Gi-hun mentions that someone was in the game before and said the same thing and died. Presumably Sang-woo.
Mm.
Presumably. That's exactly what he was talking about.
Who was going to kill himself before getting re-entered, right? In season 1.
Wait,
Do you remember?
I'm actually blanking on that.
So Sang-woo, when they all leave they agree to leave the game, and then gradually they all start coming back. Before Sang-woo gets the re-invitation, I think he's in like a bathtub with, I forget what he has, but the implication is he's about to kill himself.
Right.
So, but a point being, his perspective was literally, which is going to reflect a lot of people in this season, either I go back to real life and die, or I maybe die here. Like, but
Yeah.
I can get lots of money.
Compared to then a whole bunch of other people who are in the game who are like, nah, it ain't worth it.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
even for all of the problems, I'd still rather not be here.
it's very interesting that the angle is almost based on how much debt you owe. Is kind of changes your, which makes sense.
I mean, as becomes more apparent as time goes on, the guy with the most debt is the most eager to keep
He is
going.
Oh, he
fervent.
really wants to keep going. Yeah.
This was like
Just
10 billion, right?
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
cool addition. I think
like a
someone with
boss
a debt
guy.
that actually isn't, like that cuts significantly even into the prize money. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, we're talking into like corporate level. This guy's this guy's
That
made
dude-
some
that dude is
bad
mad,
choices.
He probably would need to be like in the top 10, and then they stop the game for him to be.
Which is probably part of what's
Good.
going on in his head. Maybe like let's see how far we can go.
And so Inho, who you might remember, put himself in the game which at this point you're like, oh shit, that's going to be really interesting, isn't it? You know, I guess they'll become more apparent as we progress. He goes up to Gi-hun and he says that he voted to stay because he thought Gi-hun could help him and everybody else succeed in the games. And so they want to know, it's like, what's the next game? And he says it's Dalgona, the honeycomb one. That the easiest shape was triangle and the hardest was umbrella. And Ino kind of chuckles, what, did anybody pick the umbrella? And of course we are reminded that Gi-hun did, because he didn't know. If you remember Sungwoo, he did know, but he decided not to tell Gi-hun. Pick triangle. That was like first instance pretty early on of him recognizing the situation and not exactly going out of his way to help anybody.
Yeah, thinning numbers and keeping information that can benefit him to himself somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, because it comes down to old man versus Gi-hun on whether or not they'll have the umbrella, right? And you can see Sungwoo is kind of like, because he would rather the old man get booted.
Mm-hmm.
Good shit.
But like, yeah, no, it is. Because Sungwoo is super interesting. Hopefully we'll have a character amongst the new characters who's going to be approaching him in terms of being, you know, robust as a character, but we'll see.
It could happen.
And Zhongdae, he's the old guy. He shushes the group and he's like, well, no, if everybody survives the next game, then the prize money's not going to go up. So why don't we keep this information to ourselves? But Gi-hun adamantly refuses and wants to help everybody, which pisses off him. And he just storms off in a huff. But I mean, of course, like, that's what you expect. But you would imagine at this point that Gi-hun might be thinking like, well, could not be though. I almost feel like he should be much more strongly entertaining the reality that it will be a different game.
Well, the proof that they would be entertaining all of this is that the audience are. We haven't seen more than they have for games, and all of us think it'll be a different game. Why wouldn't it be?
Because we already know there's these big guys upstairs who are like, I want to see entertaining things. It's like a show they put up for these rich guys, right? So obviously they want to make new games so they don't get bored and they still pay them the big bucks for these crazy murder games.
It could not only be new games, but it could be the same games played in a different order. You could do Tug of War next.
Yeah.
In theory. There's no reason why that couldn't happen. You could do the marbles next in a bigger room, I guess. Like it's just you got to think about these stuff.
An operation of this size, this scope, same games? Nah, come on.
Well, and so this is why I'm not a huge fan of this scene either, for the progression of events. First of all, everybody should be clamoring around our main character here. They should be desperate to tell us everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is a life or death game. I want to know everything you know. Everything. Describe the exact fucking process. Especially you won out of 456 players. You fucking won. So what did you do? Why? How did that happen? And then, of course,
they're not
every
distracted
game
by anything else. They're all
they got time to waste.
They got a whole bunch of time.
Yeah, they're sitting and eating. It's perfect time to talk.
So there's that, but
You
then
had weird responses to him in the last set of episodes we watched anyway. Because I remember that it was before they go into the red light, green light one, and they're all like, "No, you're lying. Stop it!" And then he's obviously telling the truth, and loads of them die.
Yeah.
And then the old guy says, "Oh, you just said that to scare us." But it's like, but you literally just all got murdered. So no, he's not.
I don't think you can actually look at what happened in the red light, green light thing and conclude, oh, he's just a goofball who's pretending to know things. Like, no, he knew. Are you kidding me? He knew.
Yeah, he meant, especially when he said, like, it's what the camera sees, and he covers his mouth and turns the other way. He's like, that's too specific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I would expect way more people being desperately interested in what he has to say. And then secondly, he should be talking about way more than just one game. For the reason that they could switch the order, but also because there could be new games. And then he needs to, the most important piece of information he needs to tell everybody is, there's a good chance, I can't necessarily guarantee it, but I'm pretty certain they want all of us dead except one. And the games are going to reflect that. You're going to play games.
They specifically set that up last season.
But like the most important thing that is 100% true is that we're going to play games that will require death. Like it's not a chance that everyone can make it through. We'll require it.
And picking
everybody could stay still. It will be tug of war where by design half of the players will be eliminated.
Or just by virtue of picking a team, that doesn't mean that you're actually teammates with the team that you pick. They will flip it.
That too.
Like with the glass platforms, they reverse the order of going across the platforms. With the pairing off games, the loser gets shot. So just because you pick someone doesn't mean you're on a team and cooperating. So don't necessarily pick to be with your mom
And
or
if you
anything like that.
understand that's the
Yeah, or
case,
somebody who's super strong.
Well, and you should be
that's
saying
the
this as a
case.
warning of, like, they fuck with you. They do this on purpose for entertainment. They want you to pick things based on, like, obvious information, but they're going to trick you all the time.
Right. They want you to believe that it's possible to win, and even that it's possible to win with your buddies, but that by design they will make that basically impossible.
And I'd say, if not 100%, 95% of what we just said is not included in this scene, which bothers me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you are
No.
correct. That is,
No.
it is an unfortunate lack of information.
Yeah.
Because if it was me in his position, I'd be telling him
I'd
everything.
be like,
If I
gather
wanted
round,
the
children,
people
gather
to live-
round.
Yep. Like,
Mhm.
I want y'all to live. I'm telling you everything.
I think it's
And of
it's
course, they would
partly-
account for this. All the people doing the games would account for him telling everybody this, and he should know that the people in charge are accounting for that as well.
And you could do an interesting thing if he does actually convince them after red light, green light, and then after the second game is not what he predicted. Everyone then massively distrusts him. Then they go back to thinking he's just lying about everything, and then he's alienated and is reduced to like a core, very small group of people who still believe in him. But I think they don't do that because this season is. It's one real new idea that it's very interested in is kind of like the in-group, out-group formation. It's more interested in the group dynamic than the character dynamic than season 1 was. So I think what it's done is it's avoided anything like that, which would actually rebound upon his character in order to contrive the in-group, out-group between the different voting blocks, old guy versus Master Soul. Like, that's what it's doing. And it's not necessarily got there in the best way because it's omitting all the stuff we're talking about.
Well, and they do, by the beginning of the next game, throw in their argument, the writers, for why no one believes in Gi-hun except for our little team going forward, which I think is very weak.
It's
Very
really bad. We'll get to that. And so we get a scene. So Young-sik, guy with the glasses, he's looking for his. Just to remind everybody of who they are, just in case you find it
No,
hard.
that's fair.
He's looking to find his mother, but her bed is empty. The mother, Gyumja, gives her egg to Jun-hee, the pregnant lady, because she noticed that she's pregnant, which is the first of many instances of her being very invested in making sure that she is healthy and fine.
Yeah, and
that's
just the mother's portrayed very consistently as quite caring for just any other person, really. Wants to make
Might
sure
be
people are
getting
okay.
ahead of myself a little bit, but she's probably my favorite new contestant.
I'd be inclined to
I think
agree.
she might be my favorite new player.
Yeah, she's pretty good. I enjoy her
and
portrayal.
the dynamic with the son, like you already know by just saying, yeah, it's mother and son. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, that's
Yeah.
going to be real
Ooh.
interesting.
Anything
That
can
is
happen
very-
now.
Yep.
That's going to end up being really interesting. And so, Inho, he sits down with Gi-hun and he asks him, why'd you come back here? You want so much money. And Gi-hun says this blood money doesn't belong to him. And then Inho is like, well, you don't have to think about the money that way. Which kind of Gi-hun gets a little bit annoyed and then directly blames Inho for perpetuating the games because he was the last vote in favor of it. But then Inho asked in response, well, let's say I pressed X. We all left. Would everybody be happy? And Gi-hun kind of looks at him for a few moments. And before he can say anything, Zhongbei interjects. He's like, well, no, come on. Let's not blame each other. I suppose I would hope that Gi-hun would be almost better prepared to respond to a question like that.
Well, because like somewhere in the back of his mind, surely is the thought that even if they'd voted to leave, all of these people would just end up back again, because that is exactly what happened in season 1. So, like, what does he expect to happen, even if he does win the vote? Like, surely he has to have some other plan.
I mean, I guess we don't know. I suppose it would be that. I'm not sure what he would do, because if they all got dropped back, then that would be it for the year, I guess, right? Because it would be really difficult for them to manifest a new plan to find the island once the games like commence again. I'm not even sure how I'd be able to do that.
I wonder if they're so confident with the contestants they have that there's no way they get a full yes, we will stop the game kind of dealio.
But they did last year, so
The thing is that they did, yeah. The in Gi-hun's game, it was only by 1, but still. I mean,
But-
they almost
Right.
the point made with
All it
that
takes-
one still though was they could even get back into the real world and they'll still end up back here by choice, which I enjoy, as well as this season wants to make it several times that point. But I get what you're saying, because of course with the Squid Game, do the Squid Game people what exactly do they want to do with Gi-hun? Do they want to kill him if he was to complete this or escape, or are they going to let him? Because if would they kill him in the game?
I guess it's frontman's choice, right? Like, I'm not sure.
I suppose,
Maybe,
yeah.
I actually
It
don't
would
know
be funny
how
if they vote
they
to get
feel
out and then
about
they're just
it.
like, I thought you wanted to play the fucking game. Just so
Well,
fine.
because of course, this is the first time that they've had a conversation, but you're already thinking, well, Inho must be curious. He must want to find out and get into Gi-hun's head. He wants to
yeah.
know like why he's doing any of this. He's
Obviously, we can't-
fascinated by him.
I guess we can go into it now. Probably enough time. Just like exactly what reasons would one think he's here for? Proving his because like the recruiter.
Like from the perspective of another player.
No,
Like, why would this guy come in? Or
why is he here actually?
Why would
Frontman?
Inho? Why would he actually choose to participate in the games
and
and then get to know Gi-hun?
Yeah, it's like it's got to be due to the fact that what Gi-hun has said has gotten to him, right? Like, and he wants to
I
explore
suppose
it,
in
deal
the
with it, and possibly prove him wrong about what he believes the nature of this whole place is.
I feel like proving him wrong has to be the important one because they both were winners, but they made very different choices because they won.
Yeah, and then
He got embroiled and immersed in perpetuating the games. Meanwhile, Gi-hun is trying to destroy it. He's trying to
we
end
presume he believes in it at least somewhat, because he's possibly the biggest power here now because of Oil Nam's dead. So
yeah,
we presume he's actually now it's like perpetuator, and that all of this actually matters significantly to him. And then of course you could have the angle that he wants to prove to Gi-hun that he's not fucking around. He's actually in the game himself and making the sacrifices himself, doing the games himself. And then I think that you could play in the there is something about playing these games. If he believes in it, like fundamentally, is he willing to do it himself? Even though he's done it before, but like again now post having become its leader, has he still got it, so to speak?
Yeah, and then you can get some. And I mean, it's what we saw with the recruiter. He believes in that
Yeah,
game.
I think
he has to. His identity is destroyed if he doesn't follow through.
I think they're definitely trying to argue Frontman's got that as well, somewhat at least.
Yeah, I'd say so. And like I said, Jungbei interjects. He says, "Let's not blame each other. We got to stick together." And Daeho, who is this guy who was resting on the bed next to him, he jumps down and excitedly asks to join the group. And Jungbei notices he has a tattoo on his arm and asks if he was in the Marines. And Daeho chuckles a little bit as he looks Jungbei over, obviously thinking like, "You're a bit of a chongo. Why? Like, what's the deal?" And then he reveals that he has the same tattoo, and Daeho stands at attention and shouts victory at all costs, and they both essentially bond over both having been in the Marines. It's a little fun sequence.
Yeah, it is.
Because we just have these every now and then in this show of just times where it gets like plainly comedic and sort of like
playful,
uplifting and wholesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which feels like a good thing in terms of tonal balance rather than everything being grim the whole time.
It all being
Yeah, I think
yeah.
I think that key is to really strike the element of when these parts happen, they're not too long, almost as if they serve as a distraction from the grim reality of what's happening here, and then you get that kind of snapback, or you
I would
get
say
someone bringing up like
the next game captures that perfectly, even down to individual minutes, like of the tone.
Yeah, I would agree. It's like you almost forget what's actually happening here, but
Yeah.
we'll get to it. But I agree.
And so Myungi, he's the crypto guy. Thanos.
Crypto man.
Thanos is the purple hair guy. And Namgyu is his guy, the guy who's constantly hanging out with him. So they approach Myungi and they reprimand him again for the cryptocurrency that they lost money on. And then Thanos grabs his food and rubs it in his face, prompting a fight to break out between
Bit
them.
rude.
This is a
Yeah.
reused scene, though, isn't it? Because you have basically the same thing happens in season 1 with the the fat gang guy who also picks on someone. I think he even uses the same line about why would a skinny guy like you need to eat that much or something. I think he uses the same line because he wants his food. Same thing happens, fight breaks out, except in that situation, obviously he kills the guy he's fighting, whereas in this situation,
which is the reveal
Korean
they can do that. Yeah, no, I do think this is a remix and that it's thinner than Doksu's role in season 1.
Yeah, it wouldn't be
Even
the first
even though I
release
do,
scene we get.
no, it's not. But I do kind of like Thanos.
Thanos is
I do too.
controversial. A lot of people do not like
Yeah.
him. A lot of people kind of hate him.
He could
I
have been
can't-
really
It's
interesting.
kind of the point.
He's a bit Marmitey, apparently. Before
Marmite.
Most divisive of spreads. Yeah.
someone left a fun fact on the prior stream, actually, and they said the actor that
Ooh.
plays Thanos is from a boy band called Big Bang, and they're huge in
Oh,
Asia.
kill him.
His idol name is T.O.P., and he got cancelled in South Korea because he got caught smoking green grass. Oh no! which
Oh
is very,
no, the devil's
Oh,
lettuce.
wow.
Devil's lettuce, indeed, very illegal in South
The
Korea.
wacky tobacco.
You can get up to 7 years for prison for that. And
Jeez. Wow.
Squid Game Season 2 would have acted as a comeback for him as an actor and idol after many years of being out of the spotlight, but the South Korean citizens are not happy about this. They've complained a lot on social media, so much so that he isn't in any of the promotional material other than the trailer. And same for interviews.
Interesting.
South Korean citizens said the director should have fired him because of what he did. Meanwhile, they're totally fine with the actor that plays the boat captain who's got accusations of sexual abuse and rape, which...
Oh my god.
To be fair, all it says is
It's an
accusations. It doesn't say he's
accusation.
convicted. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
But
Um,
still,
Still
like
a
having,
curveball.
I guess
Still a
that's,
curveball.
I guess that's just a huge cultural difference. The fact that marijuana, I
Yeah, like,
assume that's what they mean by green grass. That's not some
weed, I
crazy,
think.
insane Eastern, like actual satanic,
super weed.
psychedelic. But
Yeah.
like the fact that that kind of a strong backlash over marijuana when that's such a chill thing in the West generally, that's
Yeah.
interesting. But like,
Then you
geez,
got places like
and I
South
especially
Korea and Russia. It's like, damn.
I would imagine that they would feel like it's almost because of his, drug usage in this game, and for the reason he got canceled in South Korea. I suppose that's a bit of like a we're making fun of the fact that he got canceled element almost to make him the druggy guy.
Maybe, yeah.
So maybe that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
I don't know. In any case, like I've spoken to a couple people about this season, and some people find him tolerable. I more so sit in the camp of like, I like the idea. I don't think they paid it off as much or as well as they could have. But there's things about it that
I think we
enjoy.
talked about it last time, right? That he when you watch the trailers, he looks like he's the guy who's just throwing wrenches into the machines. Like, oh, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna kill people because I enjoy it. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all, which is kind of a shame because it would have been nice to have like a counter side to what Gi-hun, the guy. See, I have the
Master
same problem,
Soul.
Fringy, don't worry. Master Soul.
Master Squid Game.
Master Squid Game, yeah, Master Squid. Trying to save everyone, and he just keeps pushing people over and killing them.
Oh, that could have
because he
been
wants more money.
Top fucking tier to have someone like
Yeah.
if we had a
Really
game
long
to reflect the nature of being able to help and sabotage, and that those two ended up being hyper antagonistic because of that. That would have been cool as fuck.
I mean, in the first
Yeah.
season, we had essentially the bully group where you had a guy and
Yeah.
he would be actively antagonistic to other people. The idea being, let me get one or two really trusted people and we're going to just fuck everyone else over for our own benefit. I feel like this is an attempt to kind of get that general idea in again.
I guess one way to think about it is when I think about season one, if you think about it through the lens of, well, what does it mean to be an antagonist in this story? You kind of have like a few characters who kind of fill that role essentially. Doksu very obviously fills that role, but in a much more plain way. He's just the really aggressive player who will, confront people, fight people, do all of these sorts of things to win. Doesn't give a fuck about anybody else but himself.
I really felt
And
that
then
someone like that would erupt in
some-
this every time, like reasonably, naturally.
so.
There's going to be some thuggish leader that will take control.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, Sungwoo is a much more compelling antagonist, which it almost feels like it's not fair to call him that, but in a sense he is, because he comes to oppose
I completely
Gi-hun
agree. And
directly.
it almost felt deliberate, right? That they would lead us to Doksu being the antagonist, but then once he's out in episode, is it 7? It's like, what happens now? And it's like, it's the villain has been here the whole time. Like, it's just you haven't seen him.
Exactly. And he's the interesting villain in the sense that, like, in the regular world, he is just a regular guy. I mean, if anything, the view is that he's like a super success story. Like, oh yeah, super smart guy, went to the prestigious university, got a great job. He's a regular guy who, when placed in the game and who recognizes the game exactly for what it is, plays into it completely. To the point that he basically psychologically, like, the idea of walking away from it with no money is untenable. It's like impossible for him. he can't live with himself if it comes to an end, such that it culminates with him killing himself so that Gi-hun can get the money to take care of his mum, because he can't bear the thought of walking away with nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's super interesting. And in this case, I guess we've got different ones because Thanos feels like he's the Doksu, replacement. Essentially, he is like the openly hostile, antagonistic character, but not very interesting.
Yeah, and if you took a
Yeah,
character
he's a lot
sheet
less
and you pushed up and
cooperative.
pulled down different aspects, which they've done with him, you'd be like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, it's like a remix. What are you going to do with him that's different? And then they were like, well,
The thing that's different is sometimes he'll rap, sometimes he'll sing a little song.
I mean,
a
it
little
feels
dance.
feels undercooked or half baked, as they
Yeah.
say.
He's also
Yeah.
a lot less cooperative. He's a little more wild card than the other guy who is trying to like bring up a thug team and work with him. Now he just seems like he just wants
I
to
think
do drugs and get with one other person at the most.
Something that Doksu offered was always the how would someone like that deal with any of these given games, and we get to see him go through 5 of them, right? So that's
Yeah.
really interesting. This is, I bet, you know what? It's fine. We'll just
We'll just keep going. So yeah, this fight breaks out, and Inho stands up and tells him to stop fighting. And then Thanos tells Inho to save the lecture for your own damn kids. And Inho beats the shit out of him for that.
pretty
He
satisfying.
kicks his ass. He is he just, I mean, yeah, that he bodies them basically. Like, he just beats the shit out of them, and he pins
He's
Thanos to the
yeah.
ground.
And then
Hyper
the whole
skilled
room
and cold
clapped.
and massively efficient, and yet no one seems to. Nobody asks where he got those skills from, which was the sort of the thing that slightly rubbed me up about that scene. Is that he's so obviously so talented and good at this that someone would think, hey, how did you get so good at kicking the shit out of druggies? Did you do it as a hobby?
Yeah, I just hate drug
One of my hobbies. I
junkies.
just go
That's-
around alleyways and
Yeah.
I think
Like,
that's
you know.
fair.
You take
Maybe
drugs?
someone
Time to die.
probably want to know.
druggies aren't people.
So I quite
Yeah,
enjoy
exactly.
the face he makes when he's strangling Thanos, though. It looks like he's got such pure contempt for him.
It's
yeah.
a nice unhinged expression, which I enjoy those. We get a lot of those in this show. Because he pins him to the ground and he's gonna punch him, but then he releases Thanos, stands up, and is met with applause.
Literally, this is a time where he says, everybody clapped, as they were like, oh, really? And he's like, no, seriously, everybody clapped.
Everyone did clap. I did a little bow too.
Yeah, they did. Everybody cheered. And yeah, basically the only thing you get that Platoon was speaking to of like what do people think of this is Jungbei wonders if Inho is ex-military, and that's about it. That's basically as much as you're gonna get in terms of them doing anything with this sort of this discovery.
Well, he covers
Of
his
him
arm
being able to
tattoo
kick their
back up,
asses.
right? After saying that.
Yeah.
As though there's like a level of holy shit, he's so beyond me as a Marine, if he is one.
Well, both of them do, yeah. Both
Yeah.
of them. Both of them put it down, which is kind of amusing.
Yeah, it's like,
And so now we see Noel, the soldier, the one that the POV character for that part of the world this season.
Mhm.
She goes back to her room and she's washing up, and she recalls having seen the father of the girl from the amusement park is there playing the games. The sick girl, presumably, is there to get money to pay for a treatment. And then we see that several players are sitting there laying awake at night, staring at the prize money. And Jungbei is crying in his sleep next to Gi-hun. And Inho approaches Gi-hun and he wants to talk. And he apologizes for what he said before. And Gi-hun's like, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have blamed everything on you. And then Inho explains why he's there, which of course, as you're listening, you're like, yeah, but you're a weaselly little liar. but then he's saying his story, and he says his wife is sick and pregnant and needs a liver transplant to survive the pregnancy, which she insists on seeing through to the end. And that desperate for money, he took a bribe and lost his job, which he claimed he'd devoted his life to. And as he's holding back tears, he says that he understands Gi-hun's perspective, but that he just needs the money to save his wife and child. And as you're watching this, the only conclusion to draw is, this story's true. Obviously, we don't know what the ending of this story is, but this is true. This is why he was here the first time. This is his story.
Well, and I think it is highlighting something of an interesting angle to this whole story, because like I enjoy Gi-hun's perspective that he didn't spend any of the money because it was earned through people's death. Like it's disgusting money, blood money, can't be doing anything with that. But then the response of like, bored of it, literally just save a good person's life. Just well, it's better to not spend it. Is that how that works? Like, what's the angle at that point for just something to explore, which I think is where a lot of the power of this season can come from. Certainly thinking at this point, these two chatting and Frontman managing to sneak in a lot of what we know is his perspective, having gained over the years of running this place, but just sneak it in as the average guy who's joined this thing, curious to ask some questions, see if he can break through Gi-hun's rock-solid perspective that he thinks is 100% right with just some simple questions. And like I was, rubbing the old hands together, like, yes, please, I want to see this.
No, it's a cool angle of just probing him using a story like this, because of course this is going to be a tricky one for Gi-hun. Because I mean, what are you going to say to him when he's like, "Yeah, no, I get you, but like I need that money to save my wife and child." Like, what's he going to say to that? It's a lot harder to It's a lot harder to deal with when you've got these personal tragic stories that are motivating people to be there. And it's kind of a thing that comes up at a few points, is people sort of having arguments about the nature of how bad off they are, and consequently, like, how much of a desire that they have to get the money, or whether or not they feel that their life has that there's something to that there's something like worth living for. There's some reason to stop, even with all of the stresses. Because Junhee, the pregnant girl, like, she voted to leave, and she, it's probably not a spoiler to say that she votes to leave every time that the vote happens, which is pretty straightforward. It's just, well, yeah, she's got a really good reason to not want to be here, even if she's got debts and things to be dealing with.
Worth noting as well that Frontman calls him Mr. 456 at this point. Because he doesn't know his name.
He doesn't.
Quote unquote.
Yeah. And so we go from that really interesting scene to there's some soldiers in a dank room.
Ooh, yes,
whoa!
Oh man,
I love dank rooms.
Dank Ferric.
I was was faster. Fuck.
They're carving up a player, and the doctor there, he's like, yeah, the organs weren't viable. It's like, here's the all right, organ. This line, here it is.
All right, yeah, here we go. Let's see what they do with it this season.
And basically, the gist of it is that the organs weren't viable because somebody was deliberately taking out the players that they had specifically wounded so that they could pick them up for the operation.
We're doing it again. Season 1's one was, we can't get the organs because the bodies are getting smooshed by different games that aren't suitable for collection or whatever. That's annoying. And the doctor being like, I can't work with this because the bodies are blah, blah, blah. Now it's, we can't work with this because one of the team players on our team is shooting them dead and we can't. And I'm just like, guys, like,
stop it.
I mean, it's just
like, why did they go back and think like, oh, people were really interested in this organ harvesting plotline. Let's make another one of those.
It's like, almost a joke, I'd say.
Look into this.
Yeah.
Because you're just watching, because like, yeah, that's what happens, and they radio the officer, the guy who's replaced Inho,
Black Squid,
and they're just like, yeah, pretty much. They're just like, all right, what's going on? And they're like, oh, well, someone's sabotaging the operation. It's probably number 11. It's like, yep, okay. I mean, literally, I guess we'll just wait for the next scene to see what happens.
Surgically remove not even these characters, this scene, and replace it with these people expressing themselves as characters during just average operations for the Squid Game backend. It would be so interesting having two guys. Yeah. Just fucking sorting out some bodies and being like, "Whoa, this one like smells real bad." That it's like, "Hey, man, that's a person." You're like, "Shut the fuck up," Just start it up and let us know these people. See the different perspectives. How do they deal with all this? Do they have gallows humor?
Side.
Do they, when they eat their food, they must talk to each other sometimes. Someone must be friends, as we know.
Yeah, maybe they could get into how much they get paid and what they're willing to do, and the different little tiers and hierarchies. Maybe some of them are like, "Oh yeah, I'm just doing this job for a little bit," and another might say, "Oh, I'm looking to move up. I want to be a square one day."
Well, I mean, you know,
I feel, I
someone
feel,
like
I feel
Recruiter
tricked. I feel tricked by this. Because
Well-
they make this big thing. It's like, oh look, here's this character. We show her. It's like, oh, she's not in the game as you might believe. She's one of the Squid soldiers. Like,
Oh,
ooh,
wow, interesting.
awesome.
That's yeah.
and then they show us the fucking organs again. It's like, fuck off.
Also,
do the other thing. What are
genuine
you doing?
question. I don't know if this is
They even
nitpicky, I
ruined
guess.
the rifles in the first game just to make sure that they could characterize her a little bit more too.
But to go from them complaining about her doing all this stuff in the organ room for several moments, and then to cut to Square Man moving his way through the elevator up to his room, getting that same information, and then him deciding to call in people to call her in, and then to cut to her getting called in by a guy to go in, and we watch them move through all the areas we've seen before, scan the door to go in, walk further and further. Like, are you serious?
door,
Like, this
break off
is
your
so much
wings.
wasted time. Holy fuck. You could have began here, where the door opens and she enters, and then he says, you're here because you've been fucking around with the organ shit. We wouldn't need any of those prior scenes.
No, I do sometimes. We've talked about it before, but I do wonder how much like streaming and the not limitless, you know, freedom in terms of runtime, but certainly way more freedom to determine what your runtime is compared to network television. I wonder how much it has contributed to this problem of big budget shows having like bloat, where it's just, yeah, let's have a big wide shot of characters moving through an area, but they don't say or do anything particularly interesting.
It's like
You
there
know,
is
like-
yeah,
time and
dilution
place
and
for that.
bloat.
For sure. It's just that I don't understand the value here.
If the episodes really were like an hour long, not just like from not counting credits and everything, but the actual episode was an hour, and you had scenes like this, it's like, okay, it's a little bit diluted, but if you have an episode that's only, I mean, how long is it? Probably,
It's an hour.
probably about.
Well, a lot of the episodes are generally an hour. They're pretty much all of them are longer than what you would see on network television, which is 43 minutes, typically 43, 44 minutes is on network television. You just, and of course that you are bound by, you got to inject commercial breaks at generally consistent places.
And like, I wasn't just picking on the walking to places, right? It was the two prior moments between them were both establishing the same information, just with different
redundant.
people.
It's just redundant, and it's just like, goddamn, like because again, as Moeller has basically made clear, this scene is like pretty long.
I was surprised.
It's
Long,
Keeps going.
not
It's a long
efficient,
piece.
Wasn't
not
learning much
concise.
that was new.
Well, yeah, because you know, the Noelle, who is the soldier, she gets brought in by the officer guy, and he basically says, "What are you doing? Why are you interfering with the operation?" And she feigns ignorance and just says she's doing her job. And then the supervisor guy recounts how they met shortly after she defected to the South. He insinuates that she owes him for the opportunity he provided her to be a part of this. And then she just refuses to comply with his demand to like back off and let them do this. And then he's like, "Oh, are you nervous about the operation being discovered? Like, it's fine, it's all good." And she says, "That's not why." And he wants to know why. And then she just says, "I'm doing my job, and I'm gonna go now." And that's the scene, pretty much.
It's kind of weird how even for how this is like dilution, because we still get like a lot of stuff, but I feel like it's diluted by this instead of bloated it. Maybe it's just a thing, but when the scene ends, I was like, oh, we could have done something with her past. I'm from North Korea. I escaped, looking for my daughter. Da da da. This would be a good opportunity to have her have a very principled stance on like, no, these games need to be as like fair as possible. We need to follow the book, follow the rules. That's like that's really, really important to her. This like stringent adherence to like rules and like all the dictums and things. And he's more loose with it, but they don't really get into that. And it could have been an opportunity to have them play against each other. I saved you, but you're more into rules than I am. I got you involved with this, but you're being so much more serious about it than I am that you're kind of jeopardizing my little side hustle.
In fact, I mean, you could even, if you wanted to do like the systemic critique that the writer says that he's doing, but isn't really, she could say something like, "I came from a country where there is no dignity in death. I came from a country where they harvested your organs after murdering you. I thought, this was better than that." Like something that draws on her background,
Yeah,
outlines the principle, makes some.
people were willing
like,
to die to escape my country. Here, they're just dying for money when they don't know how good they really have it, just to not be where I'm from. And that
But
like
already just have,
disgusts
like, a
her, or sickens
conversation
her.
about that which could allow both of the perspectives to be aired, and so you can start having that conversation. It still, to me, though, wouldn't get over the main problem, which is that in season 1, they shoot their own people in the head if they ever take their masks off. So if you've got
Yeah.
somebody behind the scenes who is quite clearly fucking everything up, why isn't she just killed?
I think this is another example of a little bit of, I'm not sure the word is, I was about to say cowardice, but put the fucking mask back on and keep them on, and rely on the small movements of the head to describe how the guy is feeling. Right? Like when she defies him, you need him like staring forward, and then that slight turn to look at her, stuff like that. You'd be like, oh shit, she's made him mad. Instead, they're like, no, we need his eyes, mouth, nose, everything, okay? How can you get those expressions? It's like, god damn it! Like, why has no one learned anything?
They need to give him a nanotech triangle.
No.
No. I totally agree, by the way. I find it lame that they decided not to do that. The idea is you can't show it to contestants. No, it is very much you can't show it to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why it was already coming up as kind of annoying when they woke her up. I was like, wait, that's you're not supposed to do that.
Wait, hold on. You can't do that. You'd have to knock on the door or something and then give her an opportunity to get. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like the amount that they're talking to each other. It feels like it's too much, right? Like this kind of conversation.
Yeah, because I thought the whole idea of them not seeing each other, so they don't recognize each other in private after the game. So we have like multiple,
multiple layers of secrecy.
Best security. Sorry.
Well, yes. What you were saying,
Multiple
yes.
layers of.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like just as a security means, but I guess that's not the case anymore.
Nope, at least not for these guys anyway. But hey, maybe a front
I guess he's a special guy, or his right hand square or something. I don't know.
I'm not going to say it's like a plot hole or anything. Like they probably they're being fast and loose, and there's not much she can do because she's his superior. The only person that may punish him for this would be Frontman. And by the way,
it would be a neat detail for them to keep, though. That strict.
Oh, absolutely. As suggested while I was talking to him on Real BBC about this, he thought maybe that they were going to start to set up an idea that Black Square was going to try and kill Frontman in the game because he wants to take his position, right? Get that promotion sort of thing, and that he's a bit of a faster, looser, and he's playing with the organ donation thing. So it's like, oh, that's an angle. They don't do that.
He has succumbed to the same greed as the contestants.
Yeah. And so, now we move from this storyline to the detective storyline.
Yes!
Oh, God.
Yes!
Yes, we're moving up in the
finally,
world.
something interesting
Get
to
back
talk
on
about.
that boat!
He calls Wooseok and says, "We got to search for Gi." Sorry, I'm jumping the gun. He heads back to the police station and is reprimanded by his former chief for handing in his resignation and disappearing. And so Junho asks for the chief's help to search for the island again, much to his dismay. And then they meet with the chief of police to explain the situation, and it basically ends with him getting fired. Pretty much, like he tries to yell at him like that we gotta do this, and the chief is like, "Dude, you're crazy. All right, bye."
Bye.
The scene is he basically gets fired from the job he already was kind of not even in anyway.
Yeah.
Well, he's asking for help with even, like, I didn't even like this because it's just like, what's your angle? What's your leverage? And it's like, I have none. You're like, what?
Well, yeah, because it's what the chief says. It's like, we need evidence, dude. Like, but he doesn't.
So, like,
he would know that. He would know that.
Club? You didn't record anything that happened at the club. Anything. There's no cameras there that you can ask for. There's no like security camera. There were gunshots in the city.
Yeah.
Multiple gunshots in the city.
There was a Squid Game sniper guy with a square mask up there.
There was a swiper on the building, and he swiped at us. He swiped at us twice.
It's funny that was never entertained, that they never said, like, A team, B team, Alpha team, whatever the fuck, go into that building, get that man. Like, just capture him. There's not many places you can go. Get him. They never did that. They were just it's just a sniper.
I mean, it would be interesting if, like, the police were like, you know what, maybe there's something to this crazy kid's story. But then, because things went a little bit messy, on the Squid Game people side, they're like, hey, we had to, like, shoot people and tase people in a club, and we're starting to we need to be careful. We need to be really, really careful about this operation. And it shows them sweating a little bit, because the one thing you cannot change is the location of that island. So they know that that's the line we have to keep them from discovering. The police might be starting to sniff around.
By the way,
but no,
You know the goofy fun friend in the detective plotline?
Wusiok?
I knew I recognized him. He was in Kingdom.
Oh, wait, who did he play?
He was kind of the same character, like a goofball, sort of bit idiotic member of. It's hard to remember exactly. I can picture him in those outfits that they have throughout all of Kingdom. But I knew I recognized him, and I looked at his IMDb. I was like, oh, that would make sense. He was in like both seasons, I think.
Man, that was
It was a great first season, that show.
That was a great first season. It was, yeah. Oh well. Then so
Oh well.
Junho calls him and says, "Well, we got to search for Gi-hun without any assistance from the police, and that we only have 5 days at most to find him because the games will have begun. So we've got 5 days. We got to go tomorrow though because it's raining." And then Wusiok goes inside to sit down with the sea captain Park, and he probes him for more information about the situation. And at this point, you're already like, so you're evil. Like you're definitely you're in on it. You know about it, don't you? Like you just know how shows and storytelling works. When a character's like, hey, so can you give me more information, buddy? It's like, you're okay.
Well, and of course they've got him paired with the hapless moron who's like, yeah, I can tell you everything, man.
No problemo.
It'd be like if Ray said, wait, you know all of my private account numbers? I go, yeah, like there's number 3s in there. And you go, yeah, okay, so you do know. Right, let me read them all out.
Yeah. Let me send you a copy.
Just basically, like, he just convinces Wusiok to tell him Gi-hun's entire life story.
Yeah.
And it works.
But it's so easy, right? It's just like, just pretend like you know some of it, and then it all pours out. You're like, come on, guys, you can do better than this.
No, I know. I suppose what's interesting to think about is obviously Kim, his boss, making the decision to sacrifice himself. Super interesting. Says a lot about his character. You know, there's like nothing wrong with that as a story beat, but that if somehow, some way, the odds were just worse, and it was Wusiok who got shot, like in one of the earlier rounds, right? Like it was 1 in 6, and he actually lost. And that if it was Kim who decided that he wanted to get involved, things would play out very differently, because Kim was clearly a lot more like competent than Wusiok is.
Yeah,
he's more of a goober fella. I like him. He's kind of a likable guy, but you know he's a bit of a fool, really.
That's his character, I suppose.
And that's the scene. That's the scene. We can. I mean, if we're all good with just moving past these.
It would have been a bit more. I think it would have been a bit more subtle and not as suspicious if the scene where the boat captain is talking to him and he goes into this maybe longer story about, listen, for years we've been looking for the shit, and now there's all these guys with machine guns on my boat, and like, look, I'm not looking to get killed. I got a family. I got da-da-da. My life is actually pretty good. If you don't tell me what's going on here, we've like crossed a new line, instead of just, I fished him from the water, so I gotta do stuff for him now, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. That would be an upgrade. And you know, it would be cool if there was just more character on this side of things, because it's the most summary we'll have is going to be plot. It's going to be plot.
Pretty much, it's all plot.
You could, the reveal of the captain could have been set up better.
Yeah.
So we're back with Gi-hun, and the second game is Dalgona, the honeycomb game, and every single player is lined up behind triangle.
Oh, good. This is good.
Gi-hun told them, and so he gets handed the honeycomb.
Awesome.
He gets handed the honeycomb, and he opens it, and I feel like the best way to sort of illustrate what it is to just show it.
It's like a weird fractal.
It looks like a Christmas tree.
It's pretty. That's the one screenshot I've seen from the season before I watched it, and it's like, oh, that's a funny meme.
What I kind of like about it too is,
Oh.
you know, the bottom left and right. You can't even do that. It's gonna snip off.
It's impossible.
When I was watching this, I thought, wow, this is actually a really neat subversion of the fact that they know someone's on the inside telling them what to pick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
triangle.
Well, the
This
thing
is triangle, fellas.
The thing that I was thinking about was this should absolutely be entertained by Gi-hun. He should know that this is
100%.
possible, because he knows that people run this.
He knows they know.
He knows they know him. He knows what games they know what games he's played. They know that he will warn people as best they can. They saw him do it in game 1. So, of course, if they were to run this game, then they'd probably switch the shapes, or that triangle might not be triangle, or at least as he remembers it. I just would have thought this would be entertained.
Well,
Well,
there's a
well,
potentially
I
really
suppose it
strong
could be-
scene after it. Like, if this weren't what it turns out to be, and this actually, something like this actually happened, and everybody trusted him, and it turned out to be incredibly difficult, he would have got almost everybody killed,
yeah.
and then no one would trust him, which would be potentially a really strong angle to take. It's not the one they do take, but like that could have been a way to subvert people's
Even
trust in
that,
his
though,
Are they wait until it's a couple games down the road?
That's what I mean
hey,
about
they set him up for the
how he's
second game.
explained this. He should be saying, I can give you the information, but they know I'm giving you it, so they're going to try and undo like a lot of the benefits you can get from me. What he needs to tell them, as we've been over, is broad mindset of how these games are meant to manipulate you and what you need to think about and just keep in mind. Not like specific solutions to specific games, because you don't even know whether or not the game's being played or whether or not those solutions are going to be relevant. You can throw it out if you want and just obviously add the fact that they're going to know that this is something you know. But broadly, they are trying to trick you. They want you dead. That is like the number one thing. They want you to die. They find it funny.
Yeah. And I'm just still looking at this image. It's like it's
You're looking
terrifying,
like,
but it's also
how is that even
hilarious.
slightly possible?
It is. It really is. You're right. It is an excellent mix of terrifying and amusing. It's a
Yeah.
triangle. Sure, you told everyone to do this. They knew that you would
And,
tell everyone to do this. But it would have been fun if if he told people like, hey, they know I'm gonna tell y'all triangle. Maybe we should play it safe and go with like circle. That's pretty easy, and we
That's
maybe
pretty
there's less
easy,
chance
yeah.
of them doing some shenanigans. And some people don't believe him, and they pick triangle, and they have to do this.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like that.
That'd be kind of interesting. But they're all pretty unhappy. They all start tearing into Gi-hun and like saying, you know, are you gonna take responsibility for this? And Gi-hun is lost for words. But then he awakes because it was a horrible
It was a
nightmare.
spooky dream.
It was a
It was
dreamy.
a horrible, horrible dream. It's clearly something that's on Gi-hun's mind, is this feeling of responsibility for everybody here. How that manifests, I guess we'll talk about as time progresses. But there's
Part of
the
me
classical music.
Part of me was kind of like, "Oh, boo! We didn't get to do the shape."
I don't mind. I don't mind this as being the thing.
I don't
that it was
either,
a
but a little
dream,
part of
but-
me was like, it would have been kind of cool to see you try.
I think that it's like I like the fact that this is a very interesting dream he'd have, but I was like, man, I wish it was real. That would have been really cool.
I'm not sure that shape is completable though, so I guess
It's
everyone
even
dies.
possible. Yeah, I don't know if that's possible. But no,
A well
they've got-
executed
I don't know.
multi-fractal triangle kind of.
Sounds like a skill issue to me, huh?
True.
You like
Lick
hard?
that
Hard is
cookie.
all fun.
Yeah.
The next game is about to start, but before it starts, Junhee, pregnant girl, goes up to Myungi, crypto guy. Eventually, I'm just gonna accept that you guys remember the names,
Yeah.
it's not too
Yeah.
bad, and then we'll just keep going.
Make it easy on
Um,
yourself.
If and she asks if he was deliberately ignoring her. She mentions that she lost a lot of money on the crypto that he promoted, and he's surprised to see that she's pregnant. Like he thought that she was going to get an abortion, but she intends to raise the baby with whatever money she can win from the games. And then he tries to continue the conversation, but she brushes him off because she wanted to leave and couldn't because he voted for the games to continue. So yeah, they got some real problems, these two, in terms of their relationship. Clearly, it was in a much better place earlier on, but he made several big mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of funny that like every scene is someone coming up being like, "Dude, I lost money because of that shit." Like, fuck you. That's like every single conversation starts that way with him. But that's basically that, and the soldiers gather all the players for the next game, and they get led into an unfamiliar space. Doesn't look like the space that was before. There's two circles, rainbow-colored circles in the arena. It's not like the last one. And then the announcer says you got to divide into teams of 5, and they all realize pretty quickly, oh, this ain't the honeycomb game.
Thanos has popped himself another drug as well ahead of.
Oh yes, that's. I always feel like it's not worth mentioning because it's just like, yeah, he's just doing
Does
that
it a lot.
Well,
He's
it's a
just-
small development that doesn't really have huge consequences,
Yeah.
but the guy spots him and now is like, I
Yes.
want it.
I want also drugs.
Yes, Thug 2
But,
wants it.
Thug number 2.
that they all realize now that they're not playing the honeycomb game, and Jungdae, he rips into a Gi-hun. He's like, "You're misleading us," but then Inho steps between the two and diffuses the situation.
Which is
and-
quite a neat contrast. In his dream, he was just staring him down like you
Yes,
know, like this is
you
fucked up, but he
fucked
actually
us.
stands
You
up
did
for
this
him
to us.
in real life.
Yeah. Instead, he steps in, diffuses the situation, and then asks to play with Gi-hun. And you're like, "Ooh, exciting,
Well, and
fun."
just broadly again, like it's hard not to be. I don't want to harp on it too much because it's kind of every scene in a way. But I'm just like annoyed that he's not being a little more assertive and intelligent. Basically, being like, yeah, it's not the same game because they probably switched it because they knew I fucking played it and I
'Cause
just
they
gave you
know.
the secret.
Yeah,
So like,
exactly.
maybe shut the fuck up. Maybe you should actually be paying
Yeah.
attention to every tiny thing I say.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
No, I
Like
know.
you're such an idiot. Like you're gonna get killed because you're mad that I couldn't predict everything these people who are trying to kill us are going to do.
Gi-hun is a lot less assertive and more like dejected. That's
Yeah.
kind of like how he is right now. He doesn't seem to know what to do, which is a little bit
Which
frustrating
Well, I feel
because
it-
like I think
I feel
you
it
know what
contrasts
to
with him
do.
in the first 2 episodes.
Yeah. Yeah.
To a certain
it's
degree.
like
This
It
guy
was
was a
kind of
man on
irritating
the
how long
mission.
it took people to, or how long it took him to say, like, I played this before. It's like, could you hurry up and say that? I think it's
I
important.
think we're meant to conclude that the loss of the vote has made him like pretty I'm trying to think of the right word to use to describe it. The loss of the vote has made him less like convinced that his goal is achievable, it seems.
Well, and that
Of-
it's
of,
based on a couple of truths that are now getting completely challenged and breaking away.
Yeah.
I get all of that, and I think that's
Pretty
great. It's just that I wish that the reason
Even
this is
now-
happening the way that it is to now cut off anyone's interest in pursuing him in the future for information.
Which
Except
is
our little team.
absurd.
Yeah,
Like,
that would never happen.
It's absurd. Because if I was in this situation and Gi-hun wasn't saying anything, I'd just be like, "Oh, well, I understand though. It's like you knew information, but now they've changed it,
Yeah.
and maybe you should have been." But again, you figure that because my assumption wouldn't even necessarily be that they changed it just because he's here, but that there would be more games. Like even in season 1, the fact that the games are based on games that people that you know were played by children. There's more than 5 of those, right? Like you
yes.
know that there'd be a whole bunch of different games
and
that
there's
could
what-
end up being in the rotation.
This is what Mel said. Like this is essentially entertainment. They would of course want to
And
have you
people want
playing
variety.
lots more games.
Yeah.
That's
You
an
know.
easy buy as a bit of logic. And then of course there's just I'd be poking him all day and he would give out the information. You know what? You could play 10 games and it would not necessarily help you with the 11th because that's how this place works.
Exactly.
It is
Yeah.
a
Well, yeah,
nightmare.
because even if it's the same game, the rule set may be different.
Yeah, and the amount of players that are left, how many were killed in the game before, they switch it, so maybe they need more people to die because there hasn't been enough death. Or to the contrary, there has been too much death, so they kind of need to keep it a little lower on the death toll the next time, so they don't send their big wigs home too early.
Yeah, and there's a really fair inference to make that the game will have to change based on population. That would be an obvious
Yes.
guess.
Yes. And in this case, there's a lot more people than
Which
than-
he should have
than when they
recognized
went
too. And it would have been fun to
Honeycomb.
see him make these thoughts, to pan them out, to be like, how would they work? How would they do this? And why did they make the decisions they made in season 1? And then to pan it out,
Yeah.
work with the other guys and be like, oh yeah, since we've got like 100 more people survived, maybe they won't do that cookie game because that one doesn't
Exactly.
even wipe out people consistently.
No.
Well, theoretically, everyone could live through it.
Exactly.
Yeah. But no, that's the situation. But Inho has asked to play with Gi-hun, and Jungbei and Daeho also want to join the team, which means they're short of 1 player. And there's just an interesting Inho. He just silently inspects Gi-hun while Daeho runs off to go find 1 more player. He's just looking him over. He gives him a few glances throughout the every time he's looking at him. It's interesting because you're just like, what are you thinking about right now? And so we see that Myungi, the crypto guy, he wants to team up with Junhee, but she outright refuses. And then he apologizes for not calling her for months, but she retorts that she simply doesn't trust him anymore and leaves. And then we're with Hyunju, who was the one who grabbed at the end of Red Light, Green Light, basically the same role as Ali in that one
Yeah.
of saving Gi-hun. But she's walking around. She wants to join a team of 4, but they just ignore her. She bumps into another player. This is Youngmi, who asked to team up. And then we see Young-sik, who's looking for a team of 3. But he gets rejected when they see that his mother is there because he wants to join up. And one of the men just takes him and says, "Hey, we'll take you if you get rid of your mum." And he sternly refuses to do so.
His
And
first
then
test,
Yumja-
overcome.
That's right. First
Aha.
test overcome. And then she pulls him aside and says, "Well, no, you should join that team." And Young-sik's like, No, don't do that. We're not doing that. But then he notices that she's feeling kind of low. And he awkwardly tries to, like, amp her up. And like it works, but like not in the way that he intended, which I find amusing. She finds it condescending and gets mad at him. It's like, yeah, see, there you are. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
I found it amusing. It's just kind of a fun thing. And so then Thanos, he goes up to this girl Seimi and asks her to join the team. Namgyu, his sort of right hand man, he doesn't really want to. But Sammy's like, yeah, sure, I'll join. But if this guy, if Minsu can join too, he looks like Mob from Mob Psycho 100. Like he's kind of this.
Oh
small,
shit, you're right.
he's like this small fella, this small sort of
He's-
awkward, quiet fella.
A little less powerful though. He's a little less powerful.
Yeah. So Namgyu sulks because he thinks him a nerd, but then Thanos just kind of gleefully accepts him. He's like, "Yeah, come on, bro, like join the team."
He's chaotic. You're not quite sure of what
He
he's
is
going to do.
chaotic.
Yeah. Is he doing this because he's a little wacky, or is it because this looks like a guy I can influence and control and bully? I don't know. You're not quite sure.
It's
And,
kind of interesting actually to think about because it is like he's not optimizing the team here as well as he could, but he's also on drugs. So is he just
Yeah.
he's just like, I'll play whatever the fuck this is, and if I die, I die. Which
It's-
again, interesting archetype to go with. Wasn't sure that was what they were doing, and then he's also occupying Doc Sue's role. It's like this feels a little. You need to focus up, guys.
Yeah, figure out exactly what you're going. But instead, he's just like, "Yeah, what's up, my brother? Like you're part of the team."
Yeah.
I don't know. He's just a wacky fella. But then we see that Daeho, he got another guy who was in the Marines. He's going to join the group. But then Junhee approaches Gi-hun's team and asks if she can join. And she tells him that she's pregnant. And we later see, because we sort of cut to all the teams formed, but we later see that she did join their group. They let her in. And elsewhere, we see that Young-sik and Gyumja bumped into Hyunju and Youngmi, and they quickly formed a group of 4. And then the Shaman lady, she does have a name, but I'm just going to keep calling her Shaman Lady.
Shaman lady. Shaman
She's
she
nice
lady.
worth mentioning.
she
so
reprimands
fucking
them
annoying.
for not recruiting her to their team, and it's just like, oh, okay.
I just want her to die as soon as she comes on
Yeah.
screen.
Well, so she
I don't know,
I
feels
want
like
her
a
to cast a
remix.
mystic spell.
She feels like a remix on the girl from season 1 who was annoying as fuck to
Yes.
everybody again.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I think everyone would agree, season 1 lady, she had a lot of purpose, even if she was annoying. You get exactly where she's going, what she's doing. But again, another counter to that is like, hey, you haven't seen all of Shaman Lady's story yet. And you're like, okay.
Yeah, you
we'll
kind
see.
of have. There's not a huge amount more to add.
A little
Yeah,
bit,
wow,
you
she
kind
says
of have,
oogly
yeah.
boogly, and then we move on. Okay, great,
Oogly
thanks for that.
Mad Lady in season 1 sort of serves as a payoff device anyway, because isn't she the one who kills evil bully man?
She
Oh,
kills
yeah,
the
well,
bully
he
man, yeah.
I
uses
like her for
and
more
tries
than
to
that.
discard her, and then that's the fault in his own character as expressed through her. He ditches her, she takes revenge on him, and they both go out. Which is, I mean, yeah, there are other things to her, but that she's already more useful, and the payoff is to something that's established about both characters. Whereas in this, chaos guy who's always on drugs, Thanos, and mad psychic lady, I don't think have any moment as strong as that mutual suicide moment in season 1.
The fact that we have her being the first person who begs to be let go out of complete desperation because she's innocent, this is suffering, it's horrible, she's crying, and then immediately after that we start getting these pieces of she's actually one of the most manipulative people ever. She uses the resource she gets back in the game to her advantage in the games, and also to try and buy favor. She uses sex to try and get herself higher up. She tries to join the right teams at the right times to stay strong, and then eventually, is losing out. She's got no reputation with anyone to the point where they abandon her for a tug of war, and she, in theory, is assumed to be dead, but recovers somewhat. And then, yeah, you got Doxu's being an asshole in the in the bridge game, but not like in a way that you wouldn't expect. And so she ends up being like his bane, which I think is a really interesting end to that character's line of, like, she's spending the whole thing desperately trying to get up from the bottom rung, and then ends up being the one that can take out the biggest threat to everybody in the whole team. Like, there's something that I think is interesting compared to she is a shaman.
She's
Okay.
a crazy mystical lady, which in the real world translates into she's like a crazy person. All right.
So all the players are sitting down. They're divided in two, and they're told that they're playing the six-legged pentathlon. So each team member will take turns playing a mini game at every 10-meter mark and can only progress once they win the mini game. That person wins it. And the 5 games are Gi, Flying Stone, Gongi, Spinning Top, and Zhegi. Those are the 5 games. One player has to complete each one, and they have to complete every minigame and cross the finish line in 5 minutes. And already, you're like, that sounds pretty interesting, actually.
Interesting. Okay.
That's an interesting idea for a game. It seems like it's already a sort of higher variables game than the Honeycomb game was last time around. Not that I disliked I didn't dislike any of the games in season 1. I liked a lot of them. But already on its face, this
I didn't
just
like
seems
the glass
interesting.
walkway one.
I like that one.
I like the
Until it
idea, and I
exploded.
like aspects of it, but the execution of it is
It needs a
more mixed.
redraft.
Yeah,
the whole thing.
They
Yeah.
kind of ruined a little bit when he turned the lights down. It's like, wait, you cheating,
Well,
bitch.
That's true. Actually, I kind of agree with that. I think all of it needs a redraft. It's first of all, they need to have a sniper posted as well, and it's like, if you do any kind of obvious cheating, we'll have to shoot you, because this is so very exploitable. You could just roll across the whole thing and win.
Exactly.
Yeah, just walk along the steel beams.
Which, yeah,
No,
we shouldn't talk about
I
that.
guess we shouldn't. But I almost kind of want to, but we shouldn't. No. So we just get a moment where they're all having conversations about which games they should play, which of course is interesting to see which games they choose and which order they go in. And Daeho is embarrassed to admit that he can play Gongi, as it's seen as like a girl's game. But Jungbei's like, nah, it's all good. There's nothing Marine can't do.
Yeah, Marine.
And then Junhee says that she's good at Dakji because she beat the recruiter more times than he beat her. And then Jungbei picks Flying Stone because he used to play baseball. And then Gi-hun asks Inho, well, which one do you want to do? And Inho says, well, I'll play what you pick for me, Gi-hun. And Gi-hun's pretty perplexed. He's like, how do you know my name? And Inho's like, well, I heard Jungbei called you that earlier. And he says, does that bother you, bro? Like, is that cool? And Gi-hun says, no, it's fine. Which is kind of an interesting thing in terms of like,
I gave a
ooh,
big old thumbs up to that as when I was watching this, I was like, yes, give us tiny little things just to make us go,
Interesting.
Exactly.
And a
prefer
reasonable
that.
answer in response to it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A 1-2 punch that I like.
It's good. It's good stuff.
I like it.
It
And
is.
so then Inho asks Gi-hun again, which would you rather play? And Gi-hun picks Zhegi, leaving Spinning Top for Inho. And they put their hands together and they chant, victory at all costs. There's camaraderie here. And I suppose it's worth mentioning as well, the Shaman lady's going crazy while her team's trying to figure out what she can do. That's happening meanwhile.
Yep.
But, that's it. And so there are 2 teams that are arranged to play the first round. So again, you've got 2 circles. So the 2 teams play at the same time, but they don't compete against each other. It's not like, well, the first team that gets across, then the other team loses. Both teams can win at the game, and they can also lose at the game.
Yep. They're competing against the clock. 5 minutes.
Yes, that's right. They got 5 minutes, and so the starting gun gets fired with vigor in their hearts. Team 1 walks to the first checkpoint and wins. Yeah, that's right. They're kind of coordinated. They're not as coordinated as I suppose we'll see later on. And they get to Dakji, and they finish it in 1 attempt. And Team 2 is struggling. So then Team 1 walk to the second checkpoint and begin playing Flying Stone. And the player, he throws it and he misses. and he asks the soldier, "You got to give me another stone." And he's told he must retrieve the stone he threw himself.
I get the
and
soldier
try
just
again.
points at it. The
Yeah,
soldier
he just
just
points at it,
the
like,
stone.
Yeah, you got to pick it up.
Well, and
There's
this,
your stone, mate.
this highlights, among other things that will be highlighted, and it's very explicit that it's almost it seems unfair to have to go first compared to other players because they'll get to learn things from your playthrough. And it's like, yeah, that's Squid Game. They do that.
That's how it works. Yeah,
It's
that's how it goes.
I think we
it's
had a
not
big
very fair.
we had a big chat about this
Yeah.
about season 1 that the games were not fair.
They're not fair. Yes, as much as there was posturing about it being fair, like they're not.
Yeah,
not,
it's
not
all
really.
bullshit.
I think what we concluded, there are degrees of fairness, but I don't think the Squid
Absolutely.
Game in totality crosses what we would all agree is fair. It was like, there's changes that need to be made, guys. Like, this is...
Yeah, we need to
Well, I mean,
account
the
for
reality
variables
is that,
like little women and big guys and things of that
Well, I feel like
nature,
a fundamental one is it's absolutely not in the spirit of like the idea that you're playing in these games that you allow the players to kill each other like in the dorms.
No, yeah, I hate that.
That I feel like that's a clear violation of the notion of fairness.
Yes, I agree.
But in this case, this would almost be like the degree of fairness or unfairness that's kind of like more valid, I suppose. And like, well, someone's got to go first.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
just
this is what I mean. By
But-
say, for example, someone's like hand-eye coordination or depth perception is much better than the next person's. Like, well, that's kind of the game at that point.
Yeah.
You know, that's just how it goes.
Exactly. Yeah. There's
because
no
all of
there's
these-
no true fairness.
As we'll look at with this game, all of these games are pretty much familiar to everybody. I guess in Korean culturally, everyone knows about these
Right.
games, are tic-tac-toe and stuff like that. So it's not like even if you go first, like you know what to do. The games aren't complicated. It's just you executing them decently well.
And
So-
also that there's no room for error, that one mistake is, that's it, you're done, compared to, oh, well, this mistake in real life just means, oh, we'll try again.
Yeah. By the way, when they kick off, fucking Thanos is like, yeah, let's go, let's do it, woo! Like, another aspect is just like, that's very different than Doksu, for example. It's like, okay.
Yes, that's true.
He's very into
so-
this whole thing, like, in a fun
He's
way.
really excited.
Which is a great
It's
time.
kind of, it's part of what, I get, what I'm trying to say is, like, it's kind of enjoyable, I guess.
Mhm.
Oh,
Chase
and
whatever
it should be
high he
mentioned, the
can get,
editing
essentially.
on this is very, like, frantic, but in a, almost, as the music helps as well, comedic way to start.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yes.
this is fucking
Yeah, like, oh,
absurd.
here we
We're
go.
playing this crazy kids game that are 5 games in a row, attached to each other. All of us have got to succeed, and if you fail, it's like, oh, jeez, come on, let's get going. But
Yeah, it's
what I love about
it's
it is,
on circus music.
yeah, as the time progresses and the minutes tick down, the tone starts to shift, and I think they do it really well.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it
does.
was mentioned earlier because you almost forget for a short time exactly
Yeah.
what the stakes of this are,
Yeah.
which is useful because like if you just keep presenting people with life and death games, it can become, even if the games change a little bit, samey. Whereas I think it's quite successful at making the audience forget even what the potential outcome of this is.
It's really it's good because this is like the first notable failure, and at this point they're just like, all right, let's go, and then like
Oh,
1, 2, 1, 2 to go pick up the stone.
Just to account, by the way, someone said that's because Thanos is on drugs. First of all, being on drugs can give you all kinds of results. He's actually into this. Like, his character finds this all insane, whether or not he's on drugs. But secondly, this is kind of something I really like too. The further along we get with successes, I mean, nice and vague until we get to it, the whole audience is into this. Like, it's a huge,
Yeah.
fun sport, which I could totally buy.
We're not quite there yet.
Yeah.
So as they're watching this, Inho notes that missing with Flying Stone, that's going to eat up a lot of time, having to go fetch it and come back. And then we
Well,
see that Team 2 completes.
I was
Yeah.
going to say, that's not just information. It's sort of said to the best friend character, and you can see from the shot that he's kind of like, oh shit, that's a lot of pressure on me, because that's my job.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
And then that's going to reflect interestingly in a moment.
Mm-hmm. We see that Team 2 completes Flying Stone and begins Gongi, while Team 1 fails again at Flying Stone. And Team 2, they nearly complete it. Basically, I'm not sure how to explain this one other than it seems to just be like that you throw up these little pebbles, and then there's like a specific order that you need to throw them up and then catch all of them. It's got like a few steps that need to be completed, and if you drop one, you have to start all over again. So in a sense, it's another one that has like a longer reset time than Duckgy, which is just like, we'll just pick it up and throw it again. That one is like the quickest. to restart. So that's another interesting thing about the game is that different games will have a different penalty for failure.
Did any of you play this when you were younger? This one?
What?
No.
With
The
what,
stone
Or
one?
variation? The one that
throw it up.
we're on now, yeah, with the throwing up the stones. And
No,
stuff.
I
No.
I've never
The
played
dice
had-
thing, no, I've never heard of this.
We had a variation, I guess. I was going to say in Britain, but I don't know how local or not this is, to be fair. But it was Jax for us, and it was like,
Yeah, there's
Jax. Yeah.
Jax is a little bit the same, but quite a bit.
You have
this
to-
looks
well,
like it takes
that's-
quite a bit more hand.
You have to bounce the rubber ball
Yeah.
up into the air, and as it's in the air, you got to grab a certain amount of jacks, right?
I think so,
Right.
yeah. And like the more you get, that's how you compete, right? Is the more. I think I haven't played. This is literally since I was super young, so I can't remember.
Yeah.
But it's a fun one
like
to have in
marbles or
here. But
something.
honestly, when I was seeing her first do this, I was like, "Holy shit, this is." I'll take the throwing the stone, please. But then again, I feel like I'd fuck that up.
Well, because as we see, the guy fucks up again, and they're like, "You bastard! You said you were good at this." They're starting to
Yeah,
get mad. At the beginning,
The
it was more
mood
just
is
like,
shifting. They're not
mood-
not no teamwork right now. It's just like you bastard.
they're getting very red in the face.
Well, I was picturing
Very-
like myself in that situation. How would I throw it? The underarm? It's like gotta be right because like you need to lower its limit of if you miss of how far away it'll go.
Underarm for me.
So
yeah.
and you might even want to try and skid it such that it slides into the target. But I was like, oh, I don't know, and I feel like I'd overthink it and then screw it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, because of the pressure. Though again, in terms of picking things up, Daeho starts practicing the flip for Gongi using pebbles on the ground because there's like a flip at the end that's challenging, and so then we see that that team one they do flying stone and they think that they got it this time and they're like yeah, and then the soldier points to the guy's foot having crossed the line. He stepped on the line. You're not allowed to do that. And they get really fucking mad, really, really, really upset, very angry. And at this point, you're like, "Oh, okay, this is like actually pretty interesting." You're starting to see the promise of this as a game materializing. This is really interesting. The idea that like you're completely halted by one guy's failure, which he recognizes. He zones out when this happens.
Yeah,
It's very much hitting him like that he is the single point of failure. Meanwhile, all the other guys are freaking out, but they have different reactions. One guy's particularly angry, but another one's like, come on, shut the fuck up. We just got to do it again. You just get all of these really interesting reactions, especially with, in this case, that you can reach a point where you're doing so badly that you know that you're fucked well before it's over.
I feel there's a lot of strategy to how they've organized the payoffs for this game. We start with two teams we don't recognize, I think, any of the characters on both teams, right?
No, they're all just randos.
To show early on how one person can destroy it for the entire team and how they would feel about it naturally, and then the others get pretty close, and just how stressful that experience is, and we get a good understanding of exactly how all the games work.
Yes, all of them.
I'm trying to
Jeggy.
I compliment the writers for choosing to do this. I think this is a good idea.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree. And so we see that team 2 is doing spinning top now. And the guy's struggling to like wrap the string around that he needs to do it, but he does it and then he throws it and it doesn't work, and they're so desperate to get it that they all like tumble over as they scramble over to get it. Like they're losing their composure, they're not coordinated. Meanwhile, team 1 fails again, and the music at this point is stopped. There is no uplifting music. He's there zoned out, pissing himself, while all of the rest of the team are crying about how he's killed them.
Oh, dude, it's really starting to sink in because what can you, even if with a minute left, what are you going to do? There's no way.
Succeed,
yeah.
You're out of time. And
it's over.
Look at him. He's just, he is ruined, basically. But they still, get organized and go and pick it up again. And it's also noted with the spinning top as they're getting at that messing up there will also eat up a lot of time. And remember, that's going to be in-hose. He's going to have to do that one.
You got to appreciate the shot, right? Because it's like, he says it very much as, oh yeah, take even longer if you mess that up. So, it obviously was kind of worrying to him to say that. But now it's like, it should be even more worrying to you if you mess it up. And his reaction of... Like, like,
Yeah,
Damn.
it's a bit of a shit. There's going to be a lot riding on me. And so Team 2, they reset on spinning top, and they win. And Team 1 finally wins Flying Stone. And the guy's like crying. He's like, "Yeah, I did it.
I
didn't
did
step
it,
over
I
the
did it."
line." Meanwhile, the team is just
Aw.
like, "You fucking idiot. You've ruined everything."
Yeah.
So Team 2, they've still got the resolve to continue, and they're moving forward. And Team 1, they're shattered, but he's like, "All right, come on, let's get moving." And then time runs out, and they get shot, and that's it. They both lost. And
Yep.
there's very much this tone of, fuck, this is a really hard one. Like
Yep,
that's
you
very much the
have-
impression you get at this point
Yep.
is, shit, that's hard.
You have not
That's
much
actually
time
difficult.
to do some complicated little mini games. Well,
No, yeah,
varying degrees of complicated mini games. Throwing the
think-
stone, easy, right? Do the little dice thing. Oh shit!
I think all of them on paper seem very doable, but then you watch like real people in a very stressful environment, all tied together, trying to pull off any given one. And I think the audience, as well as all the audience there, technically speaking, are like, no one's winning this. Nobody. Like,
Yeah.
this is fucked.
This-
Well, yeah, I think what you see is because Team 1 failed pretty spectacularly, but Team 2 like made what feel like an acceptable number of mistakes. They I think she messed up once on the throwing the pebbles one, and he messed up once on the spinning top. Maybe once or twice, and it's like that is enough to make it to where you lose. Like the margin for error is really narrow.
Yeah, they
And-
even make the point of like the when they walk backwards,
Yes.
when they throw it, and everyone's like, okay, we got to go get the stone, and we'll walk backwards into place. The people sitting down go, hey, walk backwards, it's faster. We need to minimize our recovery time.
Yeah, and so that's but at this point it's like that's not really how everybody's feeling. Everybody's horrified, and then one player stands up and he screams at all the players who voted to stay, like, "You look at what you've done. You've
killed
left
us
us in
all."
here and you've killed us all." But Thanos is pretty unfazed. He's doing a little dance. He's oh.
This boy, this meme has got some fucking legs. Jesus Christ.
You gotta show me the meme.
This
now.
meme is doing the pentathlon.
The boogie memes, they're powerful. You can't.
This one's got so much distance in it.
Oh man. Like I was saying, all the players are horrified, but Thanos is doing a little dance. He doesn't care, really. And Namgyu asks for one of the pills, but he's like, "Nah, this is pretty intense." And Namgyu shows that he's got some scars on his arm. So Thanos is like, "Yeah, okay, I'll give you one pill." And Seimi is watching on. And it's just like, this is, man, these guys are stupid, basically. And that's basically, it feels like there's not much to be said about this. The dynamic is like pretty straightforward.
Which is
It's-
kind of a
it's not, like,
disappointing thing,
super
because you
multidimensional.
could do a lot more, I think, with the
Mhm.
chaos element of a druggie, and they kind of don't ever. And then it doesn't really have much by way of a payoff later either in terms of character moments. It's just, well, okay, he's
Like it's
been the chaos
get some
agent in the red
pieces.
light, blue light thing, and naturally
It's
gets
mostly
people killed,
goof.
and that's the most dramatic thing he does.
There's an argument to be made for maybe something in the future, but like I'm inclined to agree. I don't think that they took advantage of this little group here that we're spending some time with. Doesn't get the kind of payoffs you might hope for.
Hmm.
They get some, but
Some.
yeah, not much.
Mm.
And so we see the soldiers, they're clearing the arena. One of the guys is wounded, and so the two soldiers like, hee, good.
Which
But
does
then Noel,
highlight a
Yeah.
bit of an issue that I don't think they could escape. 5 minutes per game, then add that to strapping in time, add that to clean up bodies time, times by how many players did this start with?
about 350.
Yeah,
right?
300 something.
So I know other people have made calculations, but
They
it's
were
like,
here all day.
well, so
Yes, it's gonna take a long time.
Oh, fuck, no wonder that guy was pissing himself. He wasn't even scared. He's just been standing there for 12 hours.
I saw complaints online that this game didn't make any fucking sense for like VIP viewership, but I would imagine this would be one that they would edit for them. They wouldn't show them
Yeah.
the whole thing.
they show them the montage, like they're gonna show us a montage eventually.
Yeah.
Presumably,
Like, get the
honestly,
highlights,
that's
the music and
because
everything.
there are
and
some games
pop
that
music.
from the get, like Tug of War, the setup between the tugs, so to speak, like
Yeah, the
like that's
body
boring.
cleaning,
And it's
yeah.
like, yeah, they probably wouldn't show all of that. They'd be like, and now to speak from our sponsors, like you can,
Raid Shadow Legends.
yeah.
Rage Shadow Legends would absolutely sponsor a Squid Game.
You think they take better help sponsorships?
Oh, they
So
would.
the soldiers put one of the wounded guys in the coffin. Someone's phone rang.
That's
my
all
God.
right. I usually mute.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
And so
Hi.
they
Hey, what's up?
put him.
Hello,
They
Moto.
put him in the coffin, and Noelle's like, "No, open it up. Come on, open it up." And then they open it up, and she just fucking executes the guy inside. And there are a couple soldiers looking at her, and it's like, "Yep," because this plot line is still running. So, I mean,
It's gonna
You
go
know-
to interesting places.
is
good.
it?
Well,
So,
I can appreciate
it
a slow
sure
burn
is.
story that has a good payoff.
Oh man, it's gonna be so good. Any second now,
This is just
It'll-
like the
it'll-
Penguin.
It'll happen.
Next up, we got a team that has players that we recognize. We've got a little bit of time. So Hyunju's team is up next, and she calms Youngmi, saying, you got to believe in yourself. And then Gumja amps herself up. She's like, yeah, I'm great. I survived the Korean War. And they're like, all right, Shaman lady, what's your name? What's your deal? And then she says her name, but we're gonna keep calling her Shaman
She says
lady.
oogly
And
boogly,
she's,
and that's it. Move
she's-
on.
Whoa,
She casts a
you can't
spell.
say that.
panicking, and they get lined up and they're starting on fires, and we cut. That's the end. We don't get to see because it's in episode 5,
Yeah.
which is kind of funny that that's the format. Like, oh, tune in next week. It's like, don't you mean tune in as soon as like 5 seconds?
Yeah,
elapse,
just
and
wait
then
until the
start?
thing
Yeah.
tells me
One
next
big long
episode.
movie, so not that there's no value in that, but like even normal episodic shows would do like little like, hey, you want to see what happens next, don't you? But it just feels a little strange sometimes with this. Of just
I guess some people are like, well, between episodes, time to take a break, or I've watched 4, or you wonder how many people, what percentage of viewers choose like a place like this to be their quitting point for now. I'd be curious. I mean,
It
they
almost
probably have
feels like
stats on that. How many average episodes people will watch of a show at a time before they give up. I mean, I'm sure they do have those stats.
After how many
I guess-
episodes does Netflix do the thing you're still watching? Because that actually never happened to me before.
that's funny.
What do you
No
mean?
one?
Yeah,
Doesn't
they
Netflix do like
send
the
you that
things like,
little
are you
thing.
actually?
Are you still
Yeah,
here?
are you-
Just in case you don't press any buttons for a while. I just want to make sure.
I hate
Yeah, you-
that. Oh yeah, where if you pause it, then the screen gets darker and it shows
That's
the
one of
episode
those
stuff on it.
fucking Jules Pulp Fiction moments, which are like, I didn't ask you a goddamn thing. Like, keep that shit off my screen.
Yeah, screen, if I want you to do something, I will click a goddamn button, and until then, you stay right where you are.
I mean, I feel like there's no point in having thoughts on episode 4 because it's like, well, you might as well find out exactly what happens in
Well,
episode
it's
5.
split in half, isn't it? So you may as well continue, and we'll just keep going as.
And we see that they begin the 6-legged pentathlon. Youngwoo plays Dukji, and she fails in her first 3 attempts. But then Hyunju says, try throwing the folded paper from the other side. And she tries this, and they win. They celebrate for a little bit, and then they calm down, and they progress to the next game. And Young-sik is playing Flying Stone. He misses. The team panics for a moment before calming down. And in a much more coordinated way than any of the teams that we saw before, they walk forward and then walk backward. And then Gumja encourages Young-sik to imagine this stone as the face of the crook who scammed him. And then he howls in rage and he throws the stone.
And he's like, you
And he knocks it
asshole!
over.
Ruined my life.
Already you're starting to, at this point, it's clear that we're going to have a theme, which is failure, identify something that's going to help that person prevail, and then they succeed. You definitely get that tone
Yeah, it's like
already.
the most supportive
it's-
team, and their solutions, they all go through the normal motion of just panicking, and then someone comes in with something, and it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's what they needed.
Yeah, something that they needed. Because the same thing happens with Gumja playing Gongi. She fails early on. She tries again, and then she fails again. And the shaman lady screams, like, what's wrong with you? And Junju just shuts her up, grabs her mouth, makes her stop.
It's quite funny.
And then Young-sik, it is amusing. And then Young-sik says to his mom, think back to when you were playing Gongi as a child during the Korean War. and then she like really focuses in and very methodically completes the game.
When I like,
But she gets
he says that like to remember she did this with bullets, so
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
right.
which would be
Yeah.
harder to do.
I like
yeah.
the recalling. For me, it's he is remembering the things that she told him as like
That's
an
right.
element of the mother-daughter or mother-son dynamic that I really I really like plays into that.
Yeah.
And on the last throw, he says to imagine that the stone is the face of his dad's mistress, and then she howls, "Rotten bitch!" She throws up the stones and catches them. And something that is happening at this point is that the rest of the players are starting to get pretty hyped up. They're getting really invested in the success of this team, attentively watching and starting to get really excited for them to win.
Which I think is a really fascinating addition to the Squid Game's like perspective on the player like reactions to things, right? Because if you're in a game that's more overt, like the glass bridge, for example, everyone is gradually thinking about killing each other to move on or refusing to sacrifice themselves, sort of thing. Tug of War is was overt, like we must kill them to survive, and then finding out post game how many people survive. We get those classics like more people survive, but this game, it's almost like 100% of the players want them to win, and it has to be like at least this one tied to someone's like I guess they're forgetting exactly how the rules work, right? Because if everyone succeeds, the money does not go up. But at the same time,
about that is whether or not they were trying to make a point by having everyone cheer. Because like after this game is over, then you get that group formation again when they're really
so I think
disappointed that so many survived.
I think what's happening here is getting caught up in the moment. This is an incredibly difficult thing to do. You're not losing anything in the moment by them winning. You're just watching a human being struggle to possibly complete a challenge, and I just think it naturally is bringing out in everybody like a need for. This is like watching a TV show or a movie with characters that you want to succeed, but like to be able to get over something like this. And I mean, there's going to be an aspect too of if they can do it, then you can do it, right? Like
Exactly.
there's like a hope to it.
Their success means that you have a chance, so they need them to especially after that first round. Especially after that one, they need some hope and optimism.
But like, I don't know, I kind of like it as a twist on the other games, just being like everyone's kind of unified in this one. Everyone wants everyone to win because they're so caught up in the emotion of the moment. But of course, like I said, post this, they'll start to remember, like, yeah, I kind of wanted you to lose, actually.
Well, it adds to the, like, they got the music playing, they got the montage of people winning, beating victory, sweating, and pulling off the tasks, and I think it adds to that, so that when you do get that snap of people getting shot down with guns, it's just more effective.
Shaman Lady is up next to play Spinning Top. She gets off to a false start because she wraps the string incorrectly. And then she drops the spinning top, and then she tries again. And the rest of the team is getting a bit agitated, and Junju quiets them down so the Shaman Lady can focus. And she keeps doing it, but then she messes up again, and then she concludes that the gods have abandoned her, and it's like, okay.
All right then.
Then she gets slapped, and Junju's like, if you quit, I'll kill you, and that seems to be the motivation she needs.
I really liked that because I felt like it's something I might say in these sorts of. I'd be like, "Yeah, you could give up, but I will kill you before they can kill you." Like as a fucking result, because
as my final final breath.
I'm not gonna have this cost by you not even trying. Like that's you motherfucker, get on with it. It's quite a fun line.
It works. She yields. She tries one more time and succeeds, and all of the players erupt in applause. They are very excited now.
To appreciate how this is written, right? That the mother was like almost threatened, like what's wrong with you, blah, blah, blah. And they realize, like, calm down, that's not what she needs. You talk about her past, how she's able to beat the game, blah, blah, blah. With Shaman Lady, at first, they're like, oh god, what's it? That like, no. But then when she gets to the despair, it's like, no, actually hurt her. Like that's actually what she needs because she's insane, she's losing her mind. Like that's actually the solution for this one.
But you've also got one of the characters who's sort of most outcast toward the beginning and actually sort of consistently worries about being outcast, who takes on that leadership role, is the one who actually reads these useful things into, like, she knows what is the advice to give that will actually get the result, and people look to her and they cheer when she gets it right. She knows when to smack the stupid fucking shaman woman. Like,
I love the zoom too. The like, If you give
It's a
up,
theme
I'll
that's
kill
gonna
you
come
before your gods
through
do.
quite a lot, right? Given, like, if you go back to, is it episode 1 or the episode when you kind of have the argument between Frontman and Master Sol about, are the people just like horses in a race? Are they cogs in this
Yeah.
machine? Or is there more to them than that? And I think that's sort of the theme that goes throughout season 2, which I imagine they'll do something with when we get the rest of season 2, which is that it's these misfit characters who are actually the ones who are prepared to help self-sacrifice, sort of disprove the cog in the machine argument that Frontman has been making. So maybe either he will learn from that, or like the moral lesson will be taken away from that, which is that these people are more than just animals in a race, kind of thing.
Humble.
Something I enjoy is that at this point, the players start like counting for them to keep them in time. They start chanting, like 1, 2, 1, 2. Like they're getting very involved in trying to help them succeed.
Well, it feels
And,
like the latest additions to joining in this sort of like atmosphere is Frontman comes in like as one of the last to get into it, and Gi-hun is still not quite there. And I assume it's partly due to the fact it's like, well, no, this is horrifying. All of this, it's like, yeah, but they can win.
But still,
like they can do it.
Exactly. They could still win. They just got to complete the last game, Jeggy, which is it's like a little ball. You gotta kick it 5 times. And so Junju asks her team and all of the players to look away before making the attempt. And the team counts the kicks. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, and lands the 5th one. And everybody just roars with applause as they scramble to the finish line. And both teams make it across just in time, and everybody is thrilled.
I like
And
the
it's very
editing
much
choice of having them count the kicks with the team numbers.
Yes, with the
Cool.
running pass, so you don't see, and it's like, yeah, look at him go. It really is like a roller coaster of emotions, going from the last time around, we're like, oh my god, this is impossible, to like being there alongside all of the players cheering as they get across the finish line.
Gi-hun's getting into it. Hardcore.
Yeah, Gi-hun is getting into it, and even he's excited. They make it across, and everybody's happy. And then we get the montage. we get the montage.
I mean, it can't be
for
understated.
how it
Frontman and
goes.
Gi-hun, right? It's like they're at a fucking concert. They're so
Yeah.
over the top happy about this. Everyone is. And I think, yeah, it's just it's that aspect of watching them do that all the way through, how close they came to dying, all the things they have to overcome. It's just like, yay, my fellow human did a thing. It's almost
And then
wholesome.
we see,
More people alive.
we get the montage, which shows various results. Though something that you notice is when they have the big aerial shots that show the whole playing arena, there's more blood. Like with more time, there's more blood. So you're seeing like, well, we're seeing a lot of teams succeed, but not everybody's making it, obviously, because even though now it's been shown that it's possible, it is still quite difficult.
Well, yeah,
So you see various teams succeeding and failing on this one.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Do they split it with all the successes, then all the failures?
Yeah, they start with they show the successes of like named characters that they've already introduced.
Like Thanos'
Thanos'
team. They seem to get through pretty casually. like they don't even.
They do get through. Yeah, it's he's not stressed out. Thanos is he's.
And that's how to live life right there. Just go through.
So yeah, you see a lot of teams fail, but then you also see that some teams fail. Sorry, you see a lot of teams succeed and some teams fail.
Yeah.
And it's kind of got a generally uplifting tone until you see that there are people who fucked it up, and it's like, oh shit, damn.
Well, like I said, they cheat a little because the amount of time passing here, we're talking hours. This would be a lot.
Yeah.
But of course,
this would take a long time.
You want to see that show because that would be boring.
Well, no, because we want to see specifically our named characters, which that's what it leads us to. Gi-hun's team is last to compete with one other team. And Jungbei kind of remarks it's a little sad that they don't have an audience to cheer them on, which is like, I suppose it might be a little bit sad.
But they cheer each other on, so that's nice.
That's right. They look over to the other team, and it's like, good luck. Let's go.
Yay.
I think this is interesting, too, as an aspect of, as an audience member, Gi-hun's not dying. So what's going to be the drama here? How do we make this super, super duper interesting? What can we do? And yeah, there's a couple of options on the table, and it's a real cool thing that they choose to do, I think.
It is a cool one, because they lock arms, and Inho says that he believes in the team, the starting gun fires, and they begin working their way forward, and you've got very, uplifting, motivational music playing.
Yeah.
And you see in one shot that they complete the first 2 games basically in their first try, which though apparently I was watching behind the scenes thing, and Junhee, who did the Dakji, apparently the actress messed it up, but like they just went forward with it anyway.
Well, so
I don't
okay,
know if they used like visual effects to flip it over correctly.
they must have. I think if you stare at it, it looks a bit wonky. The thing that she hits. But I was gonna say, I love this idea, and if I were part of this creative team, I'd be like, all right, everybody, can we do it all in one? And the answer is probably maybe yes, and how grueling that would be. But is it as effective storytelling wise to do it all in one, or should we have the camera cut the moment a failure happens? And it's like, oh, I could see that too. That could be really, really good. So what would we need to do? And it's like, well, we're going to need you to nail the first one, which can be done entirely with CG. That's easy. It's one little square on the floor. You don't even have... The thing is, she could nail it regularly, but it's fine. What I'm saying is that's fine to do in CG. You throw the real one down, we'll CG one on the floor, and we'll flip it. Easy. Second one, you don't need to do that either. We can CG that. Just the brick is going to be pretty simple. And then the third one's like, can't CG that. You're going to have to do that.
One's a bit harder.
And so really that's where all the pressure comes. And so when I was watching, I was like, oh yes, I'm loving this one. This is so immersive. And then it cuts when we get to that game. And I was like, oh yeah. Because I know that's how it would have gone. It's like, we can't do a Wada with this one. And it's like, you can if you get someone who really knows how to do this game. Then it's like, well, it's got to be that actor.
Well,
that's
the
what they
thing
used to do back in the day. If you wanted to do stuff like this, back in the day, you had to either have cuts or you just had to do it. You had to put in the time.
What I'm figuring here is I think it's worth it to keep trying, because the first 2 are pretty easy to replicate. It's annoying. I'm not going to deny that. But if it all comes down to that guy doing that thing to get him to train for a week or so, just really work on it. And then he's all the pressure, to be fair, I'm sorry, but all the pressure's on him to get that right. And then continue the shot.
If you want to...
And then do the spinning top, and then I think it's worth cutting deliberately when it fails. That would be like, I think that would be particularly effective. Though I really like the one for what it was anyway.
At that point, yeah.
Yes, I do.
You can change the order of the mini games if you need to. Yeah, I mean,
I like the order as it is. I think.
Like I said, but the only sacrifice you have to make is him mainly. He has to work on this, and it's like no, he was just really bad at it. We're like, really?
Well, apparently the shot that you've seen from overhead of him doing it, the actor said that was like someone else.
I figured that was someone else. Like,
I had a feeling.
He did practice. All of them said that they did practice, but that obviously the results were a little bit inconsistent.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. If they told me like get good at it, you have a week's time, and that whole shot relies on you nailing it, I would feel pretty fucking awful, because I'd be like, guys, it's like the real thing. Like, I can't lose this. It's social pressure.
Yeah, they're not acting being nervous. They just are really nervous.
Yeah.
Well, it even looks like, by the way, if you watch it,
you don't have to pay them.
They keep the camera on him for a certain amount of time, and then it like cuts off. And I wondered if maybe they kept it on for as long as he didn't fail it.
Yeah, maybe. Because it's just so efficient. But that's the running theme of this. They won every single game on the first try. They're doing really well, and they even remark as they go.
His first try with that is fucking impressive. They obviously got a professional or something, because they're like, like super fast.
It looked so cool. It looked really cool.
Because for the other 2, it was more like within the bounds of normalcy. This one's like, ooh, you're quite good. Which,
and all the team look at him like, holy fuck, dude. Even frontman's like, shit.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they're thrilled, and they're like, yeah, we got plenty of time. And the uplifting music's still playing. And so now they're at spinning top, which Inho is going to play. He preps it, and he throws it, then it falls down, and the uplifting music just grinds to a halt.
The record scratch was a little bit over the top, but you know.
I don't mind it because it's with a spinning top as well. It feels like you can kind of tie it in with it falling over. Almost feels reminiscent of, like the
spinning
vinyl,
stops.
like that it's. Yeah, like I don't
think there was really a record scratch. Was there actually one? I don't think there was. I was just making a little joke.
No, not a record scratch, but
I think the pop music
slowing
stops.
down, winding down, like that sort of sound. It feels like it matches with what is a much more conventional choice for doing something like this. Feels like it actually suits the visual a lot more than it typically would.
So
they played the CinemaSins ding, and it was really distracting. So
when that wheel failed, I was like, "Oh, boss. You're gonna
Here
make
we
it.
go.
Like immediately, I was like, the guy who's beaten the games before, the guy who has watched the games more than probably anybody, maybe in this whole organization, knows them inside out, is tricking everyone here, is super cool, super talented, knows exactly what he's doing, manipulate everybody. He's gonna be the one that can't fucking complete his puzzle. Like that's gonna be great as like an aspect here, just to see what it does to him.
And you see that they're like, "Oh shit! All right, okay, let's fix that." And
Yeah, I do like that everybody just stops and look at him because they were doing so well. They were it kind of felt like they were expecting, "Oh, he's gonna nail this." Obviously, we're doing so well, and they're like, "Oh shit, he didn't." Anyway, we get three
it's
more
fine,
minutes.
it's fine,
like,
it's
no
fine.
worries.
Well,
Because they had systems in place for this, you know.
Yeah,
it's fun as well because Junbei is like, "Oh, well, look, I mean, it would have been kind of boring if we won on every single attempt, right? Like, we got to grow. This, failure from failure is growth." And so they pick it up, and he tries again, but this time he throws it backwards.
Oh.
It's really far
it's such
away.
almost back to the station before. It's like, oh boy,
It's such a great moment because even the whole team are like, "We are ahead," but
How did you
that,
do that?
like that's remarkably fucked, and like that's gonna cost us
Yeah.
enough time that we can start actually being very
Well,
worried now.
You see that Gi-hun panics a little bit. He's like, "Oh fuck!" And then he calms down. It's like, "Okay, let's
Yeah.
walk backwards." And you just have to sit there and watch as they walk backwards with no music, just walking backwards to go get it, pick it up, and then walk forward again. But he's getting frustrated. He's getting a little frustrated, and Gi-hun's like, "All right, calm down." And then he sort of rushes as he's trying to set it back up, and he messes up the throw again. And Gi-hun reaches down, and Inho, he starts freaking the fuck out. He gets really mad, really, really mad, and he starts slapping himself like in the face just over and over and over
this
again.
was-
Yeah, like yells. He
for
even
me-
puts the string down too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
just,
throws it down.
presses down.
This was the point for me. It's like, because I was still thinking, like, is he like doing this on purpose for some reason? But when he started reacting like this, I was like, oh shit, no, he's like actually failing.
He's
actually
fucking
really
he's
fucking
mad.
bad. Yeah,
He's really mad.
This is humiliating and terrifying. It's
yeah,
big old combo.
Because it's something that will sort of become clearer later on, but it looks like he is at risk to some extent. Maybe, but in any case, he's fucking pissed, and everybody's watching on like very shocked by him slapping himself. And I suppose it's worth noting that Junbei in particular kind of keeps his eye on him a little bit. Like he's like notably perturbed by this freak out. But Gi-hun stops him, tells him to take a deep breath, and then urges Inho to think back to when he played the game as a kid, and he prepares the spinning top, and this time he throws it successfully, and the music kicks back in.
Kicks back
up.
It's
I really like that.
Yeah.
That to calm him down and think of playing it like in a time that's not this, in an
Yeah,
environment,
don't
and an atmosphere
think
that's
about
not
it in the
this.
scope of this game. Think about it when it was more innocent and fun. And so that leads them to the final one, Jeggy.
He's also,
And
just for the record, exceptionally happy when it works. Because apparently there was some discussion for different people that this was all deliberate. I don't think so. I think this was all genuine. And another reason why I would say it's probably not deliberate is that I don't think, if he was player 5, maybe, but he can't do this and then be like, well, as long as Gi-hun gets it on the first try, like it's like I doubt it.
Well, and as we see, when Gi-hun does it, he nearly screws it up. On the fourth kick, he kicks it incorrectly and it flies away from him. And Inho moves his right foot forward, which brings Gi-hun's left foot forward with him, and it lands on his foot. And they pass, and they make it across the finish line just in time, and they cheer and they're so happy. Yeah,
that's the game I'd want to do, is this last one. Because I played a shit ton of hacky sack back in the day. I was really good at it. I would destroy this game. I'd dominate. I'd make so many
Let's,
all right, if you say so.
We'll have to. We got to play this. All right. Unfortunately, we got 6 people, so one of us have to step out. But I'm
get across.
All right.
No. Wait, Frig. I'm saying like, what would the game? Because if Rags has quote unquote hacky sack, what would? Because
well, I couldn't play the one with throwing up the pebbles.
I don't know the order. Yeah, same.
I don't know the rules, so I couldn't do that.
I did own a fuck ton of Beyblades back in the day. I could do the spinning top one. I mean, it's harder, but I reckon it's the same.
I think I would
Beyblades
opt for the
pretty
throwing
easy,
stone one, honestly. I feel like I could nail that, even though I literally said earlier that I'd probably panic myself into fucking it up, but I think I could do it.
Maybe I'll
As
do
long
the
as you can
duck G.
tell me, as long as you can tell me what dice like order to do, then I could do it.
I mean, I could pull it out off of training. If you just put it in front of me right now, it's like, no, not happening.
Well, there you go. Close enough.
So because we can't do this, we're just all gonna die.
Yeah,
Like, we're all
that's
basically
it.
it.
Well, that's what happened to the other team because they won and they were happy, but the other team lost. They got shot.
Yeah, it's the cuts. Just like, yeah, we did
Yeah,
it.
the
And you just
bittersweet.
see them getting shot down in the back. It's
Yeah.
like, oh,
The
yeah,
reality of, like,
reality.
so much for seeing you on the afterwards. Yay.
Mhm.
No, that's not going to happen this time.
I still, as well, like
And then we
the general sort of value of Squid Game's aesthetic, that you have this incredibly blood-spilled environment where everyone's getting shot to pieces, but you have this cutesy voiceover saying "Sambo" to be like, "You did it," and then all these pastel colors in the background, this fun playground environment. You know, like they did it in season 1, but it's like Squid Game's thing of just the horror of this juxtaposition.
So even the soldiers kind of look funny doing
Yeah,
the circle,
they're
forming the shapes with their body. It's kind of like it feels kind of wholesome almost seeing them do that. It's like, wait, like it's a horrible place.
Yeah.
Which is, it's a fun juxtaposition of having that really uplifting positive music, like, yeah, we succeeded, just cut off by the harsh reality of what's actually happening here. And that's the end of this game, which is one of my favorites across both seasons.
I agree.
really
I
like
really
this
like
one.
this one. I love the
It's re-
team dynamic. I love the time limit. It's reasonable, but still quite well. It's tense and it's close. I like the divvying up of skills. I like how you have an audience to be able to learn from the people who go ahead of you, but not to where it gives you a super unfair advantage. The first team still, have a fair shot. It's a good variety of mini games. None of them are complicated, so you can understand them. I think it's a really great Squid game.
It's also a good way of forming like particular bonds, which subsequent games will test, right? Like you
Yes.
actually know these people, you make friends with some of these people, but you're not always going to be on the same team as those people. So when it does come
Yeah.
to having to choose, then this game serves as important setup.
Setting up the idea that choosing a team means or implies that you will be cooperating is a good setup for later, where choosing a team does not mean you will necessarily be cooperating.
It's always the fun
Tragic.
dynamics
Yeah.
that are created as a result, which season 1 played with as well in a really good way. But
I guess
I think
Yeah.
Rags, you mentioned it before we'd even started talking about this, or someone did, but the notion that this seems possibly, and I'd say definitely, when knowing this season, overcompensation in a good way to bring in more games within a game because we're not going to have as many games this season. So
That's a
it's
good
like-
point. I think it was me who said it, yeah.
I think that aspect is true, but it works, and that's actually a place I would expect Squid Game to evolve in a positive way. That maybe there's more complications or different rules that create different dynamics, different experiences. Right, that's what we need to develop into. Because I think the easy worst version of that is they simply add more games. It's like and that's like a promotional thing. It's like we've got way more games this season. It's like, well, we need to make sure we care about the
We
people, and then the
expected
games
that
themselves.
also.
Please make them interesting, because whether or not people die is in and of itself almost like free real estate for engagement from an audience, because that's already like, whoa,
Pretty
people
much.
are dying. But if you make it like all the character dynamics that come in is like a multiplier, you got to get them underway, which again is why I think that this season is somewhat like it has to work a little harder, because we're in episode 5 for game 2.
wrong game 2.
And so
Compared to episode 3 for game 2.
Yes, which means like if in season 1 we're still struggling to understand a lot of people outside of maybe a handful, it's like, well, that's okay because it's episode 3. Here it's like less acceptable because we're running out of episodes as opposed to running toward many. And so like the game itself, I think, makes up for that, for the fact that we don't know many of these people. The dynamic of the game and then the smaller interactions we've still learned are quite benefited by it. Like,
Yeah,
I
being
do
able to
think it was a
learn
very
them
good
in the
choice of game and
yeah.
well executed. Except for like the little bit of time cheating. It probably needs a bit of
Yes.
tweaking.
I guess a way that I would sort of because I think this game was helping me realize what it is that like makes a game particularly interesting to me. Because I would say the best, even accounting for the one that will be coming later, the third game, the best one is the Marbles. That was the best game.
I don't think it can be beaten,
the
not even
episode.
because of the game that it is, but because of what happened as a result of it. Like that. Which I assume is
Yes,
what we're kind of talking about, not just the game, but how it was utilized in the story.
pretty much. So I think something like red light, green light feels like a good one to start on because it's the start, like startling the players and then being like, well, you got to stay still though, and also you got to make it across in time. Is like that works really well as a starting game. But then when you think about the honeycomb, it's like, well, basically, like, the really interesting part of that is kind of the choice of shape before you know what the game is. And once the game starts, it's like the time pressure of getting it done and the reactions of the players when they mess it up and they realize that they're fucked.
There was some creative
Like,
solutions
there's that, but
that happened.
yeah, and there's but that in terms of the kind of reactions that it gets, it's not super varied.
No.
It's basically, yep, you did it, or no, you didn't, and
Well, and
you're dead. And Tug of War is kind of the same thing where it's like basically you only get like 10, 15 seconds really of the super intense, like, oh shit, kind of like moments. It doesn't provide really as many opportunities for, like, for example, when Sung-woo was playing marbles with Ali and he was losing and then he freaks out and starts accusing him of cheating, screaming in his face. It's like those are the kind of reactions that you want to see. Or like Gi-hun starting to freak out because the time is running down because Oldman is roaming around the place, or Doc-soo playing against that other guy, like starting to get really concerned because he's losing, only to win that clutch victory and like howl at his success. It's like the game's facilitating really interesting reactions is what makes them worthwhile. And I think that this one is particularly effective because of the team dynamic. You're all tethered together, but there is a single point of failure that can fuck everything up. And you'll get different reactions from players, whether it's like they start getting angry, or they sort of zone out, or they just get like generally nervous, and then that has an impact on how they perform on their game. It just has more variables.
Also,
That I
would argue back in when you first watched Squid Game with as little, like way less understanding of everything about the show, and you're kind of attached by the hip to Gi-hun and his experiences, like just that second game is very focused on him. We get shots of everyone else, but they're mostly just getting through while he's supposed to be like we're with him, like the stress of the umbrella, the nature of like the time ticking down. It's all a very solo feeling experience, that one, and him getting through is such a relief. And then we see the death stuff, but this second game is like almost the opposite. It's entirely a group experience where we're getting like everybody dealing with each other and stuff, which, like I said, it's interesting to watch. Because, you know, we've already had several criticisms of this season, but this is a challenge for the writers, right? We've got to crank up how much you can be invested in any given group without having the work sufficiently done to have several group characters. We've got enough. They created 2 full teams of people we care about, or at least, you know, to varying degrees. You might not care about anybody in that team in the previous episode necessarily, but it was still people we recognize. They've said things, they've done things before. And so now we're up to 10. And and it'll be like, as was mentioned before, if we take this into another game that's similar or different in the sense that the stakes switch and play around such that different groups have to form, that's a real great... Like, what I guess I'm saying is that Game 2 is going to help Game 3.
Yes. I guess this is reminding me, like, the reason why I like the Glass game, even for all of its problems, is that you get the players are forced to interact with each other in ways that can yield very interesting results. Obviously, there are problems with it, but, like, you know, you get the individual reactions, like the maths teacher who figures out that his odds of making it across are basically impossible.
Yeah.
And then Chuckle steals himself and, like, runs across 3 before falling through. Or, you know, Doc Seuss is a little bit more boring, but it's still, like, an interesting one of him going, like, dude, I ain't moving. Fuck that. Like, because the odds are so bad. And then a situation where the players are actually stalled. There's, like, not a traffic jam, but somebody deliberately preventing them from moving forward, which means something's got to give. Or the idea of a player concealing information about how to get across and then using it right at the end. And then, of course, just that there is an incentive for the players to actually, like, deliberately kill each other, to push each other off. But then you've got the problems of, like, man, every character who got pushed fell on the breakaway glass, really? Every single one?
Well,
Isn't
and
that
that no
really
one tried
unlikely?
to do the obvious cheat that would guarantee
The
you
roll
live.
over? Yeah. To just roll across and then get shot and be like,
Even
no, you
if,
can't do that, sorry.
I don't know. And that, like, what if you maybe the gap was too big. But what if you put like you jumped like a star, if you know what I mean, one leg on both, then just did that. I don't know. Like, would the weight be enough to smash even the weak glass? Probably would. I don't know. It's
Nah, probably not.
I have no idea. I think that they would make it such that it would, quote unquote, right? Because they can do whatever they want, somewhat fantasy-ish. Like, oh no, that glass, that's how weak it is, even though it looks exactly the same. I was going to ask, by the way, because someone just mentioned it in chat. Fringy, were you gone by the time we talked about episode 6 last season?
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah.
Oh. Well, for anybody who didn't know, you loved it.
Yeah, I guess my favorite episode of the season and across both seasons.
Well, I put it to even, not necessarily higher praise, I guess, but what I would say is like it's one of the best episodes of TV. I thought they did excellent. To have that many payoffs crammed into one episode of TV is excellent.
God, it's so good. It's so good.
It feels like a turning point of the show.
Yeah.
Well, and it's just the ultimate test was given to Gi-hun, and he failed.
But that kind of crystallized that he wasn't going to be failing in that way again.
Well, and there's opportunity for stuff like that in this season. Hopefully, we'll reach something. But I think we all knew going in they weren't going to be able to reach the high of season's 1 episode 6 because it's just so unrealistic.
That's rough to follow up.
It's a tough one to.
Yeah, it's a really strong one to follow up too.
You wish they would though. I was just going to mention, on point of their completion and seeing the people die, you get that again. Frontman's just staring at Gi-hun, like watching him react to it, wondering if he's figuring anything different. What does this mean to him?
But that brings us back to the dorms, where there are a few players remarking that too many people made it through. There's too many people getting through, and then the prize money's not going to be so good. And it's like, oh, they're starting to get a bit evil in terms of their
maybe
reaction.
you're cheering for them, gave them too much confidence.
Yeah. And then you kind of have this like sort of awkward group argument with Thanos' group, where they're arguing about because Namgyu, the second in command, basically just keeps treating Mob like he's less than him.
It's almost like the quintessential archetype of "you are small, I will pick on you."
Exactly. But then weirdly, Thanos is like, "Well, you're the same age, so stop treating him like he's less."
Stop that.
It's like, dude, Thanos, your heart's a pin down. You're like a wacky,
that's the thing. If
guy, but you're also kind of looking out for the little guy.
If the writer came in and said that was the idea, that we basically had just a roulette wheel of choices Thanos could make, and we spin it every time, I should be like, to what end? Like, what? Like, okay, then, yeah.
He's just chaotic. He's just, that's all he is. He's chaotic because you don't know what he's going to do.
All right.
But except the only thing he will consistently do is harass that guy for the crypto thing.
And take drugs. That's consistent as well.
With any degree of regularity. Why is he called Thanos? Because he got pink hair, purple hair. That's it.
Or does he have purple hair because he's named Thanos?
Because he's Thanos.
Oh my man, the layers. This is a good show.
I'm pretty sure the comic writers took the idea from him back in when they wrote
I knew it.
Yeah.
And they said, look at his fingernails. They're all the colors.
Yes.
So how do we adopt this into our comics to match the Squid
Game gauntlet
character? And I think they
with
did.
stones. That's genius. That's how they did it. That was 1-to-1.
Right.
And so we see that Gyumya is asking Hyunju like why she wanted everybody to look away when kicking the Yegi, and she hesitates before saying she's not done yet and didn't want people to look at her. And Gyumja like soon realizes what's being said and comments on her appearance while giggling, and Young-sik is like, "Ooh, I'm sorry." And Gi-hun, as this is happening, leads his team back into the dorms, and Gyumja's really happy to see that pregnant lady Junhee made it. And Myungi, crypto guy, is also kind of looking on and happy that she made it through as well. Again, Gyumja's particularly invested in Junhee. That's like something she's really paying attention to her fate and wants to make sure that she's all right. But unfortunately, now we're back to the organ plot line.
Yes, I love organs.
Enough
Show me your organs.
And the soldiers are locking up their gear. They retire to their quarters, and Noelle goes into her room. And 2 other soldiers storm in and pin her to the bed. And the guy on the camera switches it off. He's like, "No, nobody needs to see this." And basically, the soldiers just say, "We're going to mutilate you, like if you interfere with the operation again." And that's the scene.
I don't. So
Okay, moving on.
Kill her or don't. Doing this is
Yeah.
like the worst fucking idea ever.
Yeah, just like make the very clear ultimatum, which should have been the last scene with her talking to Black Mask Man. Is just like, if you do this again, we will just kill you. We'll
Just
get
kill
rid
her.
of you. This is a line you can't cross. You can ruin things. You're becoming a weak point. I know I've known you for 7 years.
Also,
No more chances.
Black Mask Man should just fire her. He's probably got that power, right? Why wouldn't he? Just
I mean,
make up a reason.
I don't see. Yeah, like I don't know why. Like, if it's so intolerable that she's here, that he will even like allow these guys to threaten her. I mean, why? Yeah, why not just get rid of her? Why not just be like, "You're right, go home."
Told you once, and you still did it.
Because this, to me, I was just like, so she's just gonna kill you guys at some point. That's
Well,
probably gonna happen.
yeah, at some point there'll be a fight and she'll take him out. Is the assumption, because she does fight back here, but doesn't work this time.
But,
I mean,
yeah.
there's nothing to be said about it. Like, it feels
No.
like
Well, and just like, what do you think of these
I-
characters? You're like, who are they? I don't know.
I don't know.
they're just wacky
She-
evil guys.
Cancer Girl.
Like,
That's kind of all I
that's it.
know.
I think the only thing that can be said is that the majority of what they're going to be doing with this character must be in season 3. It
Must
must
be.
be, because they've already given her sufficient motivation. Like she's got enough that she can be a character. You know, I mean, she was a prominent POV character in episode 2.
It's
She got a
good
lot
setup.
of time, and it's a good setup. I agree. And so the conclusion is, I guess we just have to wait for that to manifest, because it doesn't really over the next 3 episodes. There's kind of not enough time to dedicate to this plot line, and also you may have recalled we haven't talked about Detective Man for a while. We don't have to talk about him yet, but it feels like it's worth noting. Detective Man, we last talked about him like an hour and a half ago.
That is a not
Well, we don't need to start now.
unsubstantial
How about we
plot
move
line
on?
in this show's runtime.
But
Certainly feels
you know,
like it. At
Nobody
least.
wants more detective.
but we don't have
Man.
to. No, we don't have to
Mm-mm.
deal with that, because we get to go back to main storyline of interest. So Inho's sitting down with the team and he apologizes for losing his temper. And then the team gleefully recounts their successes during the game. You know, like, oh yeah, you did such a good job, did it in one go, it's great. And then Daeho explains, and sort of commenting on like his success in the, I keep forgetting the game of throwing up the pebbles. He mentions that it was his father's idea to send him into the Marines to make him more of a man. And Jungbei, he's like, yeah, your dad must have been a great man. And Daeho's like, and he, like, stares at the ground.
Mhm.
And Jungbei wants to ask another question, and he sort of leaps up abruptly and is like, hey, why don't we learn each other's names? So already it's like, yeah, okay, so it's pretty straightforward. There's clearly some unresolved family issue there that he really doesn't want to talk about. It's just seed that's been planted that
It
will
has, and he
bear
seems
fruit at some point.
defensive about always being implied. Like any skill that's drawn from that game is, as was mentioned, associated more so for a woman's thing, and so he has to provide an excuse every time. Like, no, it makes sense because like I had loads of sisters. Oh, it made sense because I was playing it a lot because of that. You know, it has nothing to do with anything else. I'm not a weakling. I'm not. This is not something that you should associate
It's
with
like me in Barbie movies. I got
Exactly.
an excuse.
But then, yeah, he wants them all to share their names, and Inho says his name is Oh Young Il. So he's a weaselly little liar. He's not going to share his name. We're going to keep calling him Inho though, because it'd be, you know, this
Yeah.
is who he is. And
Weaselly
and
little
then
liar.
and it's like, all right, Gi-hun. I mean, we know your name, but what's your name? And he says it, and Inho kind of awkwardly jokes that Gi-hun's last name literally means last name, which I guess it does. Which is kind of amusing, I suppose. It's a little bit awkward though. Nobody's really in on the joke. He's kind of chuckling to himself, but everybody else is kind of just like, okay, yeah, all right.
Oh,
And then,
oh my God! It's John Name.
like,
Yeah,
John
John
Last
does he
name.
say, because I can't remember the exact dialogue, does he say Young Il sounds like O1 or Young Il means O1?
I'm not actually sure
I think it
which way it
sounds
goes,
like-
one way or the other. Yeah.
I will find out for you gradually.
Well, because it's mentioned, but like I wasn't sure if he meant that it literally meant that, or if it just sounded
They say
similar.
sounds like.
your name.
It says your name is your number. They said sounds like. But the thing is,
Okay.
we have to mention this every once in a while because other people say it. Can't 100% trust the subtitles. As all I know.
No. Well, as we saw
No.
within season 1, the subtitles for the VIPs was not the same as what they said plenty of the time. It was like
Fucking
sometimes it was
VIPs are
just
so
kind of almost
weird, dude.
paraphrase.
They felt like
They were
cursed
weird.
Americans, you know, like forbidden Americans.
I don't know what it
Yeah,
was.
I'm glad we haven't seen more of them yet. They are just very
No,
weird.
Didn't they have to
VIPs
address
this
it? Like the
season.
actors were like, "No, we did everything the way that they wanted. It was fine. Stop complaining. It was normal." And it's like it wasn't normal.
It was not
It
normal.
really is weird, isn't it? It's like sentences run through. It's like running it through a translator and then running it back. Like
Well,
it's
it's,
how it felt like them talking.
I think it's one of the greatest moments of, oh, this is what the rest of the world feels like when people portray. It's like, because
they're
holy
like,
shit.
Yeah, it's written by non-Americans. It's like, so then the soldiers, they come into the dorms and reveal that there are 255 players remaining, which is again a lot more than after the second game first time around. I think then it was closer to like 100, like 110. Because I ended up with 80 for Tug of War, and then dividing it to 40. So there's a lot more players this time. And then if they vote to leave, they'll leave with about 80 million won, which is about 3 times more than what they got. And a few of the players are like, nah, recount the dead. There's got to be more players to eliminate.
We need more dead people.
We need more money. And and it's like a few of the players are even rumbling like that's not enough money. We survived the game and that's all I get. And the soldier announces a second vote. They're going to be doing the second vote.
Yes.
And before this vote happens, we get a few sort of important conversations. So Gyumya invites the team over to dinner at her house and they can leave. Hyunju does agree, but is silently staring at the money for a while. And even her son is kind of like a little bit distracted. He's kind of paying attention to the money as well. And then we see that Jungbei is staring at the money for a while, and Gi-hun notices this. And he looks over to Inho, who then says, "No, don't worry, I'm going to vote to end the games."
Mhm.
Daeho also agrees to switch his vote. And then Gi-hun tells him, support me in this vote, and I'll help you guys when we get out. And they do a little huddle, but Jungbei's still looking at that money. He is still looking at that money. He is very much looking at it. Which, of course, at this point, you'd be thinking, ooh, are you gonna make an important decision here? I mean, again, it's just standard. It's storytelling, right? The expectation at this point is a few people who voted to leave, I think, are going to change their minds now. They're going to be starting to think
Yes.
about that money.
But then, of course, the more surprising thing, it's more than reasonable to assume that a bunch of circles would turn to crosses, but will any crosses turn to circles?
Will we see? Because it was mentioned in the last episode, I think Platoon mentioned it, the sort of thought of like, well, wait, these votes, how long are they going to take? And from this point on, I would agree that they are inefficient in terms of their use of time compared. The first one is essential. These ones take up a lot of time, but don't relay as much information as that time allows.
This is the same exact scene, but with a different character telling, "We should stop this." It's like it's the same scene.
Well, and they didn't give enough information last time, and I don't think they give enough information this time in terms of strong arguments. But what I wanted to bring up, though, is we already know Season 1's detective plotline was infused to add time to allow it to be series-level long, which means, especially considering what happens, that's probably the justification for detective plotline in Season 2, if not also the organ plotline. To know that, and then know that this scene is quite padded, as are the subsequent any vote scenes. It's just like, Jesus Christ, guys! Like you had so much. We could be spending this time so much more wisely. Because I will say, in terms of stacking it, I way prefer watching this than the organs and that than the detective.
Organs.
However, it's like to know that this is probably a result of them being like, we need to fill time here. We can't be going too fast. Like, what do you mean?
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
You got other things you could do.
There are other things you can do, but instead it's that's not it. It's just it's the vote. Basically, the vote is going to play out, and Inho is going to vote first, and he votes to leave. And as it continues, the margin remains really slim, and there are a few noteworthy changes. Yongsik votes to stay, which stuns his mother. can't even look at her as he's walking away, and you're like, oh, that's some juicy drama.
Mm-hmm.
Because she specifically urged him again, like, don't do anything stupid, you know?
Oh, and also
we'll put our money together.
Don't get
It'll
the
be
wrong
good.
idea. We don't want all of this cut. There's loads of things in here that's good.
No.
It's just that
Yeah, it's a great
It needs
idea to
shaving.
have the process between the
Well,
games of the voting.
Like the important part is seeing who changes their mind. That's like the interesting part is who feels compelled to actually go for more money after the second game, right?
well, yeah, a good example would be Shaman lady humming and hawing and spellcasting over, and then someone being like, "Just make a decision," and she's like, "Shut your mouth! I will make the
Boogly
decision."
boogly.
It's like, did we need any of that?
No.
Yeah, like, I don't know. It's just like, ooh, see, is it interesting that the shaman lady votes to stay in? What does she know? It's like, yeah, but do you understand that I don't believe, like, do you understand that I don't value her input? Like,
She's not a character.
like, I don't care what she thinks. But then we
there are other
see
characters whose decisions actually do mean something more. So, like,
Yes,
you know, the
sure.
son voting to stay, knowing that it puts the mother at risk, is an interesting decision, and you can do a lot with that because the show's already given you plenty to invest in where those characters are concerned. But, like, yeah, there is nothing with Shaman Lady that makes you think, "Oh, I wonder how that corresponds to whatever the fuck her real world motive is."
Yeah. Cast a
which-
spell.
Do it,
yeah,
you
it's just
coward.
compared to
Lightning bolt,
you know
lightning
that
bolt.
Yeah, also she's just basically back to normal
Magic
after
missile,
she had
magic
her
missile.
she, she's basically just back to normal after freaking out in the other game. She's just doing the same thing, so nothing really happened to her. So I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with her character right now.
she's just crazy goober lady.
Yeah, I don't like her.
There is no rationale that is going to. I can't point compared to a character being like, well, I want the money, even though I know that it jeopardizes this other person, but things will be all right. Because of course you have conversations afterward where they can clarify their decisions. And so we see as well that Hyunju votes to stay, which upsets Youngmi, and that under pressure from Thanos, Minsu, who's mob, he votes to stay. And then Gi-hun is frustrated by how things going, and he's going to step forward to speak. And Inho shouts at everybody, and he's like, "Why are you staying after what you saw? You got to survive above all else." And then Jungdae points out, you know, most of the players need a lot more than 80 million won to pay off their debts. He needs 10 billion. So
Yeah.
like he is particularly interested in continuing.
You might even
then
say,
he know-
Fringy, the decision right now is to temporarily live a little longer as a guarantee, or to gamble dying immediately, but also not dying at all. Kind of like maybe if someone offered you, I don't know, a lottery ticket versus a roll. or
Yeah,
something.
like a bread roll. Something that I find interesting is I presume that Zhongdae is just outright lying about because he says like, oh well, you know, if we play one more game, the prize will be at least 3 times more. Now that's probably true, but it's more so that like, well, yeah, but you're not going to stop if it's that, right? Because you got 10
I
billion.
don't think so,
Like, you're
yeah.
you're going to see it through to the end.
I
But
think-
obviously, you need to rally the players with like, yeah, one more game. We just need to do one more, like appeal to the gambling instinct, right? Of like, yeah, one more. We just got to do
Probably in a
one more,
room
and it'll
full of
be cool.
gamblers.
Well, it's too
Yeah,
familiar to
like-
everybody, right? One more every time. One more.
Exactly. It's I guess all I'm getting at is like he's hyping up, you know, oh, 240 million, that's pretty cool, but like he's after the total prize money. Like he's
Yeah,
in
no,
it to
you're
the
right.
end.
He's gonna move them all to the next through the next obstacle, but he's not gonna tell him what he wants ultimately, because that would be a bad strategy.
But after this, he's like, yeah, it's gonna triple. And Youngmi, she breaks down, she starts crying, and she begs for the players to vote to end the games because she can't like take it in here anymore. And then Inho jumps in to remind the players, you know, if you die, your families are going to be doomed anyway. Like you're trying to get the money for them, but I mean, you know, you're just going to disappear, and then what? So you shouldn't follow through on this. But then another player, this is where it gets a little bit more annoying because another player's like, the games haven't been that difficult, so let's play one more game. It's like, no. But I mean, first of all,
Tell him
they're
about
kind
Tug of War, goddammit.
tricky, but tell them about the ones where you're just screwed potentially.
Yeah.
Tell them about the one where if you pick one, you're at the front of the line.
We
and
talked
you have to
about
jump
this
roughly
in the prior
battle.
stream, but you can lie to them. You can say there's a game where, I think I said this last time, of like, there's this platform that just slowly sinks, and it doesn't stop until 100 players have died, and the water below is acid, and people just agonizingly burn to death. You know, you could just make some horrible thing up and be like, I'm almost certain that one's the next game. It would be funny if the Squid guys got mad, or if someone tried to... But, you know, point being, he's got plenty to work with, but he doesn't even have to tell the truth to move this along. But there's another thing that should be addressed here as well, is that Gi-hun can bribe people if he wants to.
Yeah, he has a
could.
lot of money
Yeah.
currently.
You could. At least to just end the game, and then once
Well, he
they
doesn't
get
even
out,
have to
you're
be
like,
telling
"Nah,
the truth
blood
again.
money, bro.
He
Yeah,
could say,
blood money, bro. I give
Here's
it
the
to you."
truth. I lied. I did spend that money. You know what I spent it on? Investments, and now I've like quadrupled it. And you know what? If you all
Probably
agree
what
to
would
leave
really
right
happen.
now, well, yeah, you could reasonably. I don't think anyone, and you'd be like, I promise to pay all of you, that split evenly. And I feel like that'd be enough to convince at least enough people to fucking leave. And it doesn't matter, does it? Because he could just be like, well, you're not going to find me, so bye. Because you're not going to be able to get me. Whatever his plans are. But yeah, he has to use everything within his power to make this work. That is the character. You should be desperate. So he's got to use, the truth and potentially lies. I don't think he needs lies though. But you can. Why not? And I think the writers kind of chickened out a little bit on that front. They
He should be more active. He should be way more active.
well,
way more vocal.
I have a feeling they didn't do that because it's hard to counter it. It would be hard to write how all these characters go, you know what, I'm not going to listen to anything you have to say, and I'm not going to believe that you would bribe me, and I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to say, let's go. Some people find it hard to believe that they would even have enough people to continue, like even with just how it's working right now. I get it, the reasoning that they use, but if you had Gi-hun using everything in his power to convince them otherwise, that this would not continue.
Mm-hmm. But instead, it's going to.
Yes.
They will start chanting one more game over and over, and the vote is very much in favor of the O's. They win 139 to 116, so the margin got worse.
I did kind of
And,
enjoy the girl doing 1 HP voice and explaining her sob story, and then the guy, like, that was he did the exact same thing back to her. He's like, started up his 1 HP voice, and it was just like, yeah, you can't just do that. Everyone can do that whenever they want.
We all got problems, lady.
And so
Just
we
on
see
the point about it being really
sorry.
difficult to cancel, or like for him to not persuade people to get out of the game, is that partly because there isn't a strong character arguing in favor? Like, could you have mitigated the problems with Master Squid Game not actually making too many arguments if you'd actually had a stronger opposition character? I'm thinking old guy who kind of plays this role, but only in a few select scenes. If you'd made him stronger, more respected, someone who would actually persuade them, and then you can balance that so you could have
What if
convincing arguments being made to leave, but you'd have someone more convincing saying, no, we must stay.
What if he got them through the game? We'd have to maybe change the game such that he ends up getting people who are kind of like following him to the letter of just being like, I'll do anything you say because you know what you're doing. Like he actually
We mentioned
guides
we talked about it a
someone.
little bit earlier with the cookie thing, like the cookie nightmare.
Yeah.
Where if you did set it up to where the second game was a very familiar one and he got everyone's trust on board and then they did the rug pull of a completely different game that takes into account his knowledge, then you could have him, you could play with that. Especially with the voting, as far as the voting is concerned.
I'm a little bit confused with this.
Accidentally making people confident.
You guys don't get it. He wants to end the games permanently, not just this one time, so he needs the people in the game to quit, and he needs to stop the people running the game. What does that contradict anything we've said?
I don't know.
Like, what we've been talking about is all of his best avenues and strategies to do that, and he doesn't use them.
Right.
That's the problem. That's bad. Anyone?
Yeah,
I don't know. I
and
didn't
it's-
catch it.
I guess, I mean, it's the point that the two motives are kind of at cross purposes, because if he gets all the people in the game to quit, he loses his chance to actually stop the people running the game, and it's only by
But he wants them
continuing with the game that... Yeah, but I know he wants them to. I'm just wondering whether the point being made is that those are at cross purposes. Because he wouldn't have the opportunity to go and attack them if everybody had quit, so he maybe isn't... No, that doesn't work.
No, like it's very clear from the get-go he wants them to vote to go out every time, and he's depressed more and more the less they do it, which I get as a point. I enjoy it. I just don't think they wrote it well enough.
Agreed. Though I do enjoy Inho just staring at him as he's looking at the floor,
Yeah, again, that's another aspect that I'm like, yes, I want that too, but you got to work harder for it, because like, it feels to me Frontman is like, yeah, see, yeah, he's starting to understand.
Yeah. And of course, yeah, it's noteworthy that the two we see that Jungbei voted to stay in, which is like, oh fuck, bro, you're like, damn, oh, that's going to be some drama. It's drama, but it's suboptimal
Well, yeah.
in certain ways.
There's an aspect of the vote was pretty clearly in favor anyway, so any one vote doesn't necessarily matter. It's like, yeah, but you voted. That's what you did. You didn't know that.
Exactly.
You made
Yeah,
that
well,
vote. You
it's
made that
something that
choice.
they-
You're on the hook.
I'd say it's something that is recognized. This show isn't like, it's not stupid in that way like a Marvel show would be, where like they don't understand the nature of how like choices reflect, you know, your desires compared to just the consequences of those choices or like how much they mattered. It's just, I don't know, it's just a thing that distinguishes the actual dog shit shows from the shows that, despite their problems, have something worthwhile going for them, you know, as a distinction. In any case, the players get their food, and Min-Soo asks Seimi if she's scared to play more games, which of course is kind of an odd thing to do when it's like, well, you voted to continue, buddy. And she says she's scared, but leaving would mean facing scarier things, so I guess kind of addressing the same sort of feelings that were present, you know, in episode 2 when they leave and then they come back. And Gyumya is fucking livid with Young-sik for voting to stay, which prompts him to admit that he has a lot more debt than she realizes. Because the way that she put it, it seemed like if they left, they would actually be fine. They'd be able to pay off their
she
debts.
said, like,
they'd be
combine
good.
our money, open up a store, all that stuff.
They'd be all good. But then he says he hasn't returned home because of this debt. And then he promises that he'll vote to leave after one more game, since that should be enough to actually pay it off. And then she points out, well, one more game might you know, one of us might get killed, and maybe you could live without me, but I can't live without you.
Mhm.
It's again a reminder of why she's my favorite character out of the new players that have been introduced. I really like her.
I'm not sure
I
I was
really like this
fully
dynamic.
convinced that he would have stayed with her on his mind, and I don't know. I think I want something more as a just
I
the
understand
debt.
that. Sure.
Because like the you know, there's more to talk about this soon enough, but certainly at this
the problem
point,
is-
the mum means
think
a
he's-
shit ton to him. The idea that he's voting to keep her in is something I need better addressing of.
I think the problem is he's caught up in what the show seems to think would be convincing enough to people, which is, yeah, enough of us have survived. We'll be good.
I need more
Like-
on that then. Like,
No,
A lot
I
of
know.
these survived.
First of all, I probably would have
appreciated
appreciated maybe him even crying as he fucking pressed the button, and then the context that he didn't even care if he dies at this point is more so her, like, because he's already he's admitted to himself, right? I'm dead on the outside, so I'll be dead in here or win in here. I'd rather make that choice, but he is killing her, especially with the fact that she's only come in to help him with his debt. That's such a
Exactly.
selfless act and he clearly cares about her immensely. Like, you know, whether or not anything in the future may be more interesting on that analysis. But like,
yeah, because the future thing is the important one. But I'm kind of wondering whether they would have benefited from actually showing him as a bit more carefree with regards to her, like less. He almost takes her for granted up until the moment we are coming up to later, and that's the moment when he realizes that he can't live without her. But if they'd shown him a bit more, like a bit less caring of her leading up to that, maybe it would have worked better.
because I really
I guess-
like the meaning of their discussion ending being that statement from her that you've just mentioned. I love that, but I feel like we needed more on his end of basically being. I think I needed something like she says to him, like, "You've killed me. Like, we could have gotten out. You've killed me."
Yeah.
And
such
for
a
him to like
big
sort of, you
thing.
know, in a 1,000-yard stairway, realize like, holy shit, like that might be the case. It just felt very casual and like we didn't properly, because like that's the dynamic between them two. I felt like I wanted more from that.
Mhm.
I get you. I understand that.
And by the way, killed us because they've got a little like team going. You know, like
Yes, there's more people. Young-mi was on their team, and she was very upset about the idea of staying. And it's like, yeah, there's that too. But it almost feels like that's secondary, because it's like, well, this dynamic between these two is the focus for these two compared to, you know, the other people on their team. In any case, we're back with main team, and Daeho invites Jungbei to sit with the team, but he's sort of standing off. He doesn't want to sit with them because he feels bad.
Yeah, it feels
And then
bad.
he apologizes to Gi-hun, and he basically says, yeah, after one more game, I should be able to pay off my debts. And then
One
Inho,
more
he
game.
says, like, well, you of all people should have understood better, but even if you voted, with us, we still would have lost. And he's like, yeah, that's right, I did. So I'm all good, right? Like he really wants to latch onto that to sort of be back in the good graces of the team.
And
And even yeah.
I think a lot of this works for as long as they did the thing they did where they cheated. Like, there's an understanding of the games here that's happening that shouldn't be possible. He's clearly thinking, because how I would justify it is in his head, he's thinking, first game was pretty simple to pass. Second game was actually not too bad as well because of how much of a strong team we had. Yeah, there was a hiccup, but that went pretty well. I could see us passing the third one, whatever challenges they throw at us, when it shouldn't be that at all. It should be. You don't understand the next game. Like, it is completely out of your hands whether or not you survive the next one. You have no clue. The lottery aspect, right? Like it's you really, and like they're relying on the characters not knowing that and not understanding it, when Gi-hun should have worked so much harder to drill that into them.
Yeah, they should have told us, like, hey, there's games that, designed to kill you
cannot
because
win.
we need people
There are
to
going to
die.
be times where there's nothing you can do and you will simply die.
Yeah, you probably should have told him about the fucking marble games. Like, yeah, we just made teams and then we had to beat each other.
You say that, Metal. He says it now. He mentions it in the next game. They have to kill each other, but he's saying it now, and it's too late,
isn't it?
Episode fucking half.
Beginning.
We're past halfway at episode 5, and that's what he's saying it. Like, bro.
Yeah. Because the next game was Tug of War, and it's like, yeah, I mean, that one's pretty straightforward. Only half of you could progress.
And that's the thing. Does he not, in this situation, he doesn't even really explain it, like how that would be the case. He just says it, and then it's sort of moved on from.
Yeah,
I'd be asking follow-up questions.
Yeah, you'd be like, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean?
Explain to
My
me.
life is at stake here.
Whereas instead,
this is no time for vagaries.
No, don't talk like that. Come on, guys. We'll be okay. And then we just move on. That's it. He's just like, no, that's all good. Before offering his milk, his carton of milk over to Gi-hun so that she can keep up her strength, because he's also quite invested in her health. And then I think, what was it that Zhongbei is like, yeah, no, I'm not hungry either. And then Dae was like, yeah, can I have your food then, please? Please and thank you. Yeah, just kind of look at him awkwardly. And then we see Gyumja sitting with Hyunju and asking, why'd you vote to stay? And Hyunju explains that her life unraveled when she began transitioning, that she got estranged from her parents, got fired from her job, and lost her friends. And because she wasn't earning much money anymore, the debts began to pile up, and life just got really difficult. And then they ask, well, what are you going to do with the money? And Hyunju says, I'm going to move to Thailand and then start a new life there. And Youngmi quietly tells Hyunju that she's beautiful, which causes her to break down. And then Gyumja just sort of makes a lighthearted remark like, well, I don't really understand it, but you're all right. And Young6 says that she previously said that Hyunju was unsightly, and Gyumja just punts his milk into his face.
I found this of a unique interest because I was like, shit, man, usually everybody's got a debt that's leading to them getting killed. It's quite an easy way to argue, like, I need this money because the same thing that's going to happen to me in here is going to happen to me out there, but at least in here I can actually gamble it such that I could actually live and then live out there. Like, there's a line of logic you understand, even though when you vote to stay, there's an aspect that's really interesting here of, like, you're dragging all of these people with you, even some who would not die if they went back out there. Like, that's already interesting. But to have a character who's trying to get surgeries done in order to, feel better about the way they fit into the world and stuff, it's like, man, it's gonna hit you fucking hard if any of these people die. Like, that's...
should.
Well, it should,
and, I'm not sure it will, because I was very, underwhelmed by that motive. And in fact, I actually think you could make the argument that is the most selfish motive of anybody in the
that we've
games,
seen,
right?
I'd say, yes. Everyone else, they make it clear that they're going to die.
Life on the line.
Yeah.
I think what the show wants to do is creditable, because it's the point it's making is that it's everybody's individual worth that draws them together and that disproves the point of cogs in machine, etc. But I don't know that they chose the right angle with this character at all. I think that can be read as unpleasantly selfish, and I don't think the show really realizes it. Probably, anyway.
I think I'm 50-50 with you, because on one hand, I don't think that is explicitly said by anybody at any point to them, right? Like, as a sort of, but one could argue it's felt.
I guess the thing is that there's still like the notion that like everybody has debts. Like that is a common denominator amongst everybody, that they have debts, but the size of them and like what they relate to and kind of like how much is necessary to, because it feels like it's kind of an element that's now being introduced in this sequence, is the idea that for some people one more game actually would be enough to have enough money.
Yeah.
But like it's not even just a gambling thing. It's like, no, literally like one more game, and if it triples, that will be enough money for me to be good to go.
We can't really talk about it until we get past the next game, I would say. There's more I want to say on this.
The next game is relevant for this, because I mean it's kind of what it should be pretty apparent, right, that like these conversations are planting the seeds for potential drama in the next game, obviously, because if you vote to stay and somebody that you care about doesn't make it through the next game, it's like, well, shit, there's some good drama right there.
Yeah, because just to echo what Platoon was saying, it's like I actually do think it's a bold choice to have someone come in here and stay in here for all of this for something that's not life and death, that is rather something they want. Like, oh shit, because there's a lot of things you can do with that. Do they do things with that? We will.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Go see, I guess.
But now we see Thanos again confronting Myung-gi in the toilet. Calls him a traitor for leaving, and they're still big mad about the crypto he raised.
They're really mad about it.
And,
I mean, how can you pee at a time like this? It's like what?
Well, it's not. Well, here's the thing. It's not really up to me.
Yeah.
Do you not like?
It's also
we could probably speak
says,
on. I don't know how much we gain from these continuous Bitcoin scenes. You know,
I don't
Well,
like them.
it feels
It's
like we're
just
just
the same thing
reiterating-
over and over.
There's not that much for this guy, and it feels like he's prominent. God damn it!
Oh my god, are you
He's
okay?
prominent, right? Like he gets a lot of scenes, but the common denominator is, I want to help you with the baby. No, and you crypto man, you fucked us over. And like,
Yeah.
well, hey bro, not financial advice. And it's kind of like that's how all these scenes go.
yeah.
Apparently, he also doesn't seem to make any money of it. So
Well, he lost with it. They lost, but they blame
yeah.
him for it overall. So he owes them money. Blah blah blah. It's all the information we know, and they're just increasingly
Exactly,
antagonistic. This will lead somewhere. I just don't know that. You know, like I'm not gating.
I like it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because I mean, basically, all that happens in this is he sings a little rap about how like you owe me money. Myung-gi makes fun of him because he forgot the lyrics on a game show that he competed on, and so Thanos grabs him by the throat, slams him, but Inho steps into the room, and Thanos is like, "Okay, I'll let you go." And obviously, not wanting to
away.
The Avengers just needed Inho. Like that's all. Just it would have been fun.
And again, in firmly establishing themselves as the good guy team, they offer Myung-gi, it's like, we can help you. And he's like, no, I'm good. It's just they're very definitively the good guy team. They're the hero team. And then we have the players retiring to their beds for the night, but Gi-hun's got his team placing their mattresses beneath the beds just in case the players start fighting each other, which was what happened after the second game last time. And I suppose the thought being that this is just information you have to keep secret, because once the players know that it's something that they can do, some of them will try it.
Which I was already just like, man, I was kind of hoping they wouldn't bring that back this season, but oh well.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, we have to assume that's just part of it. They do expect and kind of count on the players killing each other during the. I know I don't like it either.
It's more than that, though. I actually wouldn't even necessarily mind it too much if it was casually individual certain things and sabotaging games and stuff. But this is outright encouraged, like with the spooky lights and the not intervening for a certain amount of time. Like I don't like it, not just because it's entirely unfair, but it's also just so chaotic to the point where way more could die that would ruin the whole game. And imagine you're
losing contestants.
Imagine you were invested in this. You're like, I'm voting for 361 because he's incredibly, he's got a lot of ingenuity and he's ruthless. And it's like, yeah, he was killed in his sleep. You're like, what?
Yeah, he got stabbed in his sleep.
Cool. And it's like, yeah,
because
that's how the Squid game
they
works.
call it like
okay.
Because I think they also call it special game later on, when it's like, oh, it's killing time.
Like they know it's
time for the special game. It's like, why is it special? You did it last time.
No, but I guess it's more so. It's just like it actually has a name.
Yeah,
it
has a name
for it. And like, and we're ready for it, and we even have the flashing light button ready to make it more intense.
Click the murder button. Do it.
It's also kind of
And
another
so-
example of incuriosity on the part of everybody else. And everybody else in the room says, "Oh, the guy who's played this game before, why is he sleeping underneath his bed? Should I go and ask? Maybe that's important."
Yeah.
No, okay. That they don't even notice. It's important they don't notice later on, which means that no one's paying them any attention, which I don't really believe.
But that's, Inho's like, no, I mean, that's not going to happen, right? And Gi-hun says, you don't understand how much people can change in a place like this. And then he
Oh
says,
god, can you tell me about it maybe? Like, she seemed to know a lot. Would be awesome.
No, not right now.
Maybe
not
after
right
the
now.
next game, if
And so,
nobody decides to go back.
Well, yeah. And so, in the middle of the night, Gyumja heads to the bathroom with Junhee and Chunju, and the soldier's like, "No, I'm not letting you in." And Gyumja like tells a long-winded story about her bladder control issues, like, "Oh, why are you allowing me to suffer like this?" And then he just gives up, lets them inside, which I found kind of amusing.
Well, it's the
I
same.
will bore him to death.
Same
Get
scene as
in.
season 1. Just with different dynamic, I
Yeah.
guess. The one thing I liked about
guess
this,
the difference is I like her more than the crazy lady in season 1. So
well, I like
maybe
the
that's why
old
I'm
lady
not
telling all of
into
her
it.
story, doing different things. In the background, Gil's just nodding on certain parts of her story.
Yeah.
That's fun.
It's like, yes, bladder.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. And so yeah, they get let in, and then we have a pretty important scene where Jungbei joins Gi-hun on watch. And he apologizes to Gi-hun for not lending him money, and he sort of notes that he believes that if he had lent him the money, Gi-hun's mother might still be alive. Because of course the reality is at this point that like Jungbei doesn't really have like a great understanding of what Gi-hun's been doing for the last 3 years at this point.
Mhm.
He just disappeared, and so he's been left to mull over a whole bunch of thoughts that only now can be clarified by Gi-hun, who assures him that he never resented him for making that choice.
Mm-hmm.
And so Jungbei asks Gi-hun why he didn't return home and start a new life, and then Gi-hun responds, "If I died right before your eyes and you won all the money, how would you feel?" Obviously, speaking to how Sung-woo dying was very much like the breaking point for him. That was which we saw in season 1, right? Like that he just refused to take out any money to the point that he asked the guy at the bank, "Can you give me 10,000 won?" He just hands it over to him, which kind of I'm sure we talked about it last episode, but it's just kind of an interesting thing that he's so wealthy that he can just ask for money and get it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, when he was poor,
Right.
it was a lot harder to accrue wealth. And so he said that he returned to the game so that everybody could leave together, but now he doubts that there's much more that he can do in this place, which is I don't know. I feel like we haven't earned that yet.
Have not earned that at all. No.
Yeah.
You're working
how-
towards it, sure, but
Well, like, how depressing would it be if he told everybody everything that he needed to say, and like he still became disillusioned because people thought he was lying, or the game was specifically being rigged against his information, or he's just like, oh, maybe people are really just shit. Damn.
Interesting angles. Why wouldn't he, as the character he is? I know this is a bit difficult to show, but I mean, there's ways to do it. But go to every individual person and learn their stories. Be like, why are you here? Why are you doing this? And let me convince you to press that circle button. You don't understand what you're in here. Like, what's going to happen to you? It feels like a Gi-hun thing to do, especially with how the whole point is to care.
resigned.
Yeah, like he's kind of given up, which is a little bit of a shame considering I can see him getting to this point, but I would need a lot more, and he's not tried much. He's tried very little, in fact.
Especially with the voting mechanic, only needing to convince a few
Yeah.
people to join you is just, hey, well, what is your total debt? Okay, I can afford that. Vote with me. I will give you the money when we get out. And you, okay, that's manageable. I'll do that because I won last time and
Yeah.
I've got billions and billions and billions.
Yep.
So try it at least, and then you can maybe come up with some interesting character reasons why they say no, but at least try.
We'll try and find out
It would be
what the broad amount of people are convinced by, and then work on that. Hit it in the next time you get to speak to everybody. What's
But
really
no.
convincing everybody?
We're kind of moving on from this. It's moving to a different place for these characters.
Yeah.
Because Jungbei recounts the strike that they participated in, which was mentioned a few times in season 1. And he notes that they were offered more severance pay in exchange for voluntarily surrendering, which neither of them did. Which almost feels like it's resembling something similar in terms of like the kinds of choices that are being presented in the game, obviously in a different circumstance though. And he mentions that during the night, Gi-hun would sob during his sleep and say things like, "Mom, I'm hungry, give me some food." And Gi-hun did not know this. And he didn't know that Jungbei stayed specifically because Gi-hun was crying in his sleep, which is what he says. And then Jungbei's like, "No, I swear on your mother, Gi-hun." And Gi-hun's like, "What? Don't do that. Swear on your own. Why you swear on mine?"
Mother.
Well, that's funny already, but him saying, "Whoever's mother I'm swearing on, it's true."
Yeah, exactly. And then Gi-hun's like, "You blame me for everything that goes wrong in life," and there's like this silly back and forth argument. Like it feels silly, and you even see like Gi-hun sort of resorting back to a lot of the mannerisms that he had in season 1, to the point that Jungbei chuckles and remarks, "You're finally acting like the Gi-hun I know."
You
I really
specifically
like this
get
little
the
scene.
the dragging of syllables at the end of sentences, which he did all the time in season 1.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
this,
And
this
this
almost
specific,
petty
like,
way of trying to
expression he had.
escape responsibility, and it's really cool to have seen, because I think this was something I was a little bit worried about myself in terms of like old Gi-hun is like erased, but the show does acknowledge it's like, yeah, he's very different, but he is still in there. You could drag him out.
Yeah.
I think he's got he's got this expression that he does. It's a very like wide-eyed kind of expression, and of course being more like energetic and animated, because he's a great actor. He's
A
really,
great
really
actor.
good.
Poor guy.
It would be great to see him in a Star Wars project.
Yeah.
Master.
Uh,
I'll never forgive them.
I would never forget.
No, I mean it's bullshit, man. Like
Can't believe it.
what an opportunity you were handed, and you threw it
Yeah.
away. Like,
You had it
blew
all,
it.
you blew it.
in any case, he reassures Gi-hun that they'll leave after the next game and go drinking, just like old times. And Gi-hun agrees, and they chuckle about their past as In-ho lays awake, sinisterly listening to their conversation underneath the bed.
I was curious
He's
what you
drenched
would
in red light.
draw from that. Like, what do you think's happening there in his head? Just thinking about his strategies, maybe.
I think he's just thinking evil thoughts. He's thinking, I'm getting information, and I'll see if I can use this against him. You know?
Imagine the subtitles with like little asterisks, evil thoughts.
Well, I mean, the
He's-
subtitle
he's
says
like-
chilling music.
He's lying there menacingly.
Yes, he is. That's probably what it said in the script. It's very
Hey there,
menacing.
menacingly.
And so, in the bathroom, Junhee is crying in the stall, and Gumja gives her a hug and ensures her that she and her baby will be okay, because she is a very compassionate lady. Now we're back to detective storyline.
Yes.
You could summarize this in one sentence. Junho Woo-seok set off on 2 boats to find the island. That's the scene. That's it.
Yep,
Okay.
that's it.
Bring it, you
But they
fool.
found it by now.
You fool, you just summarized the next 10 scenes of the detective.
He just summoned all the scenes.
No,
Why'd you do that?
no, they
Cool,
set
we can
off
skip them all
next
from now
time.
on.
They set off next time they are doing it, and then the next time they are on an island. See, yeah, there you go. We're done, by the way. That is the end of the scene for real.
Yeah.
Good
Next
stuff.
up is
Nailed it.
Yeah, on the
The third
hierarchy of
game.
Asians on a boat scene, this is way behind Godzilla -1.
It's not very.
Not as interesting, I'll give you that.
But yeah, no, the next game, the third game starting, and Samee talks to Minsu, Mob, and encourages him to seriously consider voting to leave after the next game, as she believes he's not likely to make it very far otherwise, and he sort of sits there and reflects on that a little bit. And Noel and the other soldiers get their weapons. They go to their stations as the players are taken to the next arena. And Hyunju apologizes to Youngmi and says, well, we can all win the next game and leave together. And then they get escorted into the new arena, which also looks very different from anything we've seen before. And the game that they're going to be playing is Mingle, which Thanos is really excited about for some reason.
Woo! We're mingling!
England. He's
Oh,
a
and
mingler.
I guess something as well to note is that his body is now high as well. He's
Yes.
also indulging. So
High
he's-
together.
He's
I like how you
crazy
said
too.
his body is now high now. I was like, that is true.
his body is high
His
now.
I thought
body
you said
and
his
body.
body is high. And
That's
I was
right.
like, I mean, that's true, but it's an odd thing to point out.
So,
Like his soul is completely lucid, but his body is high.
I think Mingle, irrelevant of any context for what characters are playing it and how, might be my favorite game across Squid Game Season 1 and 2.
So it's really fucking good,
It's
and I really love this.
good. It's really
Yeah.
good, as will become apparent as it plays out in the next episode. But what we are told now is that the players are to step onto the center platform, a big center platform which will begin to rotate, and music will play. And then when a number is announced, the players must form a group corresponding with that size and enter one of the surrounding rooms and close the door within 30 seconds or else be eliminated. And already it's like, oh, that's because in terms of I guess thinking about the nature of how the games can be challenging. You know, I don't want to pick on the honeycomb game too much because like I do like it, but that one is a case where like you've got a lot of time to deal with it, essentially, to sort of wrap your head around what it is. Whereas this one, already it's like, oh, you have to make very quick snap, like, you know, split second decisions. And that's how you're gonna win very quickly.
Take, for example, if the 6 of us were in it, it'd be like, oh, that's actually a great group because that divides quite well. You know, 6, 3, 2, 1.
2, 3, 6,
but
and 1.
if it said 4, it's like, fuck. Well, you know, like it's like 2 of you gotta. it just already it's like, oh, that's. And then of course, if we split up,
now that would be good if the previous game had groups of 6. Then having like, you know, 3s,
a
and
group of
whatnot,
12,
or you know, 4, something like that.
Yeah.
But the fact that the last game was an odd number, a prime number, is maybe it's coincidence, or maybe it was established to make the first game prime number for units of teams.
you know, relationships would have formed by now. Like from an aspect of the Squid Game, people choosing to put this one here. And the 30 seconds is going to be very limited, and they flash the lights to make it more chaotic and kind of scary and stuff. And and you know, for any say, you know, a given round where you do sacrifice a person out of your group, that it's just like that. It creates a hierarchy. But how much does everyone care about everyone, and how does that work out?
And of course,
and opportunities for heroism.
Yes,
that's true as well. Because it's a case of, you know, it's complicated, the conversation of like what actually reflects who a person is, the choices they make. But there's something to be said for the idea that what you do under pressure is very telling of who you are. Yeah, there's something to be said for that.
For example, if us 6 were put into it, there's a huge important difference between if I said something like, okay, 4 on the left, you 2 go and find 2, go, like to whoever I point to, or if I said split into 2 3s, find 1, both of us find 1. It's like the difference between those 2 choices tells you a lot about me, like in terms of
exactly.
You know, it's interesting stuff.
You know ahead of time it's going to be some good shit, and it's under pressure. It's very unlike any game that we've. This is unlike any other game that's been done before in Squid Game. You know, it's like this is very unique and new, which is exciting, and it is exciting. And they get on the platform, and the game begins, and that's the end of episode 5. But again, just like with episode 4, I mean, it leads directly into episode 6. So I figure we might
the next episode button, and we'll see what happens.
Get into it right away. So the center platform stops, and the announcer says 10. So Gi-hun's group joins Hyunju's group, but they need one more person. And so they grab the Shaman lady and scramble to one of the rooms, closing the doors just in time. And they look through they've got like a little hole that you can peek through to see what's happening. And they watch as all of the people in the room who didn't form groups quickly enough are gunned down by all of the soldiers. Gi-hun's head sinks, and Inho just stares at him menacingly again. He's just staring at him. And then, unfortunately, Shaman Lady decides to talk, and she says, Gi-hun, oh, you were brought to this place for a reason. It's just like,
shut up.
This had better be going someplace. You and your mystic bullshit.
I thought this was another good choice from the writers. Again, that we have this selection. It's like basically all of the good people that we want to live, plus Shaman Lady.
This is the
like, imagine if instead of Shaman Lady, it was like a Catholic priest ended up being, you know, in here, and then that was discovered, you know.
I wish there were more wild cards.
What would bring you to here?
Throw in completely unusual choice of a person from a like other corner of the world.
Yeah, like
has
Joe
no
Biden.
Context. Yes, Joe Biden. Put him in the game. That would be really fun.
And then he fucking wins. He's like, they thought I was crazy.
I guess they did. They sort of did Joe Biden in season 1 though, Rag. So, so yeah, you gotta change it up. But I was just gonna say as well that on top of that, you got Thanos's little group as well. But this helps focus us, and it's like these are the people we care about. How they're going to split down now is going to be really interesting.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely.
But before we get back to the next round, we got to do a little bit more of the organ plot.
No, we don't.
Show me
No,
their
look, right?
organs.
Noelle's in the room, but she turns a blind eye to the soldiers who are getting wounded players. So she's turning a blind eye. They got to her. They stopped her.
That's crazy, man.
And then that.
Oh wow,
and
that's
the next round
interesting.
begins. Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
next round begins. You see Thanos and Yu doing a little dance together on the platform.
Oh, you see that when it's like spinning and they go like.
I enjoy this.
Really amusing. Yeah, very funny. The platform stops and the announcer says 4. And so Thanos points to one of the guys in the team, kicks him to the ground, and then takes the rest of them to.
Dude, I need more of this guy. I need more of this happening.
I thought they actually made good use of Thanos in this game. Like, the fact that he's so utterly and clearly the team's leader, they'll do anything he pretty much says. And then if the game says 4 when you've got a team of 5, he's just like, one of you's dying. That's like the easy.
You're out.
Yeah.
But
he does choose. He's like, you.
Bye. You, and then kicks him away.
Isn't he? Because he says to the team, he's like, let's go. Like, he's like excited.
Let's go.
It's pretty amusing. But I suppose something that's notable is that Sami grabs Minsu. She's the one who grabs him and drags him because he's like stunned by the other guy having been kicked to the ground. And so then we see that the shaman lady gets abandoned by her group.
Naturally.
Meanwhile, Gi-hun, he offers to leave the group, but Inho insists that he'll leave the group and that Gi-hun stay with the others.
Super
and so
heroic.
they run to the safe room. Yes, very interesting. But then you see that Gi-hun, he stops outside the door and he's watching to see if Inho found another group, but he gets dragged inside and then the doors lock. And again, the soldiers roam out, shoot all of the remaining players, and there's a team of 3 that's hiding in one room, and they're like, "Oh, I think we're good. I don't think anybody noticed, but there's cameras."
Yeah.
Which feels to me, it's like they're acknowledging the cheats, and you can't get out of this.
Yeah.
They'll cover that sort of thing. Which again, some games need more work on that front from the writing, but you cannot get away with it that way. You also because there's like an angle here of what's gonna happen if maybe you stuff too many people or just not enough, or the rooms feel like safety, so you've got to account for that to make sure the stakes are maintained, which they do quite happily. And I also quite enjoyed Gi-hun keeps the door open for a while, like trying to find the front man wherever he may be, just to find if he's safe or not. I thought that was like he really cares about him, which is interesting. Plenty we can do with that, as it would theoretically develop as well. I find it's already ramping up, and we still got, I think, 4 rounds of this left.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to test everybody's zeal. Who are they going to backstab? Who is ultimately the most important? And yeah, Thanos is like the evil side of it, while we see a lot of the good teams having to do so. But he's probably always going to survive because he gets to decide. Basically, everyone submits to him.
Pretty much. And so the doors open, and there are about 168 players left. Minsu is petrified. He is terrified. And Noelle also notices that the father of the girl has survived this round. She's paying attention to him.
Yeah.
The shaman lady also survived, and she is fucking mad at her old group. She glares at them, evil, in
By
a
the way,
very evil way.
It really is another good aspect of the game that compounds onto the other good things. Is all right, after everyone lives, who do they look for? What are the reactions afterwards? You know.
Yeah,
They're
which you
looking
get
for
to.
Inho.
The formatting of the game gives you that time to take advantage of, which is good shit.
Yeah, exactly. There's a little bit of downtime. But Inho, he's okay. And he checks in with Junhee, like, you feeling okay? Because he's very invested in her.
No.
And
he says I'm very likable, so I'm good with these games, with these kinds of things. It's like, okay, all right.
It's kind of a funny thing to say, especially considering who he is. And then third round begins. The platform stops, and the announcer says 3. So Hyunju pairs up with Youngmi, while Yongsik pairs up with his mother. Which means they need to find one more person each. Thanos says that Minsu and Sami should play rock, paper, scissors to determine who will get kicked out.
This, I feel, is a pretty solid payoff. Like,
yes. Yeah.
They did well with this one.
Really good.
Thanos is making the two of them choose, like, and in the forcing them to have that game. But again, you can just say fuck you to Thanos, all right? The Avengers didn't try this,
That's
but
true.
these guys could. And she says, like, let's just be us two, find a third person. And she offers a hand. Unfortunately for her, offering a hand very much looks like paper.
Yep.
And so the guy has
And
a choice.
And he plays scissors.
That asshole
And
kills
they're
her, essentially.
He's not the fucking hero from earlier on in this
No.
season.
Nope.
And then Thanos is like, "Yeah, come on, buddy, let's go.
Yes,
He's
my
so
boy.
happy about it.
You win. Come on, my boy." And yeah, she's just standing there stunned, and she's out and in trouble. And so Gi-hun and Inho send the rest of the team to safety while they look for one more person. So they go looking around, and Young-sik is taking his mother to and he gets separated by two men. They grab him and they drag him away as she's standing there, and he's running through like a
resisting.
range of emotions. Yeah,
He's significantly
He is
resisting,
resisting.
and then he stops resisting.
yeah. As she's standing there, and he gets dragged into the room, and she's still there. But then Gi-hun and Inho grab her and drag her into the room and close the door just in time.
Probably one of my favorite moments in the season, to be honest with you, because there's not a huge selection, but I just appreciate this. Felt like a very real thing. It's so sad, but when it comes down to it, there's probably a couple of thoughts going through his head, like, I could work really hard to escape these two guys and go back to my mum, but the time is already super low.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like maybe the thing is, maybe I'm giving too much credit. Not a lot's going through your head in those few seconds. It's going to be so like it is in the sense that you're under huge pressure, but you're not going to have reasoned all of this out as though like on a piece of paper. So
Well,
it's
which
like,
is the nature of this as a game being so interesting, is that it forces these, split-second decisions.
and so yeah, watching this, I was like, he's gonna leave her, like and watching it happen.
Yeah.
It's just it's what we were talking about. It's that realization of that is you've just seen definitively what you mean, like in an objective sense, the level of which the care stops, which is really rough for any human being to know. It's like
Oh yeah.
it's and I think that she sees it, recognizes it, and actually sort of is like, that's it for me, I'm out. And then the music even gets like it like stops, right? It like cuts out. It's a moment of like isolation of you're gone, and then it kicks back in with our two heroes saving it. And I was like, yes.
Yeah. And he's staring through the little gap in the door to see if she's there as all the players are getting gunned down. But he
It's
can't
also
see
a good
her.
one for like crystallizing, like he now knows that this is all his fault. He pressed the button, he stayed in the game, his life got them into this mess, and so after the game, when they do finally both survive, luckily, that's changed his mindset. I think the only problem with it is that, like as mentioned, we don't really get a huge amount as to why he chose to stay in the game that I think could really justify it in the choice he made in the moment. But as a way of crystallizing the change in his outlook, this scene is a very good one.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Again, a lot of it relies on Gi-hun not further drilling into everybody the nature of the thing that they're in. I think the show is relying on that, like everyone misunderstanding how this is going to work.
Pretty much. And so we're inside with Inho, Gi-hun, and Gumja, who's staring at the wall for a moment, very much zoned out. But then she starts thanking Gi-hun and Inho for saving their life. And Inho asks, like, "Where's your son?" And she basically covers for him. She just outright lies about what happened. She's like, "Oh, he was going to find somebody. He's going to come back to me and grab me."
This is again, I think,
and
something I love about this is her perspective, his son's perspective, probably the guys who even grabbed him, and these guys, we can all just pretend, he couldn't do anything, he was dragged away, blah, blah, blah. But like, it seems that all of them know the truth. They all saw it happen, they all with the facts at hand. Like I said, the resistance to those guys is less and less as time goes on. And the fact that when he comes back, we all know, everyone knows what you did. Like, this wouldn't have turned out this way if it were, and it's just like, you have to admit it. But I love that the mum is like, no, I'm not going to admit that shit. I was saying to Mel, this actually reminds me of somewhat of the Penguin. This is something she cannot admit about her son. It cannot be true, and nor will she ever entertain that being true. It's not true.
No, because Inho pushes a bit more, and then she aggressively defends his integrity. like basically telling him back off, like
mean,
shut the fuck up.
She lives
you know,
for her son, is what
yourself.
they've made clear. So her son is a good person. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I suppose
Mm.
it's interesting. It's like in Ho, why are you so inquisitive on this? What is your interest in this? Because I mean,
He's
it
a
seems
curious
like
guy.
Hmm.
he is a curious guy, but I mean, I
Mhm.
suppose it's more so that like I get the sense that he's not just doing this because Gi-hun is there. It's like there is a genuine sense of like exploring this to the end.
I think this
Of like your
explains
son abandoned you. Huh?
additionally
Like,
why he's frontman. He probably enjoys
Yeah.
the hell out of watching people have to make these choices, and it's possibly
and that
why he's so
pretty
quick
consistently
to make these choices so well. He knows he's ready for this. It's like a proof of his
Well,
zeal,
and I
right?
guess that he has been repeatedly disappointed by the choices that people make, perhaps
Yeah.
as well, not just in his game but in other games. Because I mean, I suppose that's the conclusion to draw from him is that the games made him incredibly cynical about people, compared to Gi-hun, whose view is that the games are the corrupting force. That it's not about blaming the people; it's about blaming the games for them being in this situation and making these choices in the first place. Is the difference in their philosophy? And then we see that Gumja, the doors open, and she reunites with her team, which got saved by the father. And Yong Sik, he returns to his mother, and he breaks down and starts sobbing uncontrollably as he sees her. And she hugs him and reassures him as he's apologizing profusely. And
Yeah.
it hits hard.
I think so.
It's a tough one.
Oh yeah.
It was just an excellent choice of a dynamic, and they've just
Yeah.
done a payoff with it. That's like, yep, that's probably what you should have done with it. It's and the fact that she's just like not going to hear it. Nope, you did fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. And he knows.
Yeah.
The performance is pretty fantastic on both of their
Well,
part.
and I love
They're
that
really,
consequently
really good.
for the next round, he's like grabbing onto it more than ever.
Yes,
Yep.
he's clutching her hand tight. He will not let go. This is
Is
the
it not
transformation has occurred.
interesting aspect of like human psychology that when given the choice at that point, he chose arguably to let her go, but that as a result of having chosen that and living with knowing it, he would never choose it again.
Like
Yeah.
he knows, yeah.
It's kind of like he's been
lit-
forced to grow up in that one scene, right? Like, he's
Kind
had
of,
this
yeah.
support
Yeah.
his entire life. It's made him very careless. It's, he's always been bailed out by someone. And the minute that's torn away from him, now he suddenly realizes what real life is, which is, again, a really good way of showing that dynamic.
But have we considered that it's contrived?
In what
Because-
way?
I'm just reading in chat. Apparently, this is a classic Acolyte level, and then this happened moment. This
Why?
soul
Uh,
sequence.
What?
I am curious what they might be
But
referring
why?
to. What's the
I suppose you have to
contrived
wait
part?
patiently for that answer. I
I'm
suppose
confused. How is that contrived?
How is it acolyte level?
We will wait
So
on
many
you
questions.
to provide the information. Please elaborate.
Like
sir.
I'm open to just let me know. I might have missed it. Is it because of the fact that those guys could have torn from anybody and it happened to be them? But obviously the counter would be there's tearing happening throughout. That's kind of the point. Everyone is
Yeah, there are many
That's what the
teams
game
going
does.
for the
That's what
same
the game
goal,
prompts
yeah.
players to do. Is that if they need to find people and they might grab people and yank them away.
And it has been set up that they will grab guys and leave the women behind as well.
Yes.
And that's been a consistent theme throughout many of these games.
And also, the thing is that it's the nature of like, well, what are the choices that the characters make when the situation manifests? Like, they're not in a position to necessarily control that happens, but the response, him getting dragged away, resisting, and then essentially ceasing as he gets dragged away and her watching this, like, that occurring doesn't have, like, it prompts decisions from the characters. The characters themselves are not harmed by the event having taken place.
I would say as well that if this is a point about like everyone should be arguing he was taken away, he doesn't feel that regardless. He obviously what they're portraying is he in his head made the decision of I'm gonna leave her because I gotta live, and then he regretted that.
Well, yeah, because I saw people as well saying like, well, it's not like what he did was evil. It's like it's not. He's gonna
It's more
feel
complicated
really bad
than
about
that.
it.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah, it's
nature.
not
Well, this is
eating
why I
away
think
from
it's
it.
such a well-made
really
payoff. Is
bad.
that I feel like this is real. This would totally happen to many people. They would be like, I'm gonna have to, like, when the chips come down. That's the absolute decision. It's made, and then to live with it. On top of the fact, I'm not saying it would be better if she had died in terms of how you would feel as a person. he obviously feels better that she's alive, but he has to look at her, and she knows, and he knows what happened. You know, it's like,
That's like
fuck.
the blood and cheese thing we talked about with the House of the Dragon book stuff.
It's because the mother and son were torn to build drama, and we have seen it happen before them? Question mark. Sure, we got the payoff, but the execution sucks and was too fast.
Well, you have to have multiple things happening between these two to build up the nature of that kind of dynamic. It can't all happen in a singular event.
I think
the choice of which characters to involve to build drama doesn't necessarily make that contrived. It is a drama. The point is that it is supposed to be dramatic. You could have the most boring depiction possible. You could have split up characters we've never even seen or heard of before, which, by the way, is happening in the background as all of this goes on. But your job is to tell a compelling story around the characters that you've built up, utilizing the relationships that you've built up and the mechanics that you've built up, which is the thing that makes it not contrived, but very dramatic.
This is like reverse engineering it. We of course are following people that are going to last longer than the others because that's what they ended up doing. If you take, for example, the whole event plays out and it's recorded, and then, which they do in real life now because of these fucking shows, inspirations and stuff, they'll start giving us more information about the ones that make it the furthest earlier instead of the ones that drop off, which is essentially what the illusion of this show is. That's how the writers would craft it. It is immersive and it isn't contrived. This drama is happening to the ones we got to know because that's like a deliberate choice. In the same way that this applies to all stories that have ever been made.
Mm-hmm.
A contrivance in this situation might be that, let's say that the game is underway, and based on information they don't have, the game makers intervene, change the rules, and forcibly split up two characters whose relationship they don't understand in order that the audience receive the dramatic point being made. That would be a contrived version of doing the scene we just witnessed. But we got
more of a contrivance. They're both in the games together at all anyway. It's not impossible, but it's more of a stretch.
I think you're right. Actually, that's probably the most contrived thing about their story. But there's still good reason, right? They both there for the same reason.
Yeah. It makes sense that they're both here. It's just them being the ones who are picked is the stretchy part.
Because they're saying that
I will say it would be statistically, I think, pretty strange if none of all those contestants didn't know anyone else.
So you got that's fair, I guess. I just don't like the idea that we need mum-son drama. How do we do it? We have two random dudes pick him up and he can't do anything. It feels cheap, even if emotions are real. So I'm gonna be honest. Me and Rags were together. We needed one person, and we saw two people walking around and not knowing what to do. And I'm like I feel like we might have to argue. It's like, listen, all four of us die, or we boot one of those two and take one. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's like a decision I can see people making very reasonably when it's 10 seconds before you're going to get shot to death.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
I mean, that's a really.
I just don't see this as contrived, especially in the notion that they're all doing it. It's all chaos. You have to be strong to fend off anybody, but the strong people are also going to start taking people. And we see another payoff version of this in the next round, I think. It is inevitable with this format. And to be honest with you, the other thing that makes them more of a target is it's a young man with an old woman. So you just boot the old woman. It's just easy.
Yeah. Because you don't really want the old woman to be in the next round as a possible teammate whenever the game is. So if you have to choose between those two, you're going to go with the younger, fitter person, obviously.
Yeah. But that does bring us to the fourth round. The platform stops. The announcer says 6. And so Gi-hun orders this group now, which is quite big, to split. That there'll be a group of 2 men and 4 women. Young-sik declares he's going to stick with his mother, so Daeho joins them, which means that Gi-hun, In-ho, Jungbei, and Gyeong-seok, who's the father, they got to find 2 more people. Daeho unwittingly leads the team to a room that's got Zhongdae and 5 other men, and they just scream like, "Get the fuck out!"
I love the scream.
Like, get out of here.
It feels so appropriate. It's like, get the fuck out of the room.
The very Gollum-y kind.
Yeah.
Get the hell out. Bitch, we will die.
And Hyunju, they calls him over to an empty room that's a few doors down, but on the way, Youngmi is knocked over. And as she is crawling towards the door, Myung-gi pushes his way inside and closes the door just before the timer runs out. So Hyunju runs to the door and watches in horror Youngmi up against the door, gets shot and killed. And so she grabs Myung-gi, directly blames him for her death. and he rebuts, the whole team would have died if I didn't get in. Like, I saved you. I'm a hero. You owe me.
Yeah.
And Junhee and Daeho reluctantly concede he probably did.
If
which
you watch
he probably
it,
did.
God,
I think
like-
it's true. I think it's true. There's just no chance. You'd
Oh, yeah,
say like,
she-
oh, it's
she would get
unlikely. It's like,
out.
no, I think there's no chance you could have gotten her in time.
Yeah,
No.
he slammed that door basically on one. So
But I mean, of course.
which he's
you
right.
know,
It saved
we-
their
we
lives.
know
If
what-
the door was open when they end the timer, they all die.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
couldn't close it because the lock would have activated.
But we know why. It's Hyunju is going to feel that she is responsible for this.
Yeah, this
because
is
she
why
voted to
I do
continue
like
the
this a
games.
lot. You're watching the whole scene is just gradually just like, you got to accept that you killed her. You're on the hook
Yeah.
for starting up the games. She didn't want to. You did. And now
Mhm.
she's dead.
Well,
Mhm.
and especially since this isn't a room filled with people who voted to stop it. Even Myung-gi voted to stop it at this point.
Mhm.
It keeps paying off. What an excellent decision it was to make this like a part of the season 2, having the X's and O's on them.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
It's
I
a
like it as a
really
variable.
cool addition.
You know where everybody stands in a very clear way. It's like, you voted to continue this, so if any players die, you can't be blaming the X's for just trying to make it through.
I don't know. And
It's,
just
yeah.
the other thing about it too is just everyone knows that like all the people who voted to continue are much more on the hook than anybody else. There's that environment, like an atmosphere of it, and so this rage of like, you fucked up. It's all projection. It just feels like it's like you fucked up.
Yeah. Which is an interesting way to do it when, like, under normal circumstances, the view would be that the guy who pushes his way in and then the young woman left outside to die. Like, under normal circumstances, it'd be like, dude, like what are you doing? But like the way that everything has been presented here, like the context has made it to where it's actually like the reverse. He actually, as much as he's been pretty unlikable up until this point, he is kind of the hero in this situation. He saved them all. And he voted against the game, so it's not like it's his fault that they were in this situation to begin with. And Hyunju basically recognizes this straight away, like pretty quickly.
So was it fair rage though? Normal reaction is like, absolutely. That's what makes it so good. This is
Yes.
all very,
yeah.
very
That's
human.
why it's such a good payoff. Very real reaction, coming to grips with her responsibility in it, and she breaks down. Because I mean, Young Mi is basically dead because of the decision to perpetuate the game.
Yeah,
she
and
wanted to leave.
worth mentioning, if you have one too many, you will get killed.
Yes, so you
Yep,
couldn't.
you have to have the correct
It
amount
needed
in
to
the
be
door.
this way. He needed to push his way in and close the door. He saved their lives. And now this time, shuffling back into the main room, the tone is very low at this point.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. But that brings them to the 5th and final round. And as they're spinning around, Jungbei is sort of wondering, like, what do you think the next number is going to be? Inho answers 2, and he says that with 126 people left and 50 rooms available, only 100 people would be able to progress. And Gi-hun's looking at him because, like, that's a really good answer. Might be too good.
This
a bit too good.
This is my favorite frontman clue because I actually think that this would be enough for me to be like, that's a bit of a jump. Like, you don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
And then the fact that it is that, and it's like, yeah, but think about, I think someone could say, like, that he's giving away too much. Why would he say it? And it's like, he's saying it, obviously, under the stress of being like, I can argue I know this from just figuring it out. And we need to work on this, like, it's going to be 2, guys. Because he wants to fucking survive, and he wants the people he cares about to survive.
Yep.
So, like,
Exactly.
it's like one of the best ways to have implemented a slip of some kind. Like, I loved hearing that because I was like, oh, yes, another one. If we need like another 2, maybe 3, and then Gi-hun's going to be able to definitely piece this together. He's given away too much in total once enough of these slip by, but this was a good one.
Yeah, it was too accurate because if he throw out wrong ones, like, well, maybe it'll be this, maybe it'll be that, or it could be this, and one of them was correct. Yeah, sure,
think
you're
that's-
laying out all the options.
That's another thing about it. I don't know how much he thought about the acting of it, so to speak. If he had said
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to do that.
He's high stress as fuck, right? So he's like saying it strategically, but it also gives away that it's like, how are you so certain of that?
Yeah. But I mean, but he's right. The platform stops and it is 2. And so then we see essentially all of this I find interesting because it plays out so quickly, but you see all of the choices everybody makes. Like, Inho pauses for a minute and grabs Jungbei. Yongsik obviously runs with his mother for a room. Myung-gi grabs Junhee, pregnant girl, and they run off. Hyunju's pretty like she's kind of phased out, so the father grabs her, and then Gi-hun pairs up with Daeho, and then Thanos. He's like,
So
yeah, Thanos is
just
looking
to
back
try and
forth.
remember everybody, Thanos has lost
Funny.
like one of his team per round. He's been like knocking him out,
Yeah.
and so now he's down to his right hand man, so to speak, and
or a mob.
yeah, and so
Mob.
they cut over to him, and it shows him. And he goes. Just like- and then he just
And then
chooses
he
one and
grabs,
runs.
Namgyu, yeah, and abandons Minsu. He's on his own. And so we see all of the pairs sprinting for their doors, and fights are starting to break out because there's not enough rooms for everybody. Which is a bit different from what we've seen with the other ones, where there were probably rooms that were empty. In this case, it's more so like there is literally not enough room for everybody. Everybody probably found a pair,
Mhm.
but you got to fight for those rooms. And so we see, while this is happening, that Jungbei is thrown to the ground. And so Inho grabs a player, throws him out of the room, and they close the door. And there's one guy in there,
Uh-oh.
and he orders him, get out. And the player refuses. So Inho grabs a player, puts him in a chokehold, and snaps his neck just
Yeah.
before the clock runs out.
It's
And
really,
Jungbei is watching in horror.
It's fucking
really
awesome.
fun because
I mean,
they
it really is
play
cool.
they play with you as a viewer as well, because you think like, oh, they want to throw them out, obviously. Like, what else are they gonna do? And then he keeps them in a chokehold. You're like, oh wait, is he? Oh, if he's
Doesn't
dead,
he
he doesn't
kill him?
count anymore.
I actually
and
think
just snaps his neck. And it's like, oh, that's really clever, but also, oh shit, why would he?
This
Why would
guy's
he
a
think that
killer.
would count?
yeah,
Why would
well,
he
I think
I mean,
it's
At
of
this
some
point, he'll try
reason.
anything, right?
No, I was gonna say like I think someone can get there, but he does it so quickly and so deliberately.
Yeah,
It's like he knows it'll work 100%.
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
Well, and of course, this is, I mean, you know, this is different than anything that would have been shown up. Like, he killed him, like, outright.
Yeah.
He just killed him, compared to, oh, well, you know, they were playing this game and then they were competing with each other, or you push somebody onto the glass pat, which, you know, it's like this one is, this is just like, man.
It's direct
that's,
murder,
that's
basically.
unnerving. That's very
Yeah.
unnerving.
Well, and it's such a great almost because everyone's perception of him, not the audience because we know more about him, has been this is such a chill, wholesome, happy, supportive, helpful, and heroic guy. To just watch him fucking brutally break this guy, the expression he's got on him as well. You're just like,
Yeah.
okay,
It's very-
like, what the fuck?
He's really good. He's really good at the unhinged stare. It's there's an art to it.
Well, and now it should probably make you think, in that round where he ran off, maybe he didn't just get some people who
Yeah.
liked him. Maybe he went into a room and fucking killed someone.
Who knows?
You don't know
Who
for
knows what he
It's a
did.
sure.
question of motive as well, right? Because he could have killed either of them, or he could have pushed the other guy out of the door rather than choking the guy who's already firmly like deep in the room out. So he's got like a reason for choosing
Yeah.
the person he's not going with in that scene. And it all sort of ties back to his relationship with Master Squid Game, who he's very interested in, and obviously it's his best friend who he's in the room with. So, like, it's seeing where that
Maintaining
goes later.
Keeping Jungbei alive is important.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was really good. I was very happy with this. As just like,
yeah, that was awesome.
It's ticking that further and further to them understanding just who this man is. And the games are always going to be the best place for this to happen.
Absolutely, but that's the end. That is game over. Which
The end
means,
of Mingle.
yeah, that's it. And it's one of my favorites. I wonder if I'm pushed to. I really like the marbles.
Well, like I
But,
said, it's my favorite game in concept. In execution, marbles can't be beaten, I don't think.
Probably not. But this
Marble,
one was
because
really
marbles
great.
is pretty simple in concept. It's everyone is 1v1 and one person will die. This is already built in because there's just so much to say about the potential for this in terms of drama. But they did the marbles so fucking well. It's like a 10 out of 10 execution.
I think what I would sort of fight for with the marbles simply as a game, beyond the execution, is the fact that it gives the players opportunities to like choose different rule sets.
Sure.
They can play a different variety of games. I mean, to the point that because it was Sabiok and the other girl, where it's just like, oh, winner takes all. We'll do that. Compared to Dux, God damn it, big guy, when he was playing with when he was playing with the other guy, and they wanted to change the games part way through because he was losing too much, and then that ended up being a winner takes all sort of situation. Like the variety of the games that they can choose to play as a group, and like what that opens up for drama, feels like that works in its favor as well.
Well, they sort of function differently, don't they? Because marbles is almost a background activity. It's just the simplest, least obtrusive way you can contrive to focus everything on the characters, their exchanges, the conversations they're having. The game itself doesn't take up a huge amount of your attention. This is an example of the game itself deliberately forcing particular narrative choices. So it's not, I wouldn't necessarily call it like a payoff scene in the same way as marbles was. The point and purpose of the game narratively is very different, so the game is just more important in this situation.
I would agree with that. The marble, what's actually happening in the marbles game only really matters for big fella, you know.
I suppose
they're
perhaps
like
this is
plain game, right?
Perhaps this answers the question somewhat. Out of all the games, you know, which would you want if you were limited? So in this case, we just need to get rid of 2. Out of all the games you've seen, which are the 2 you would drop from your version of Squid Game? You didn't even know the characters yet, but you knew they had to play this set. Like which
of which of all of the games that we've done in the whole show?
Yeah, so it almost like forces you to say, for example, if you're forcing your team of characters, whoever they are, would you rather force them through marbles or force them through Mingle?
I'd say Mingle, if that's the one we're just talking about here, because again,
This
that is the game determining your story. Marbles, if you don't know who the characters are, I don't think Marbles is interesting.
Maybe, let me rephrase.
Relies on you knowing it.
Because I'm almost where I'm trying to get to. So, like, let's just say you have your standard approach. You've written your story. You've got several groups, several characters. You're invested in plenty of them, evil, good, all your sort of thing. That selection's completed. Do you want to put that selection through Marbles or through Mingle?
Probably Mingle, because there's more variables that can happen. That would be way more interesting. Because in the other one was like one and done, right?
I think Marbles will always produce
partner.
pretty good shit. It's just I don't know. Mingle is like, it's so fundamental.
Like to force people that are antagonistic towards each other, so they can have a room together, even though they hate each other at this point in time in the story. It could be super interesting.
I think that Marbles would make a very good first game or a very good last game kind of deal. Like, the further it is on the extremes, I think the stronger it can be. Mingle has a lot of versatility in where you put it.
Ooh,
I think
first game would be fucked up, actually, because
that's
if there's people that know each other, they would automatically like, oh, teams of 2, yeah, we're doing it, obviously.
Yeah,
and it's like
yeah,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's a great idea from a
first.
TV show point of view, though, because we need time to get to know them, you know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I think that you get different kinds of payoffs. How like shocking would it be? And not that the first game, the red light, green light's a really good like first game, and it plays into the panic aspects and the mass death and weeding out a bunch of people, blah blah blah. But starting off with the 1v1, having a few people do their games and win, and then secretly the Squidites pull out a gun and shoot the person, and that causes a huge amount of panic as if people play their games, and then it starts happening to the pairs.
To go to bat for marbles, not marvels, marbles for a little bit. I love the aspect of, as Fringy mentioned, they get to choose their game, but then there's also just who's going to actually let the results sit, who might sacrifice themselves for the person they've teamed up with, who might try and sabotage it, who might try and trick. Like, that's why that episode is so fucking amazing. We run basically all the results possible, and they do them so well.
Yeah.
And that, of course, will change based on who we're dealing with. Mingle is like a different thing, because I've seen someone say like there's more payoffs in Mingle, but they're not as deep. It's like I would not make that the difference. Mingle forces the absolute truth to the surface in seconds, which is what I really like about it. Marbles gives people a chance to really think through a situation and make a heroic choice, while Mingle is like it forces you into a situation right now. Press the button. Basically, what are you gonna do? Yes or no? You got 5 seconds. You're about to die, and it's like. I really like the instinctual choice and what it means about you as a person, that you may have chosen to sacrifice yourself if you had a minute to think, but in 5 seconds you choose to save yourself.
But yeah, that's true. But then at the same time, as you mentioned with marbles, in much the same way that there's, the nature of how the decisions manifest over, minutes, that also can work the opposite way.
Yeah.
Like with Sungwoo coming up with a plan to sabotage Ali so that he can live. Like, that was premeditated, basically. Like, he thought that one through.
Obviously, there's so much more potential left for Marbles. What about a person who says, like, I'll die, I'll die, and then over the course of the time, gradually convinces themselves, you should be the one that dies, actually. Like,
Yeah.
something like that would be pretty cool. And then,
Then it could end with neither of them even winning. They're both fighting over the marbles, and then time runs out, and it's like, we'll see. Ooh,
and back to Mingle,
there, right?
the violence aspect of like breaking other teams to fix your own, killing people, or how you end up choosing between how much you like people. That's the part that really just gets to me. It's like, you never wanted to know the answer to this question, but your friend will now let you know just how much they care about you compared to that other friend.
Mm-hmm.
It does the layup aspect of the game group size that goes before it too. Like, we have the groups of 5. Then they say split into 4. Like, well, you've already used kind of like the last game to build a dynamic that's going to be instantly, played up. So they're both really great games. It's tough. I'm sticking with my same answer, but they're both such great concepts that they're so versatile, not just in like what you can learn, but in the placement and the order of games too, and how you want to weed people out. Because like Marble probably knocks out half the people instantly in the first game.
Would you say Marbles?
And
that's
the Marbles one. Yeah, that does.
Yeah.
That's by design. It knocks out half at least. Maybe even more if teams don't.
Probably more than half. Yeah.
I think it didn't it? I'm pretty sure there were. Not everybody made it through that one.
I just mean, like, statistically, you'd be guaranteed. If it was the first game, guaranteed over half.
But I think you could. But it's easier to control with Mingle.
It's somewhat easy to control.
Yeah.
So I could imagine that there would be instances where it would actually end up being less than 100.
Yeah, more people died than you would have wanted, for sure.
Yeah. Though you could just increase the time limit. Like, groups of 4, you got 10 minutes.
I mean, in theory.
Obviously, for a show, that would be different. But, like,
yeah.
in theory, the idea of extending the amount of time so it's not quite a knee-jerk reaction, but actually giving the groups time to, like,
that would have been
and think about it.
Kind of interesting as a format for Mingle, that you start with the timer and it shrinks every round just to make it more and more pressure sort of thing.
That would be good. Yeah, that'd be good. And it would be a weird way to, and depending on the number of rooms and the group sizes, doing the opposite where you increase the amount of time could also be... you have to play off with how many people you want to have left, essentially.
So with Marbles, you see firsthand what your friend thinks about you. The thing about it is it applies to both games and with both dynamics of all different kinds of things. Because take for example, I feel like, can't promise this, but if we were forced into it, we'd probably agree we're going to let fate decide and play some kind of chancy game. And then if that happens, then accept the result. But some people might not, or whatever. Mingle feels it forces the whole, like, there's 2 slots and 3 friends, who's out, It's such a strict and quick. Oh fuck! And you almost maybe want to consider being the friend that's just like, don't make the choice. I'll go find someone else. It's fine. you guys go. Yeah. I'm gonna be the hero. It's something.
Be heroic.
And then
when you survive, you can feel really good about yourself.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? If someone leaves and then comes back, I would be like, dude, that was fucking legendary. The fact that you're still alive too, because I don't even know if I'd have the balls to do it myself, but you did.
Mm-hmm.
It's why I was instantly like soup. Like, I love the I forget his name, but the boss character. That first episode dying to save.
Kim.
So,
that was
Kim. Yeah. Was like, yo, like, what an actual Chad. That gives such strong motivation to someone else in that very interesting plot line that's to come.
I was going to say, Frontman, I think, has been stellar up to this point in terms of, like, contributions to the story.
Agreed.
I maybe would have wished for some more conversations, but I'm, of course, thinking at this point to myself, I'm getting more, so it's fine, as well as more games.
What we've had has been great with him.
Well, I mean, I suppose it's worth noting that is the end of the 3rd and final game of this season.
Which I all but realized when I was watching, because I was like, shit, we're a third of the way through this episode. There's not going to be another one this episode, and then there's the finale.
Weird to say.
And that's probably not going to have a game in it, because there's no way we're fitting fucking 3 of them, so it's like...
I mean, Thank God they were stellar games, but
Hmm.
it was only
Yeah.
3. But that's the saving grace, is that they were so good.
Unfortunately, before we get back to the A plot, the soldiers they're doing their organ stuff, and
Yes,
outside,
organs.
Gi-hun sends up a drone to scout an island. That's both scenes.
Whoa.
Great.
Let's-
All
no,
right,
no.
all right.
Remember, you're
Fringy,
forgetting
let's hear the analysis for these scenes. Let's go.
Fringy is forgetting a very important part. The boat captain mispronounces drone.
Yeah, he does.
Is this
Ha.
drobe or drone or something?
He says drong.
I
think
wonder
drong.
if this is a lie.
Yeah, he says
I
it
wonder
with
if it's a
he says it
lie.
with an M. It's so funny.
Yeah. Haha.
All right,
So
well,
they're back in the dorms. The players shuffle back into the dorms. And Gi-hun says that once they get back, we should count the players to see which side has more people remaining. And then Thanos gives Minsu a hug. He's like, "Yeah, you made it. Ooh, yeah, great." And Minsu's pretty he's not feeling too good, which I think makes a lot of sense at this point.
Didn't I'm sorry.
That
'Cause
was-
I think we forgot to mention it but I'm half trying to remember it. When Thanos kicked one of the guys away, didn't he then, once they got in the room, question where he is? Like,
He was like,
yeah.
"Wait, where's my boy?" And then he
Yeah.
looks out and he sees him get shot.
like as though
Yeah,
he didn't even
that's
remember
how
that he was the one that booted him out, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
Cocaine
much.
is a hell of a drug.
truly.
That was a bad impression of that joke, but you know what I mean.
That's okay. That's okay. And
That's
so
horrible.
Myung-gi pulls Junhee to the side and says he wants to start over with her, pay off some debts, and invest the rest. And it's like, oh no, he's
Oh,
at it
dear.
again.
You mean like a Roth IRA, right? Something safe and stable?
I've
thing
heard
is
of
that
something called
he mentions, like,
Dogecoin.
No.
It's like, yeah. He's like, well, no, I got stockbrokers this time. But then she's like, oh, you're just after the money. And so she just
Yeah.
turns him down and walks away. And Thanos is watching from afar. He's paying attention because he's still big mad about the
There's
crypto.
this Hawk-Tua girl. You wouldn't believe what she came out with.
And then Shaman lady,
God.
Shaman
tour.
lady tells her team that she's put a curse on them, and that's that.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Why are you still
yeah.
alive?
She's a curse on this show.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't. Anyway, Junbei, he's counted, and he says that there are 56 players remaining who voted to stay, including himself. But Inho thinks, well, he explains that if 7 of the players change their minds, they'll win the vote and leave. And he believes this is likely because the prize money is pretty substantial at this point, and that it's very unlikely that anybody who voted to leave would change their minds now, which I think is valid. I would be surprised at this point if after that you'd be changing your mind to keep going.
I mean,
If
that
that's
game
what
was
my analysis
brutal
would be.
in terms
If
of just
you-
experience.
Yeah, if you were willing to leave for this amount of money and you valued your life that much, because I'd be like, get me the fuck out. There's no way that saying, well, you totally want to stay now, right? And like, no, I guess
nothing would
about
change.
it. I'm still gonna fucking
Yeah.
leave. I'm just glad I'm still alive.
And so Gi-hun signals his intention to convince the remaining players to leave, but Inho is concerned that if he does that, they might resort to violence, which actually wins Gi-hun over in terms of like keeping it to himself, which is kind of like, because on the one hand, like maybe it would do that, but also like it might be worth it to try it, and convince a few people rather than just waiting and seeing what happens.
If you put everyone on the same page of now it's in everyone's minds and they can prepare against it, because remember the first one they had like the fortresses, essentially the pillow forts, and they moved everything. Like that's probably the safest move that you could do for everyone, is for them to create 2 walls each team.
I guess the
I
problem
mean-
is that if you do that, you already communicate to them that something that they haven't found out yet, which is that they can kill
Is
each
it
other
like-
in the dorms.
A bad strategy to say, everyone, tonight they're going to try to force us to kill each other.
Yeah.
Don't play into it. It's specifically designed
yeah.
to fuck you over. I would even lie again. Fuck it. Use lies to your advantage, Gi-hun. I'd be like, the person who kills
Yeah.
the most will be erased. Like they'll do a count at the
They'll be
end,
eliminated.
and they will eliminate the top 3 killers. That's how they do this. So don't fall for it. They're just trying. If nobody kills anyone, we'll all make it through. I would just lie. I'd make that up, and then the
Yeah.
fucking Squid people will probably come out and be like, that was bullshit what he said. Like, we don't do that. And then I'd be like,
He's the
oh,
reason
you
you're
don't
a
do that
liar.
now, do you? Yeah, you're not going to do it this
You
time.
liar.
That's the
You
thing, though. You
liar.
can't even be proven wrong, because if they said we're not going to do that,
Yeah.
you'd be like, oh, they're changing it because they're trying to
Well,
convince you to kill.
yeah.
Don't do it.
Mm-hmm. That's right. But no, he basically is convinced by this. He decides, all right, let's Let's wait until the vote happens. Which will happen, but meanwhile, Gi-hun, they find a door on an island, they investigate it, and they open the door, and it explodes. Which, like,
Oh no!
I mean, yeah, of
What
course
else
it would.
is
Why
gonna-
would you just
this-
open a door?
This actually hurt brain-wise, right? Because none of them are fucking characters, seemingly. They can't have conversations.
Yeah.
We're at that point in the narrative, because whatever. But so we're a group of people. We're trying to find the thing. It's not working out, and finally we found a door. It's like, so you believe this could be the correct island, yes? And you're like, yes. And it's like, so if it is, they know we're here. We're on a fucking boat outside of the... They know. They've already got us.
Yeah.
So we should probably expect some antagonism here, and there's going to be protection and security all across any kind of entrance to this thing, right? But like, yeah, that's all true. So already, if that's the scenario, we're taking maximum precautions. It's probably
Well, I'd,
rigged to kill us.
get-
But even if it's
Get the
not,
drone.
if it is an
Mhm.
island that's just random, we should entertain the fact that this could just be a trap for us. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. My first thought of it was like, okay, well, what do we do? It's like, I don't know, get the drone, tie the drone to the door, and use the drone to open the door, and then see what happens, rather than going up to it yourself and
Yeah.
opening it, where you put yourself in jeopardy. And yeah, it explodes. And it kills
It
one of
bugs
them.
me. It
But
bugs
why
me
is that-
too, like the way he opened it up. Like if you like, you'd be on the side and you'd pull it
Yeah,
the door
he-
towards you. You wouldn't be like in the middle, opening up wide to leave you in the
No.
center.
Yeah, I figured they would have used ropes or something. Like
so
tie it
fucking
to the handle
stupid.
and pull it from a distance.
I don't
Just
like
open
it.
it, and then
There are-
that's that.
I'm
There
just
are some
confused why they.
things.
I just don't know
there's
why
some-
they put an exploding door there.
Just to
Random
fuck with
exploding
them.
door.
Why
If
not?
any-
They
no,
like
if anything,
traps.
that
They're
would be-
games masters. I also like the fact that isn't there a line sometime later? It's like, well, the way he can rest in peace is if we carry on and find these bastards. I don't even know who the fucker is.
I don't
Is he
even-
really
yeah.
invested in this mission?
I'm pretty
Was
sure he just wants
being
you for his
paid to be there?
payday.
Yeah.
That's what they're here for, mercenaries,
But
right?
literally, yes. With how close they get, they could have tied some string and just pulled it from really far away. There are some caveman level tactics they could have done here, and they don't.
Yeah,
I
you know,
really
we
hope
can't,
they-
because
we can't, oh, sorry.
Oh, it's just so embarrassing because to introduce us to them, it's like, oh, they're like the best of the best, and all they've been doing so far is fail horrifically at everything.
It's just
Yeah.
time wasting. That's what this is designed to do. But you didn't have to design it to do that. These could have been people. You could have had them talk.
Mhm.
Oh well.
I feel
Ew.
we can skip ahead and summarize them for the
Well,
episodes. Yeah.
One thing I'm kind of noticing with our special forces group is like I wish they worked harder on this, because in some ways they do. Weird mix that they would choose to have a mix of AKs and M4s, none of them with any sights on them, and also the AK that he uses, our lead guy, has the safety on as they're about to open the door, and as they're like walking up to it, moving through the woods, they're like clearly sweeping their guns right across each other constantly. And it's these little things that make me go,
Well, that's because when they said I've got special forces, what they meant is it's the kind of special that leaves the same.
These guys come cheap, okay?
Special forces.
I figure we could just skip ahead and summarize because this happens later. But the Park is like, we gotta head back to port, but they want to push on. And Wusiok just rather astutely notes, well, they're onto us, clearly.
Yes.
If they're setting up booby traps. He points it out. And then Gi-hun says, all right, stop using your phone, switch your radio frequency every day. And then he asks Park to tell the other boat to do this. He asks him to do it. And it's like, oh, that's awkward that you asked the evil one to tell them to do that. I don't think he will. I just find it funny that Wusiok's the guy who notes, like, dude, clearly, like, because he noted it when the tracker got found. He's like, someone fucked us. Like, someone must have known. Which maybe they didn't necessarily. They could have found it. But, like, I would say it's reasonable to assume that somebody is working for them at this point. They seem to be, like, able to directly combat us at every turn. But that's it. That's the scene. That's it. We can move on from that. So, a new vote is being held. And Gi-hun's going to go
Yay.
first. Soldiers like, yeah, no outbursts, okay? We're not going to tolerate that, so nobody's allowed to say anything. And I suppose we could summarize this pretty quick, because unfortunately this also takes up a bit too much time.
Yes.
I got a question. Earlier on, they specifically talk about how they want people to exercise their democratic processes when they vote, not allowing for any, they call it disruptions.
Yeah.
Which I guess in a way is true, sort of. But like by saying no more discussion, everyone just vote now. Do you think that that's a little like kind of goes against what they claimed earlier about having respecting the democratic
Yeah, but
process for everyone?
they constantly don't follow through on the rules. That
I mean, I guess that is true. We had
There's even
in the
an
first season we had
episode.
complaints.
Yeah, isn't it the first time they vote? They're starting to argue, and that's when the triangle guy says no more disruptions will be tolerated. So they've already established this is the rule. They didn't really need to remind everyone of the rule.
It's just that this time nobody says anything. Instead, they all actually just shut up and wait. But then we see as the process plays out that Jungbei, Seimi, Minsu, Hyunju, and Yongsik and 2 other players change their vote to X. Which and up to this point nobody switches their vote. But while they're watching this, Jungbei,
Did we mention that they say to the girl, "It's good that you're doing what we told you to do," and that's the scene?
No,
Wait,
why?
what?
What's the point of that? Like, why would we? What's the point of that?
Oh yeah, that happened. Anyway, moving on.
Like, I was gonna write that down in my notes. I'm like, why? Why? There's nothing to. Yeah, they just tell her like, yeah, good. You're not messing with our plan.
It took me until now to realize what scene you were even talking about.
It's so quickly done. It's such a
yeah.
okay, that's happening, I guess. Yeah.
I just there's nothing to talk about.
It's so funny.
just,
Some of these scenes feel like they're
Lady?
designed
Yes, she is.
to simply buffer between the actual story. You know,
The vote,
like
yeah.
we want to see what the story is. That it's like, how about this for a second because we need to do a time jump. And you're like, okay, fine.
Yeah. It's just whatever. But Jungbei is gonna tell Gi-hun, he's like, In-ho, I gotta tell you about him. But as he's about to say it, a player who's like devoted to the Shaman lady changes her vote to stay. So like he stops. But then he's gonna explain again to Gi-hun what In-ho did, but then he's interrupted when In-ho casts his vote to leave. And it's like, what? Like, why does he keep stopping? He keeps stopping right when he's going to explain to Gi-hun what's happening.
Yeah.
It's really annoying because it's going to create some bullshit later.
Well, and he
It's
says,
just
and it's not even just that he doesn't get it all out. He doesn't get enough out that it's too late to not get it all out. You know what I mean?
Exactly. He's like, about In-ho. Well, you see in the last game, and then like, well, wait, what were you going to tell me about In-ho? Well, you see in the last game,
It's like
okay, yeah. As opposed to In-ho freaks me out. Oh wait, why? Well, in the last game, he, and then it's like, well, it's too late. If you said he freaks you out, you'd be like, well, I'm not going to drop that. Like, I want you to tell me, but it's not enough. It's annoying. But you may have noticed that because of that, it's 50-50, and In-ho, he does a little grin, a little evil grin before he turns around and joins the rest of the players. And what they're told is that because it's 50-50, they'll do another vote the next day. Not play a game, it's just you got a day, you can think about it, and then we'll vote again to see what happens. So that's what happens.
Yeah.
And as they're walking away, Gi-hun is asking Jungbei, like, what were you going to say about In-ho? And he just decides not to say anything now for some reason. He's like, this place does things to you.
Yeah. I guess they're doing this thing where it's like, he voted in our favor. I think he's cool. I was just
that's it.
Maybe I'm just the insane one. Maybe I was the one who murdered someone. I don't know. It's just
Not sure I fully believed it would be 50-50, but whatever. That's how it turned out.
No.
Yeah.
The scores are always very dramatic, except for that one time when it wasn't.
I feel in general in the show, like the timings and the votes, they're all every time they're very dramatic. As
there's more you can do to justify it, but they
just
didn't work hard enough. I don't think.
No. And I imagine that if you asked the writer, he would say, well, this is more dramatic. That's why we did it. Like, yeah, it could have been different, but we wanted it to be this because it's more dramatic that way, and it's possible. So shut up. And it's kind of like it's not too annoying as a thing. It's just like slightly annoying as an approach. Things are slightly more convenient and coincidental and dramatic than they might actually end up being if things played out more logically. It's not like there's anything super wrong with it, but it's just like In any case, In-ho now believes they should convince the other players before the second vote. And so Young-sik and Gumja try to coax over some players with the promise of buying them food. And Zhongdae's like, well, no, when more of you die, I'll buy like a farm. So fuck you.
This is the big
farm.
Big moment of it's already come up, but big moment for there should be bribery happening here for Gi-hun. He should be,
yeah.
especially
with
when
our lives, you want money. Let's make a deal.
Yeah, and like I said, he can lie. He can say, "I promise you all X amount, whatever's needed." He can just say it.
But no, he just sort of sits there and watches as a fight and an argument breaks out. Not a fight with words. But then as this is happening, he notices that the players have all been handed metal forks with their food. And he's like, "Oh shit, uh-oh." And so Thanos and Namgyu are in the toilets harassing Minsu, pressing him to change his vote. They're just like banging on the door, like, "Buddy, come on, get out here. We just want to talk." And so Myungi, it says like, "Thanos, he's interfering with the vote." And then Thanos says, "No, Team X, they're going to attack us." And while this is happening, Minsu just shuffles behind the massive Team X players. And then Thanos threatens Myungi, so he throws a punch, misses, but a massive brawl breaks out, and Thanos pins him to the ground and starts strangling him, and Myungi takes a fork and stabs Thanos in the neck.
Which is apparently fatal. It turns out we didn't need all those missiles and lasers and Spider-Man powers. You just needed a fork. That was it.
It turns out people are very squishy.
Take up your mother's fork.
One of the prongs broke. Take up your mother's trident.
Yeah, that's it for Thanos.
Yeah, he's
lame.
He is killed by this, and I've seen a lot of people say it's a satisfying ending. I didn't get that at all.
No,
I was like, well, that happened. He's gone now.
I thought there was a lot
more
like purpose to this character that we were going to do, but I guess that's that. It's just over.
I felt like the natural thing you would want to do is he's going to be the one who's getting fucked over by one of his teammates that he's been going around the whole time. Like,
or the little guy finally manages to get up the courage, the nerd guy, and really absolutely fuck him over in the end, or something. Yeah, something. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Something. I was expecting something.
Yeah,
but no fork.
Well, you know what?
He's the first casualty of the special game, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Yeah, he is.
Well,
I just don't know what's the conclusion of Thanos' story in this arc, like this season?
Conclusion is he should have gotten over the
kids don't do
stuff.
drugs.
He should have moved on from that. He should have accepted that he made a bad financial investment.
I think the thing is, I can't even work with that because half the time he probably doesn't even remember that's happening when he's high. You know, like
yeah.
It's just like we've got. It feels like when you're building up a character and it's like piece 1, piece 2, piece 3, and you're like, that's enough to get piece 4, which is a beautiful end. So this is like piece 1, piece F, piece 3A. I'm like, what? I don't know what I'm doing with this. And it's like, and now we've got piece 3. And you're like, okay. I guess he's out. Yeah, it's like that's that. Yeah, I can't draw any of this together into anything meaningful. I'm just like, he's out. That's he's gone.
Cancelled again.
Like the thing, I know maybe this is unfair, but compared to Doc Sue's ending, which is so much more meaningful, even though he's like on the lower rungs of like what meaning you draw out of Squid Game, but his story, right? Like he essentially gets himself killed through the actions of so ruthlessly fucking with people. Yeah, like I find that to be much more slick and meaningful. This I don't really get.
You guys talked about wanting more unceremonious deaths in media. Why doesn't it work for you? Well,
it doesn't
here. What is the idea then? If it's unceremonious,
well, wait, we've got a shit ton of unceremonious deaths in Squid Game across the board, every game, and in this scene we're gonna have a shit ton of them. Thanos is a character that's been built up in several different ways. It's like, what was the idea? Was it simply, look, he died? I think even with sudden death or unceremonious ones, there's a story to be told. We usually argue that.
I would say that that Marcus in Arcane Season 1 is like maybe peak example of unceremonious tragic ending for a character.
Yeah, when we describe what makes the unceremonious nature of it like valuable, it's gonna be referring to his story. There's one I'd like to reference, but it's too much of a spoiler. Would be
I wonder what show it is.
Leaf on the Wind type stuff, if you know what I mean. Free. The one I guess we could try go for. I'm trying to think of all the different ones. Saving Private Ryan would probably have a couple we could refer to, but broadly speaking, any given death in that is already got this huge backdrop of the goal of the entire team and what they are doing and the sacrifice and what it means in relation to that, right? I'm asking for anybody to help me out. What am I supposed to do with Thanos getting forked? I don't understand, like, what can I draw out of it?
The only thing I could tell you is you gotta...
and meaningless. Meaningless and unceremonious are two different things.
Yes.
You can have an unceremonious
Unless
but
the
very meaningful
meaninglessness
death.
is the meaning, ironically.
Well, yes.
Unless,
Basically,
yeah, but
yes.
I don't know
if
that
it's
that's even what
meaningless.
it's meant to be here. I think it's just like, yeah, Ripperoonie, you're out, you're done.
The guy that he was
Yeah.
attacking because he was a bad guy
Yeah.
and got him, actually. Isn't that satisfying? He's like, well,
Yeah.
Is-
Like,
Because
No,
if that's
not
it, I'd be
really.
like, all right.
all right, you
like,
did it.
yeah, okay. And and again, you know,
is ceremonious like when he's crying and screaming and then explodes? I don't know.
unceremonious would be like what Arcane season 2 did too fucking much. Where like it's slow motion and dramatic music, and the characters kind of like get a lot
that's
of time to-
ceremonious, right?
Yeah, that's very.
Yes, that's what I'm
Overly
saying.
serious.
That's what I'm saying. That's what Arcane does too much compared to like Quentin Tarantino, who does many characters dying very unceremoniously, where it's just like, yep, you're dead. Like you're just out. You're done. Bye.
Coming out
But
of
of
that,
course,
don't
obviously,
get
there's
shot.
degrees. There's degrees to that as well, like the nature of how quickly or like how much it's rooted in the character's decision making that they essentially like ensured that they would
Mhm.
die swiftly and pretty unceremoniously. My general frustration with things being too ceremonious is it feels like it doesn't. Sometimes people just die and their story isn't like done, and the circumstances are like pretty bad, and it's just like quick and swift. They didn't even know it, or maybe they did. Like not every person in existence gets a lot of time to like absorb and recognize what's happening, say their final goodbyes. Sometimes people just die very quickly and suddenly, in a way that's like brutal, and it feels like stories should represent that more often than is typically the case.
That's the one I just mentioned. John Travolta in Pulp Fiction is probably a really good example, actually.
Yeah, that's a good
Oh,
one.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
you're just done. Like
Hey.
Ripperoonie, you just got blasted.
Like
Like
high main character that's a part of so many significant, interesting scenes is just in this one and
And
dead.
it's just like,
Like,
yeah,
oh shit.
and he's just gone. Yeah,
And that, again, I haven't seen that
Departed.
film in ages, and I'd immediately be like, isn't it so fucking interesting that he's the main character from the other POV storyline, but he is a henchman, ultimately. He was going
Yeah.
for a shit. And then, like, it's like, oh, there's so much to work with in that.
it just opens the door. Toast pops up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. No, yeah, it's and in this case, to me, it more so feels like this was just a decision that was made because they didn't know what to do anymore. It didn't feel like a very, God, someone's pointed out, probably one of the most well-known unceremonious deaths in The Departed.
Yeah.
It just comes out of nowhere, and it's just like,
I
oh,
mentioned that, but I guess it got drowned out.
oh, maybe.
No, yeah,
did
Rags
drown
did say
out.
it.
It is good that that's brought up. It is one of the best. It's something that's
It's
quite
the best.
controversial for a lot of people who don't.
No, yeah,
expect
some
They're
people
wrong,
to this
damn it.
day would say it's a bad choice, but I think it was an
Oh, and
excellent
of course,
choice.
No
Because they
Country
are
for
wrong,
Old
yeah.
Men as well. No Country for Old Men's got
Oh
another
well, Mahler
ceremonious off-screen death.
Yes.
in Interstellar,
Oh, what? The guy who gets hit by the wave?
Matt Damon.
Oh, well, he just blows up.
I don't know if that's unceremonious. Quite like
Anticlimactic would probably be a better way to describe that.
I
perhaps.
think that the guy getting hit by the wave is a better example, but
That was
that's
so
not
shit.
that's bullshit. I just don't care about it.
Dude, we'll be here forever if we don't. This is so
Well,
many
and
movies.
another one that I always bring up: Gordon's death in 2012 is unceremonious, but it's bullshit because it goes unacknowledged by the characters, basically.
I think
It's like he
Platoon's
died,
already
don't
argued the
care.
key, right? It's unceremonious, but that's not necessarily the problem. It's the meaninglessness of it. It's so cruel
Exactly.
and nonsense.
Exactly.
Not that
in
I
this
like
case, it's like
adore Thanos and desperately want him to have a heroic end. I just want it to be an end that matches a story that happened instead of like, why did I watch all of his scenes for this?
What was that
ending?
leading
Don't do
to?
drugs.
Yeah.
don't
If
do
the character
drugs.
is
Don't
Don't
do
do
drugs.
drugs. Don't gamble on crypto. Now go into the world and prosper.
two very good pieces of advice. You know, if a character is in a show and the show doesn't have a huge amount of time and he's taking up a fair chunk of that time, then he has to prove a point in the way that he goes out, in as much as the way he actually acts while alive. If the way he dies doesn't correspond to anything like approaching an arc, then it's just, what the fuck was the point of wasting all of our time on that character until this point?
And like I said, I didn't even. A lot of people hate him. I didn't hate him. I thought he was fine and could be used for different things. But I was like, oh, that.
I enjoyed his
I was waiting to see where it
dancing.
went.
I enjoyed his dancing and being like, "Come on, my boy, let's go."
Come on,
I liked his
boy.
interactions in Mingle. I thought that was an interesting contrast. The fact that he unequivocally decides who lives and who dies, and almost doesn't even realize it and doesn't really care, and he's just moving through it like that. It's that's an interesting show of how it can run versus others. But yeah, he's dead.
Yeah.
You
Dunzo.
could use him
And,
for interesting things later. So it's like, well, the episode we're not on yet, but like, imagine having a character like him in the big climactic set piece, someone you don't know whether he's going to go along with the plan or not, or someone who could change at any given moment. That added air of tension, because you have no fucking clue if this guy is actually reliable, would be pretty fun to watch, I think. And it would have been better for him to go out then than now, because then at least he's got some kind of dramatic use.
Yeah, if we had a game, like game 6 or 5, I guess, that had 15 players or something, and he's one of them, and it's literally down to all the people we know really well, that's well served and can provide something. But yeah, just losing him here, you're like, all right, well, bye.
Yeah.
Yes, he's done.
And that's it. That's it. Leads into episode 7. He's dead, and the big brawl is in the bathroom. It's happening, and there are 2 soldiers just letting it happen. And that's that. 5 players got killed, which is announced in the dorms to the shock of all the players. And then the prize money increases. It's basically kind of just the same as what happened in season 1, where like all the players now immediately recognize like what this means. And the teams argue over who was responsible for the fight in the bathroom. And then they decide, all right, let's recount. Let's see who's going to win the vote tomorrow. And then that leads us back to the detective storyline.
Yay!
Yay! Finally.
Yes! I can't wait to see some detecting.
By
So
the way,
the-
just
the
for the record,
drone-
right, this is
yeah.
the last episode. So
Yes.
I don't know about everyone
It's-
else, but I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
holy shit, we've got so much to do. What
I got
the
to
fuck?
watch 7 games in a row. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, I
It's
was
been
seriously
7
under the
episodes,
impression
and the detectives
that,
haven't detected anything.
yeah,
They
I was-
detected
I
an
was seriously under the
explosion.
impression
What are you saying, Dust?
that, like a week from
No,
now,
that doesn't
like,
count. They made
it'll
it.
just-
You can't say that you detected something you were responsible for. That's cheating.
Okay, they
What's up?
detected
I
a
was
dual
just-
they were
fucking.
just doing the
I
arcane
detected a massive
thing
shit
where-
10 minutes
okay,
ago.
forget it.
Ooh.
No, Das, what were you saying?
Nah, I'm over it.
No, come on. What were you saying?
I was just thinking they were going to be doing like the arcane thing where it's all like, oh, we're releasing a bunch of shit now, and then like a week from now we got the rest going. It's like I really thought that that's what the direction they were going from. It wasn't until I got to talk to you guys that I'm like, oh, a whole last season
That's
3
it.
we're waiting for now.
Uh-huh.
I will
Okay.
say it's a year's wait and it's done, right? So you got that. That's something we have,
Yes,
as opposed
compared
to
to
we don't know when season 3 is
Spider-Verse.
coming out. If it was that, holy shit.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean it's kind of it's a kind of an awkward problem with Spider-Verse. It's like, yeah, new film coming out next year. The year after that, we're still working on it. They haven't recorded their lines for the film yet.
Leave us alone.
Like-
We don't know.
We like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man,
Spider-Man, look at him go. Premiering
Well, and I
next
mean,
time.
In a similar vein, fucking people who really love the Batman and Penguin, it's like, what am I getting my follow-up for that? It's like, maybe,
Yeah, 2025.
maybe, maybe not
2020.
even 2020 fucking 30.
2027, maybe. Yeah.
More
I mean, in
Batman
this
content
case,
will
it's,
occur.
I didn't know either when I watched the season. I just figured it's like, oh, there's season 2, and I know that there's going to be a third one. I didn't know that season 2 and 3 were shot back to back. I didn't know that was the
Mhm.
case. I suppose that explains the 3-year gap. That could explain that. And also, yeah, people are saying that apparently it might be June
That's,
that it
that's
comes
all right
out
then.
as well.
All right.
So
not a huge
I
I
wait.
think that's not too bad. Yeah.
Because like I think I said earlier, like my recommendation this season is dependent on the second half of it.
Yes.
Mhm.
I see somebody saying like mid-season, but the thing is that this wasn't advertised as like part 1 of season 2. This is season 2. What is next is season 3, so it's not quite the same. And
Yeah.
I don't think that it's unfair for people to feel that a season, even if it has threads, that can lead into subsequent seasons, that a season will tell a story that is resolved by the
We'll
end.
get there.
You can think
This
about
is
it
a
with,
big
you know,
conversation to be had at the credits.
we can talk about it. That's true. Yeah, we can get to that later. We just got to summarize the detective storyline. This is the only scene, by the way. So once we're done with this, we're done with it for this whole season. So
it's also just
there's a
fucking lame as a scene, as far as I'm concerned.
That is. I guess I'll just summarize it as quickly as I can. So one of the mercenaries is the drone guy. He's feeling sick because it's a storm, and he runs outside and vomits overboard. And then he sees Captain Park tinkering with the drone.
He's doing evil. Stop him.
He's doing evil. Yeah, and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And then Park stabs him several times and tosses him overboard. And then Woo Seok, you know, he finds him. He's like, "What are you doing?" And Park's like, "Oh, I thought I heard strange noises. Go back in bed. Go back to bed. Go inside and sleep." And that's the scene.
I
He's
already
evil.
want to be like, so that, you know, he spots him soldering something, right? And so the implication is he's fucking with the wiring such that the drone will not work anymore. Are you retarded? Toss it overboard. If you start tinkering with it, they will be able to tell somebody deliberately sabotaged it. Obviously. It'd be like, there's literal soldering work that's been done on this to destroy it. Who of you did this? And if you'd be like, well, they'd know if he tossed it as well. It's like, not necessarily. All he has to do is open up all the doors, smash a few windows, toss a bunch of random stuff, and be like, the storm was intense. We lost a shit ton. I'm so sorry. I think some of your equipment got damaged. I don't know. And, you know, like, I've lost this, I've lost it. Make it about how much the boat is in trouble and all that stuff. And then they'd be like, oh, shit, the drone. They'd be like, the drone? Oh, no. Oh, gosh.
Damn rat.
Darn, that's
We'll
the
have to
third
go
drone
back.
this week.
But instead, he's, like, actually tinkering with the wiring. I was just like, what are you...
Yeah, it's,
He just leaves himself.
It also
in a
takes
position to get
ages,
caught.
right? And he gets caught. Like, it's also really, I
And
guess,
then-
super coincidental anyway, of all the time that guy wakes up. It's when he's tinkering with... I don't know. I just wasn't happy with this
But now
scene. I was like, whatever, he's evil. I got it.
mhm.
We already
I
guessed
can
that
at least
much.
give it to this scene that it was more interesting than any other detective scene has been so far, even if only slightly.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say interesting. It's just more happened that mattered. Like
It's the
in this
least.
scene.
It's like the least boring, I guess.
I guess
Yeah,
so.
pretty much.
Saint
Yeah.
I'll give you
Shankton
that.
thrown
yeah.
off a boat.
Yeah, that's what I would say. But we could be done with it, and that is the end of the detective storyline. And I'm pretty sure we don't get any scenes for the soldier and the Noel storyline either. So we
Oh,
are just on
fringy.
a plot.
So...
This is they're 2 for 2 with the detective subplot ending with someone being brutally attacked and falling into the water.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
true.
But
Parallels.
what I will give
What
does
season
it
1
mean?
is that is at least an ending to that plot line with the promise of it developing in future more than likely. This isn't. What you need to have
No, this
happen
is
at the end of this one is
halfway.
they discover the island, probably. That would be like a satisfying sort of like, shit, they finally got it. And it's like, all right, boys, it's time to, land. We're going to fuck this place up. And then cut. And it's like, you'll see the rest of that in next season because that made all the fucking looking around
guess-
scenes worth it.
I guess their thought was, well, no, the revelation that Park is evil, that's good enough. And it's like, it ain't.
No.
We already knew he was evil.
Evil.
We already
Well, and that's the
figured it
thing.
out in his
I already
first
know.
scene.
So we'll be like, well, no, because they can't find it yet. They'll have to find it wherever they find it in season 3. I'll just be like, well,
They should-
fucking move shit around because we need something. You can't just end on that. That's it.
Yeah.
I think they should have reversed it. They found the island, but we didn't find out who the traitor was. That would have been better. Then you could have the
think it
then you
makes-
have the longer payoff.
Whatever you need to match it up with whatever the fuck the plan is in season 3, make it happen. Because finding the island correctly at the end and showing them all really happy, but the captain looks worried. That's a fine ending for this plot line in this season.
Yeah, not this.
Not this.
This is cringe. But it's over. That's it.
That's it.
And so we're back in the
over.
dorm. And Team X outnumbers Team O by 1 player, which means they'll likely win the vote. But then the announcer's like, lights out in 30 minutes. And Gi-hun is silently staring across the room as all the Team O players are looking back evilly. They're looking very evil at this point.
Evil organ.
And so the man in charge, the acting, the supervisor is told that Noel, yeah, she's not causing problems. So then he steps in the control room and tells the soldiers to get ready for what Metal mentioned previously, the special game. It has a name.
Yay, special game. Yeah.
They know what it is. So Gi-hun tells his group, basically, this is the hero group, so it's all the protagonists are here. He tells them that when the lights go out, people on the other side will attack them to try and win the vote and then increase the prize. And so Inho says, we should attack first. And Gi-hun staunchly opposes this. He just outright refuses to fight other players. And instead, he wants to fight the people who created the game. And he tells them that these people are above them on the upper levels. And that his goal is to capture Frontman and put an end to the games. Inho's staring at him.
This is so odd, though. Why are they all treating this like information they've never understood? When he says there are people running this, they all look like that was news to them.
This isn't
Obviously.
an occurrence?
Or is the news that the people are like literally physically present? Like,
Well, so then the
upstairs
other
rather
problem
than-
comes in. Why wouldn't he have told them this before? What the fuck?
Yeah.
How much?
Why is he's waited till now.
This is what I mean about, and I think Raz, you said the same thing. It's just like if I were there, I'd be like, tell me everything, every last piece of information you know. Now, go.
Yeah. Where are they from? What do they want? What happened to you? What are their goals?
I want it all the way down to his conversations in those limos, like scenes. I'd be like, tell me everything that you said in that, and what did they say to you, and why, and how did they sound? What was the tone, and what do you know? What did you find out outside? What was the plan with your team? How hopeful should we be about that? Who's comprised in that team? What do they know? You know, like, nobody cares. Just like, whatever. You'll know much of a lot of information.
Here.
Yeah.
But
I think it's slightly funny because they seem to be trying to. I think they're writing to a blueprint actually, because there's this thing called the Robbers Cave experiment, which like if you have a healthy dislike for children, which I know EFAP does,
Which
you
we
might
do,
quite
yes.
like. The Robbers Cave experiment is this experiment they did on a bunch of kids, and they divided them, these camp organizers, into two groups, and they wanted to prove that if you manufacture certain social conditions, then people, humans, children, however old, will just naturally go to war. And the experiment ran, like, they begin with in-group formation, which we've had in this show. Then they split them up into camps, which we've had in this show. But one of the realizations from the experiment was that the kids eventually will twig that the camp organizers are actually another faction and will unite against them and go to fight them. And it corresponds so exactly to what this season in particular is trying to do that I'm pretty sure they're writing to fit that mold, because it's a really famous experiment in the social sciences. But sometimes when you do write to fit blueprints like that, you don't necessarily finesse all of the details that you have to, which is why they're addressing it now in the final episode. Oh, by the way, this is now the stage we're at, so this will be the plan, when you really should have mentioned it before, or characters should have questioned it. It's a little bit artless, but it does so neatly correspond that I am sure that is what they're going for. It's a fun experiment to read about, quite dark.
Yeah, I can see how that might have inspired it, and you're right that when you're focused on matching that, you might just let slip a couple of things you'd have to push in certain directions, which is weird, isn't it? This is half a season, so we're nice and spread out. We got plenty of time, right? And we got a bunch of scenes we don't even like for bloat, and yet so much is rushed.
Like
It
this.
was one of the biggest weaknesses of the first season was it just had those plot lines that you were just like, why are we here? What's going on?
Yeah,
Because
because
this
this
feels-
taken all the time away from the stupid fucking detective and the organs. We could have had, relevant stuff instead.
We learned so
What
much.
is what's your favorite organ? Do you have a favorite organ? I do,
No.
but for TOS, it's probably like skin. Skin's like what a great organ.
a good organ, but I mean, all of them are pretty great, right?
They're
all
really
quite
good. They
important.
work as a team.
I
That's
do
right.
Like the brain, we still don't know all of its mysteries.
That's true. In any
Many years of EFAP has taught me that we definitely do not understand many brains that are out there. That's for sure.
So, with all this said, Inho's looking at Gi-hun and he asks, how you going to fight him? And so Gi-hun's plan is to steal the weapons of the soldiers and fight to the control room. And they're going to do this by hiding under the beds while the fight takes place and playing dead once the fight is halted by the soldiers to then grab him.
We're going
Okay.
to rely
Two
on the
things.
Yeah, what a
soldiers
great-
not using
great
the
plan.
heat-seeking thing that we are explicitly shown that they have, and then that they
Yep.
stop using when it might be important. That's just the first of a few cock-ups in the fight scene that follows.
Well, so there's that. There's also just, man, you are explicitly relying on them not realizing you hide under the... Like, if they find you and kill you, that's the plan's done.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's
And they
risky.
might.
They already know from previous nights that that's how you sleep, by the way.
Yep.
So, like, when I heard him say that, I was like, what's the contingency? It's like, there isn't any. Like,
There isn't
wow.
any,
Like,
no.
Are we hiding from
That's
a poorly
it.
programmed AI in a stealth video game where we can
And
just
then-
hide underneath the mattress and we're just set and we're good and we can wait
big-
until the
the
route
big
is
one is-
done?
What do you reckon your chances are of actually like disarming the soldiers and fighting?
Well,
them?
so
Very
the-
low. This
Before
plan
that one,
is
though, I was going to
insane.
say, we're also now, and this does get brought up, but it's kind of just ignored as like a consequence. Your team is going to be crippled with all of you staying out of the fight if it's truly a tribal fight. And that means that the circles might just get wiped. And if they get wiped before the timer even starts and before these fuckers come in, then they're very likely going to find you guys. There's no reason why they wouldn't.
Mhm. I guess it's like maybe 10 players are in on the thing, and so it's 50 to 40. So it's like lopsided, but it's not so lopsided that it would end that quickly. But I don't
They
know.
even say, don't they? Because like most of our side has got loads of like women and old people, so we're already at a massive
Yeah.
disadvantage. And Master Sol is just like, well, yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, no,
Well, so that-
this
well,
really
we're
felt...
jumping-
I
Like,
felt
we-
like that's what they were saying
we've-
as well. I was confused.
We got to get to the
gotta get
where
to
we're
that
getting
part.
to, and it's like, yeah, we're moving past
Yeah.
all of the reasonable things you'd have to say. It's
So-
like, that's not good, not at all.
Yeah, because he tells them you can't participate in the fight, and Zhongbei notes this would put their side at a disadvantage, and he acknowledges this. Gi-hun acknowledges it, but he says that they need as many healthy players as possible, so that they can fight to the people in charge. And so Enho's staring at him intently, and he asks, "Are you suggesting that we make a small sacrifice for the greater good?" And Gi-hun
greater good.
pauses for a moment. And he says, if we miss this opportunity, the sacrifice will be even greater. Even if it takes a sacrifice, we must put an end to this game now. And Inho, he looks down, and I feel like he smirks a little bit, and then he affirms he's going to help Gi-hun. So that's the conversation essentially on the morality of this.
That
Is-
sounds, yeah, okay. I wasn't confused. That sounds terribly out of character for our main man here.
I think what we're meant to conclude is that that's why Inho asks him this, because it's like, doesn't this run contrary to your philosophy up to this point? And that Gi-hun, that the only answer is, well, we have to do this to end the games overall. So even if it means sacrificing some people now, we have to do that to end the games and save more people.
I'll be honest, I wasn't on board with this fully. It's like, I think I need more convincing. Like, I'm not sure he would do this. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure he would either, because I mean, I guess that's almost what I mean, is that the writer recognizes, like, what's happening here is that Gi-hun is breaching something, but just because you recognize that and you think that's good for drama, would Gi-hun actually do that? Would he cross
I'm
that
not
line?
convinced. I'm just not.
Well, because we see it play out, and we see him watching from under the bed as this fight is taking place, and the people are getting killed, and it's just like, fuck, man.
Well, so
Jeez,
wouldn't the
goddamn.
counter suggestion be, all right, we're fighting for sure, but fight defensively, do what you can to save people, but kill if you have to, and then when the guards come out, just drop dead, possum, just you died. That's how it works.
Yeah, like it almost feels like Gi-hun might risk his own safety to try and save other players and still initiate the plan anyway.
Well, and tell them, if I die, do this. Like, if any of us die, the rest of the team must complete this. This is the only way we can get out of here. That feels much more in line with him than to simply say, stay back, stay down, stay out of sight, watch our team get slaughtered, which is comprised primarily of very innocent people who just want to live.
Mm-hmm.
They'll never see us under these mattresses, bed frames.
I think there's a degree to which the show is actually, it's just more interested in frontman at this point than it is its own protagonist, because if you're just focusing on the frontman's perspective and point of view and what he's achieved, before the vote is officially cast at 50-50, he has his little smirk, he knows what's going to happen next, he knows the conflict is going to be inevitable, and he's kind of forced Master Sol into a situation in which he now knows how he will act. And his plan has all come together. I think he thinks he's figured him out at last. He knows what it takes to break him, basically. And this is the culmination of that. The fact that it doesn't really accord with Master Sol's moral character is, I guess they thought it was a slightly necessary sacrifice to make the point they thought they were making.
They should have.
But I don't know
we
about
needed more
that, you
build
know?
up. Yeah, just I.
But it sounds like we all agree basically that it feels like this
We
is
need
a
more.
breach.
They
I feel like he
failed.
really would have fought like hell to try something else and eventually be
Mhm.
boxed into a corner.
Yeah.
Well,
like,
and
all
I
right,
think it's
fine.
unfortunate you could have had everything run exactly the same way, but also have him fight for his team.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And you can add in a
But,
bit of
no.
heroism, being like, I might die during this, but if I'm out, you guys need to carry on, you know?
Mm-hmm. But instead, no. They sit there because we see it play out. They sit underneath their beds. Fight breaks out. I suppose noting that Sammy gets killed by Namgyu, who's gone crazy at this point, and Mob is up on the bed cowering as this is happening. That's like the only named character who gets killed. And
I
then,
find it also a bit weird that they quote unquote sneak to the other side while going over the very well
It's
lit,
so brightly lit.
circle.
It's strange. It's like I'm looking at a stage play.
And no one
Yes.
is reacting. It's like, why
It
is no
really-
one reacting? You could see them.
Rags is so
very
right. It feels
clearly.
like theater of like, you gotta have
Yeah.
them so you can see them, but you can tell they're trying to say they're sneaky.
Well, I was expecting them to crouch down a little bit and then just start snapping to the left, snapping to the right, snapping to the left, snapping to the right.
Mhm.
But yes, you'd think they'd go around the giant light. Some of them
Yeah.
are.
I guess it's a cool shot, but it doesn't make much sense.
Well, it
does
is cool
No.
too that
It-
they're on the blue side when they're crawling over slowly, and then when they get
Yeah.
the red side, they start running and going ravenous. That's a fun little bit.
Yeah. But, I mean, yeah, the fight happens, and then the soldiers come in to break it up, and Gi-hun and his group are laying among the dead, and as they kneel down to scan the trackers, they initiate the plan. Then they grab a bunch of the soldiers, get their weapons, and start
Did
fighting.
you not want to mention the lady with the glass bottle and stuff?
I did.
Yeah,
Oh,
some
I
woman
did.
dies.
Oh,
Yeah.
Whoever she was.
that was your. Well, so
I
to
think
be
there's
more
also more to
specific,
it, 'cause-
because there is a dynamic there that's kind of interesting. I think the she when offering to that guy basically said like, you should be more invested in being with me because like they're gonna fuck you up, they're gonna betray you, they're gonna do this, that, and the other. And the reason she chose to sort of look out for him somewhat, she said, I don't believe you'd betray me. You already did in
Oh.
Mingle. And then, like, you have this second chance here where she's about to get killed, and he is brought to enough of us, like I must do something, that he throws a bottle at the guy, but that just breaks. She tries to attack him with it, and the fight doesn't work out, and he starts
fails.
fucking annihilating her. It's, like, brutal.
Mhm.
And the other guy's just watching, and I think just yet again, it's like this I find having more meaning, right? Like, she was only ever kind of helping and advocating for him, but he couldn't get over his fucking cowardice.
You're right. I'd forgotten the
Failed-
early scene because
failed
there's
her.
the conversation, isn't there, where she's talking about how she can control
Yeah.
Thanos, and because like they're fucking idiots and they're druggies, whereas she's with this guy because she thinks she can trust him. And yeah,
Mhm.
Which
and he
is
lets her down.
interesting is that she was totally wrong. If anything, he is so unreliable that like he might as well be kind of capable of deception, right? It's like he's weak and ineffectual.
He's so scared, like, he
and
can't do
will
anything.
betray you.
Actually,
Essentially, he won't help you.
Reminded me a little bit of Upham, actually.
Oh, I suppose I can see that as a thing, but obviously I feel that this is not as well executed at all compared to that.
I was definitely
As
not
a-
comparing.
No, I'm sure you weren't. Well, it's just because Upham that's after the entire battle has like been playing out for a while at that point of having to run through like.
Well, you'd cite the
under
whole
enemy
movie
fire to-
for
yeah, of course, the whole movie leading up to it,
well, this
and
this still has enough supporting scenes that I feel bad for her that she was only helpful to him, only tried to make and like felt that he was more trustworthy because of how meek he came across. But unfortunately,
Mhm.
like that meekness was real. He was never going to help her.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's,
He's a little coward.
the thing that I mean, I guess you put it well. I guess the thing that she was counting on ultimately was the reason why he couldn't help her. So that's
Yeah,
tragic.
which there's something there, but at the same time, like it does feel like that element is a little bit underdeveloped. That character and that storyline, like Thanos' group is kind of I'm not
It's
too
wonky.
sure what
I'll give
we're
you that.
meant to
It's
conclude about
wonky.
them.
I don't know what, but like they did something here. Something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
but,
something.
And it's
Needed
kind of
more time in the
reinforced,
oven.
isn't it? Because other characters have similar moments. Like this entire episode is kind of a second act low point episode when people they fail because of who they are. That's like their innate characteristics. So he's one. There's another one later. Then of course the overarching one, of course, is the group that launches the rebellion fails because they get betrayed. So like it's shallow but broad, I guess, as a theme. But none of them are that well developed in terms of characterization.
No, yeah, it's kind of going to be awkward because like there's like a lot that happens, but it feels like we're going to fly through it really quickly because it's all kind of just plot and not very good plot, unfortunately.
Oh
No.
yeah.
The last 20 minutes of this episode.
I was
It's
losing my
really-
mind in this last bit of this episode.
I think
because it just
everybody
kept going.
was a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically the plan is initiated, and somehow Gi-hun's team like actually succeeds at first.
They pull it off
managed
somehow.
to
Yeah.
Incapacitate several soldiers, get a bunch of weapons,
So-
fight him.
Something
in
I don't
the
like about
dorm.
the editing is horrific in this scene. The amount of bad guys who keep spawning randomly in all different places. I was like,
Yeah,
what the
that's
fuck?
right, yeah.
You can't tell me. Everybody you need to secure behind you and around you and then start getting into cover, right? Like that's humans. Stop showing me that they're in cover and then they shoot people behind them. I'm like, wait, no, hang on, no. You got like what?
Yeah.
Where were they? What the fuck's going on? And then of course,
They're
like
just all
none
over
of the
the
good
place.
guys are shot. Really?
No,
No,
none
no.
of them. None of them are shot,
Yeah.
and they take out like 10 of the soldiers. It's
Well, the soldiers
they
are
do
just standing out in the open for 30
completely
minutes.
fucking
so-
useless.
They
yeah.
do incredibly well, and it's insane.
To the point where if you were Black
Yeah.
Square Man, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm not allowed to win because of the plot." I see. Everyone
No,
retreat. You
no,
can't
yeah.
win.
Fate has
like, is this part of the
conspired against me. But yeah, they take out a whole bunch of the soldiers. The supervisor orders a retreat, but one soldier is trapped inside. He can't get out. And then before they regroup, Gi-hun stops one of his team members from like gunning down basically all of Team O for retribution for what they did. And he tells him, killing other players would make us no different to the soldiers, which basically convinces him to stop. And then, yeah, I mean,
I don't know, man. I'm killing them because they tried to just
They
murder
just
us a few
fucking
seconds ago.
knifed the shit out of friends and family.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I'm by the way, I think it would be very difficult for me to not instantly gun them all down right on the spot.
I actually think it's a missed out payoff to not have at least one of them, and you don't have to gun them all. Just show someone specifically gun down someone specific, and it's like, oh shit, and it's just like it was his wife that they killed or something. Like anything to show us that there was consequences for deciding to fucking stab at night all of these people who are fighting for this with you. Because yeah, I'm with Rags. I do believe that there would have to be someone here who would be like,
Yep.
no, after seeing you kill all of these people, I kind of don't want you to be
but-
alive.
They killed us for money.
Yeah.
yeah.
Even if it's just
Yeah,
you
it's-
decapitate the ring. I mean, the old guy who's been basically leading the
Old
removing
guy's
the game
so
faction
hard.
the entire way through.
Which would have been a decent end. It's the classic. Oh, his own greed was his undoing. He tried to get his team to kill people because he needed the money. And it's like, well, and then he just gets gunned down for it.
And you know what?
I know that Gi-hun wouldn't want to do it, but you figure that,
Others
even if
would.
even the guy being like, yeah, you know what, you're
Yeah.
right, Gi-hun, and then he walks away. He's just
That's what I was
like,
kind of
"Oh, no."
prepared to have
Yeah.
happen. Gi-hun walks away, and then you hear the da 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 in the background.
Well, and then he could be
Yeah.
like,
mows
if you
them
can't
down.
tell the fucking difference between me killing them out of principle and them killing us for money, then there's something wrong with you. Like, I want a character to actually forcefully be like, what do you mean I'm the same? Fuck off. Like, that's
We
the-
are so different, you and I. Actually,
Yeah.
there's interesting things to discuss, but I think a character in that moment wouldn't listen to that shit at all. Who'd be like, I don't give
Yeah.
a fuck that you think
Not
I'm the
after
same.
what I just saw.
I said a fight for my
not
life
after what
twice.
happened. They aren't the same. They just aren't. I understand Gi-hun's logic, but yeah, you
Yeah.
figure that one of them would be like, I don't give a shit.
Also, Voodoo
Um,
Lady is still alive. That's good.
Someone
she
has
is.
to die
Principle.
for this. I'll eat her heart.
imagine Xander Hall with the green jumpsuit and an MP5. Sherry! Sherry! Are you hiding under the beds?
You hiding in my
Do
wall?
you think I would notice you down there?
Boogly boogly. So, should you? Oh my god. Hyunju shoots out the cameras, and everybody starts gathering the weapons and ammo while the soldiers mobilize.
I don't know why you're
Yeah,
explaining any of this. There's no point, because obviously all the locks now would be dead-bolted with the security purposes, and then gas would enter
Yeah.
the room to knock everyone out.
No,
Also,
no.
you say they're gathering the weapons and ammo.
Yeah.
They're gathering the weapons and ammo, okay? And they get a whole bunch. They put them out there. They put not a whole lot of ammo, honestly.
You know,
We find it is set up that each one of the Squidites has the MP5, the machine gun, the magazine it comes with, and a magazine on the back of their belt.
and no more.
Well,
there are
no
don't
more.
check anything
me
else. Don't check
personally,
any other
me
pouches.
personally, I'm checking their
personally.
pockets. Me personally,
Every single one of them. Of
Why you
course,
think there'd
I
be like
would.
something
Everyone else.
useful in
yeah,
there?
like a yo-yo.
or-
After
Yeah,
eating
or
Yo,
some
that'd
chewing
be
gum.
fun. I haven't
Some
played
chewing
with yo
gum.
in ages.
They got a bunch of
Yo-yo.
weapons, and they got their ammo.
A
Look, they've
wallet
got
with some
all,
cash in it.
That's all they
they've
need.
got all the ammo, guys, all of it. And so, Gi-hun tells the players of his intention to seize a control room and end the game, and he asks willing players to step forward and join him. And nobody steps forward. And so Jungbei makes an appeal to the players, like, yeah, let's get out of here together. And then a handful of players throw their hands up and say, yeah, I'll join you. And among the players who prepare to step forward but don't, Young-sik, he's going to step forward, but his mum stops him. And Myung-gi looks like he's about to step forward, but Junhee shakes her head at him, and so he doesn't get up either. So really, they've only been joined by no-name characters.
If I were in this room, I'd be like, all of you need to set your fucking guns down and pray to Jesus that they're going to not kill you, because we're in room one of probably like 1 million. Who knows how many soldiers they have, and even if we killed all of them by some fucking insane miracle, we have no idea if we can even escape. We have no idea what's going on. We're so dead. We're probably dead because you guys have done this, honestly. Like,
no, they're pretty hyped. No, they're hyped and they're ready to go.
Okay.
They're ready to fight.
Like I said, it's so beyond unbelievable to me that they couldn't gas this room. That would be an obvious feature, 100%.
Yeah.
And it's funny because you'd be
You
like,
think
gas is like, yeah, you know, the shit they used all the
thing that they
time.
use in the cars.
Bring him here.
Dude,
Yeah.
fucking Master Squid knows how big this fucking operation is. His plan of being like, we're gonna shoot our way through to the front man somehow. It's like,
Insane.
no,
Insane.
no,
nonsense.
absolutely not. You know how big this operation. They've been tracking you outside this place for years before you cut out your earpiece or whatever it was.
But maybe
So
he's
you
feeling
think they
better
don't have
because
enough
need to-
stuff going on here to, you know, quench your little rebellion? Because I would
Thing is-
assume this is not the first time someone would try to pull this.
Yeah, this must have happened before.
Probably not. But
Wait,
bear
it
in
happened
mind,
in season 1. The guy who took the pistol, remember?
No.
That's
Oh
true.
shit, you're right. Yeah.
we don't
But also, bear in
That
mind
was
that
a
they
fluke.
killed like 10 soldiers and lost 0 people, so they should be feeling pretty good
They're
about
feeling
their
pretty
odds.
good about their kill death ratio. That's true.
They should be able to take out an infinite number of the soldiers with
only-
no
But guys, we
casualties.
finally had the payoff of them doing the shooting in the hotel. Isn't that cool?
It's,
now they shoot.
This feels
yeah.
like a later than season 2 thing to have happen as well. We have
Mm.
not drained the game. So, like, obviously, what I was realizing when I was watching this was like, please don't tell me we're done with games. Like,
There's no way we are. There's no way.
well, no,
Well, this season we are, but
Yeah.
next season no.
but I was just
There'll
like
be more.
dragging the plot into a let's assault the base and maybe getting Detective Man to join. I was just like, I don't want that yet. Like,
I
we've
think
got
the
so much else to
problem
do.
is, it seems like because Hunger Games did the same thing, right? Where like they do the second games, but like it's like a goober game that doesn't play out conventionally, and
Mhm.
like there are a whole bunch more heroes, and way more of them survive, and they break out, don't they? Don't they like they break out of the game, and it's like, well, yeah, that seems like the boring thing to do. Let's do it again, but the modifier is that like it ends prematurely. And I don't know, there is something about that that's a bit boring. I guess the logic being, well, you can't just
Well,
do
but-
it again.
You know, there's things that we can do with what's just happened, even though we've all been hypercritical of almost every aspect of this decision, right and wise. But, like, man, I wanted to see more of Frontman and all these characters in games. What are you... I don't want to do this.
So sort of,
We're doing
We're-
cover
we're
shooting
gonna-
now.
we are going to go through it all, but the reality is like this is the second half of the episode is like this.
Yeah, it's
all
pretty
the
much
way
over
through,
already.
and it's all
Yeah.
plot, and it's pretty weak. You're not going to get as many interesting. There are a couple of bits of character for sure, but like mostly the next 30 minutes is they move forward and then they get into a gunfight and then they move forward and then they get into a gunfight and then they move forward and they get into a gunfight. That's basically
And
what
then it's
happens for
over.
the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
But we will go through it a bit slower than that, I suppose.
If
Are
we
you
have
sure
to,
there's a
fine.
There's not much to
There's,
say. Half
there's
of this
really
is just
nothing
like
to
random
say.
Well, I
gunfighting.
mean, you
we'll
know,
go through.
off we go.
We'll get
Guess
through
we'll
it
find
real
out.
quick. Don't worry, we'll get through it real quick. So basically, Gi-hun gets a captured soldier to take off his mask, and he wants him to lead them to his captain. And they start working their way upstairs. They get engaged by soldiers. A short
just
gunfight
real quick.
ensues.
They break the
Yeah.
glass on the door.
Yes, they.
to-
Oh yeah, how do they get out? They break the glass on the
Absolute
door to the toilet,
nonsense.
What a
Like,
stupid
what the
design.
fuck?
Someone got fired.
I want
to
to be clear here. Can you see the design of the door? If the fucking squid idiots just closed that thing,
Idiots.
they'd have no recourse.
They'd be trapped. They'd
Yeah.
be trapped. Yeah, they'd
That's
be done.
absolutely crap. That's just so crap. Okay, that's where we're at. Cool.
But yeah, they break it. They head upstairs. They get into a little gunfight, and then they kind of win. And then they go upstairs, and the captured soldier tells Gi-hun that they got to use the mask to get access to like the management area to get to the control room. But as he gets it out of his pocket, he gets a good glimpse at Inho, and he appears to recognize him. I presume we're to conclude that he probably didn't see him and as frontman, but that maybe he recognizes him as like a past winner. Which he was, but he looks at him, but before he says anything, he gets shot in the head.
I didn't
And
get
then,
that impression because the kid's really young, and
He is quite young, that's true.
So
But
they
But he,
recognizes
well,
him.
he is a square though, so you would have been there.
he
For...
knows something.
oh, true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's a square.
Oh, I thought you meant he was like a nerd, and I was like, yeah, I guess he got a good
Yeah.
memory. Yeah.
He knows something's up. He knows something's up.
Hmm.
And again, because they always wear their masks, I have to assume it's just because he recognizes him as a former winner. But it doesn't matter. He gets shot, and then there's a big gunfight in this area that you're going to see a lot of because basically most of them stay
It's the rest
here.
of the episode now.
The rest of
Yeah.
the episode, pretty much, yeah. And I think they lose one of their team, but they take out a whole bunch of the soldiers again.
It's embarrassing.
And so
It is kind
The
of
planet-
embarrassing.
the plan is that Gi-hun is going to go with Jungbei to capture the control room, and the rest of the players will stay back to buy him time. That is their plan. And so that's what happens. They use the mask to get into the management area, and they go up the stairs, but they get pinned down.
Oh,
at
by the way,
staircase that leads to-
There's
yeah?
no fucking way that door should still be active after all this.
No, none of these fucking doors
That's
should be openable.
insane.
They should be an
Yeah,
operational
it'll be locked.
shutdown. Obviously. How could you... Your literal operation here is just controlling rats, essentially, right? So you need to make sure you can open and close tunnels at will, and if your operative rats who control all the rats with their guns get killed and their rat guns are taken, you need to be able to lock them from your little control room. But they pretend as though not only are vast majority of doors fucking open, but the ones that work with just a scan of the mask are still operational, but you can steal the masks. What's wrong with you? Why would you ever let that happen?
No, but it works. It's all good.
It's like
and then
Mando.
they wedge
You have to make sure
they
you
wedge-
have a face.
Yeah.
they
the
wedge
reverse
the,
of it.
They should have a
the
face.
door open as well. That's something to note. They keep the door open by putting a gun there to block it up. But yeah, they don't make it very far. They get like pinned down.
And I would
like,
say
just
they
straight
Mag
away.
out.
The most interesting thing that
guess.
you can say is happening here is just looking at Frontman's face as this is progressing and trying to imagine what he's thinking about. Which is like, when do I maybe make a different decision, right? Because that's like, in
Pretty
terms of
much.
character, everyone else is just under the stress of gunfire, which you might be like, well, that is serious. It's like, it only goes for so long before you get bored.
Yeah, it's just,
And this goes on
they-
for a while.
We could just
mean,
sit here and
like I
wait.
said, we're going to get through it pretty quick because it is just plot. But this is 30 minutes basically.
Oh,
This is
hang
about
on,
30 minutes.
I just saw mutually. Can you show that on screen? The amount of squid soldiers on the right when
Yeah.
you pan to the wall. How are not all of them just dead?
Look at
Like-
this.
Yeah,
It's so look at this. This is insane.
And if you
It's a
think about it
lot.
right, the way that they justify it, because apparently there's like one choreographer for gunfights in a lot of stuff that doesn't do it very well, who says you need to come out of cover and shoot, go back in cover, and then you need to come out of cover and shoot, and then go back in cover, and then when you go out of cover again, you shoot, and then you come back in cover. Do that 17 times, and that's going to make for a really great action scene. And showing all of these guys here, even if they're all doing that, there's never a time where it's safe for our heroes to come out of cover.
Yeah.
No,
By the way,
of course
these
not.
little small flimsy walls, they wouldn't hold up for long.
No.
They're very
And by the way, this
No,
is
very
unless
like
this is
thin.
like concrete.
this
or
isn't even
something,
all of them.
Yeah,
There's
walls
way
are
more
not
because
bulletproof.
loads of them get fucking killed
Yeah.
and they get replaced.
Yeah,
It's
a
just
lot
it's
they
such
get
a bad
replaced.
action scene.
They are severely outnumbered. Like when Gi-hun and Jungbei get to the control room, they got like 10 guys in a
They
hallway.
have so many guns and bullets. You'd think they would have whittled down the walls such that they don't even
Yeah.
exist anymore with bullets.
Our heroes do have an advantage, though, is that the heroes are allowed to move from their position, and the bad guys are not. They just have to
No.
stand
They're
there
rooted
forever.
in, yeah.
Out in the open.
They're
And again,
trapped
it's a bit
here.
awkward because a few of the people on Gi-hun's team have military experience, but like I presume all of the soldiers have some degree of training. So
You would think.
After all, they can snipe pretty damn well.
I guess maybe the
Yeah.
thing that would help out is I presume that everybody, because the mandatory service in South Korea, maybe like we're to assume that basically every single person on the team has like some
familiarity.
background, some familiarity.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
It's not something they talk about, but I wonder if that's what we're meant to conclude. But it doesn't matter. I mean, they're kicking us. Like they take they take a couple of casualties, but they take out a lot of soldiers. And so Gi-hun gets pinned down, and when he discovers that there's more ammo in the pockets of the slain
God.
soldiers.
Jesus Christ.
And like,
Turns out
and
we
like
should've checked every pouch.
this being a
Fucking
discovery
still my heart.
is actually a solution by the writer to allow to save two other characters because that's exactly what its purpose is.
Yes,
to move certain things in
absolutely
certain
it
places. Them not finding that ammo at the right time only facilitates another thing that they need, which is annoying because it's stupid.
I mean, I find it silly. They're running out. Like, I don't believe that the hero team, like their ammo is much more than it is shown to be. Like,
they have the scene where they goes like, I only have half a magazine. I have like one more round.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, so you're fucked.
I'm sorry. Yeah, but even then, it's like
It's just the way that they expend it,
Two
too.
magazines. You had 2 magazines with presumably 30 rounds apiece. Like,
Yeah,
I
true.
don't think you're gonna last very long.
Yeah,
with
and then they
that.
send the one guy to grab stuff.
Oh yeah, well,
And when we come back to these guys with the camera, they're still shooting people. It's like, you don't have any ammo left.
Yeah, they all have infinite ammo, but they say that's not the case. You're like, okay.
Because like
basically,
they pay lip service to it by the fact that the one chick who gets up, the army chick, she gets up and she's like, hey, this is an MP5, here's how it works, here's how you reload, set it to single fire because we have limited ammo. But then I feel like we just completely forgot that was a concern, and you got people just spraying.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, unless you guys are making progress, you can't just be spraying bullets at enemies.
I
You have
suppose
to
the
actually
thing
go
is that
somewhere.
it's noted that Daeho, in particular, he's this would be a notable character thing. He is struggling in this situation. He is freaking out. He's shaking, trembling, blind firing. He's not doing well. And the change now from the new situation is basically that Inho is going to take 2 players to help Gi-hun, while Daeho runs back to the dorms to get ammo and bring it back, while like Hyunju and a couple other players stay there to just keep shooting at them when they have signaled that they have barely any ammo, like half a magazine
And remember,
each.
this is
on
all on
average.
camera. Like,
Yeah.
Black Square Man can see all of this. He knows this is all happening. He can see where everyone's going. They've shot some cameras, sure, but not all of them. They show him watching them several times. Man, it would be terrible if in Gi-hun and his friend's situation, if there was like a way to flank them by the bad guys. Like, imagine there was like a way the bad guys could get to them that's not. That would be terrible.
Ages ago.
Yeah, because they would have obviously done that really quickly.
Yeah, because not one of
They have a
those,
fucking elevator in the main big squid room. When
This
people
is all
get
just
sent
one
through
big,
all the
like,
time.
elaborate test by Frontman just to see which of his staff is actually competent and which he should fire when he takes charge.
So true.
Because I'd sack all of
Turns out
them.
they're all retarded.
By doing this, he's effectively getting rid of all the shit employees because they're dead.
Well, so-
ones that fail.
This is something that Az brought up when we were talking about this. Man, this sequence, wouldn't it be a hell of a lot more interesting if we maybe knew some of the Squid employees and that we knew them and they were fighting to save the company, or they got locked into like a physical battle and their mask got ripped off, and we were like, oh shit, that's, for example, the lady. What if she were involved in this and she had to go toe to toe with?
Well, maybe she is involved, but we don't know that for sure.
I just obviously what I'm trying to say is it's not even an easy fix to have redone this whole season, wipe out all the boring nonsense that doesn't go anywhere, and to have built up several characters, maybe even people we care about, and then to have them be the ones that are actually dying as a result of the heroes, blasting through. Is that not more interesting? Could that not create something that makes us go, ooh, ooh?
But no, not really.
Okay.
So Daeho, he runs back to the dorms, starts getting magazines from the soldiers with the help of Young-sik. Meanwhile, Inho links up with Gi-hun, and Gi-hun's like, gotta find a way to flank him. And Inho's like, yeah, I think I can do that. But before he leaves, Gi-hun hands him one of the magazines that he retrieved. And Inho like asks him, "Are you sure?" And he's like, "Yeah, no, Daeho, he's gonna come back with more ammo. It's all good." This is kind of pretty consequential, actually.
Yeah.
Well, not super, but a little bit. And so Daeho, he's got the ammo. He's got a whole bunch of it. But as he gets to the door, he halts as he hears the gunfire emanating from upstairs. And he pauses, and Hyunju radios for an update, and he drops the radio, and he steps back into the dorms. He ain't going back out there. He's done.
Yeah.
A little poopy in his pants.
He's scared. He's petrified, basically.
Doing the poopins, yep.
And so Hyunju says, "I'm gonna run downstairs. I'll find out what happened. You guys stay here, all right?" So
Just give me
they
cover
stay-
fire with the ammo you don't have.
with the 2 bullets you got left. And so she runs back down to find out what happened. And so Inho, he actually manages to get behind the soldiers, and he asks Gi-hun to, fire at them, get their attention, and the 2 players with him venture forward, and he stops and he shoots them in the back. He's going evil again.
He's decided this is as far as he'll take it.
This is as far as it goes. And he's going to execute the one who's wounded but still alive, but he's out of ammo, and he reloads it with Gi-hun's, the ammo that Gi-hun gave him. And he gets on the radio and he like fakes being wounded and says that the plan failed. And then he uses the guy's gurgling to convince him that he's dead, and then shoots him. And it's just like, oh shit, fuck. And then he switches radio frequency and orders the soldiers to wrap things up. And then meanwhile, we see that Hyunju made it back to the dorm, but Daeho's like huddled in the corner, petrified, can't move, shaking, like shuddering at even just like loud sounds.
This is when I realized, by the way, I was like, oh, so they've got plans for these 2 characters, so we've moved them back into the main room. Yeah.
Yep,
We're
exactly.
not done with him yet. Obviously, with Daeho, we had the seeds planted before, but there is clearly there's clearly more to be learned about his story of being in the Marines and how he came to be there and what happened, or whether or not that's even the case.
Yeah, is he a Marine at all? Ooh.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's reason to believe maybe not. Maybe not.
There's lots of ways you could take that. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I think that
we don't know why he's here. Like, he's one of the characters who we don't know why he's here, really, other than needing money. He doesn't really talk about it that much compared to a lot of other players.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know. But yeah, basically, Hyunju's about to step out to fight the soldiers who, like, there are dozens of them in the dorms now. But Gyumi-ja stops her. It's like, no, don't do it. Which it's probably a good idea not to do it, because you're not going to win.
Let's just put it this way: it seems like they're executing all of the traitorous people is going to be the angle, and it's like these 2 would not get away with this. It's all on camera.
Yeah, they know on the camera, so they know. But they'll be fine. They're obviously going to make it.
Yeah.
They're here, and that was even the case that she got stopped, and it's like, no, don't do it.
Best of luck, season 3, to justify why they don't get executed.
Yeah.
And well, yeah, because what you see is that the remains of the team radio Gi-hun to say that they're going to surrender, and they drop their weapons and they get executed, including the father. He's one of the people that. But you know what I think it's going to be? It's going to be that Noelle is there and that she shoots him, like, I don't know, in somewhere that's non-lethal, and he'll actually be alive. That's my guess. I feel like that they showed him getting shot from like behind, from his back, so you can't see it. I know. I'm sure that that's the case. There's no way he's dead.
It would be fucking weird if that was the end of the story, right? Like, he made it that far just to be killed. You're like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, no way.
Because
No way.
the point being, of course, he could have died at any time, and it creates the same meaning. So it's like, so it must be something, right?
Yeah, which of course would be an absurd coincidence that she's the one who managed to get to him. But I mean, my guess is they're not
Yeah.
done with him because he barely got any time, and like he's
Yeah.
main cast. He is like main cast in this season, which doesn't really make much sense given how little screen time he's got.
I want to be
And,
clear,
what are
by
you
the way,
drawing-
with
what are you drawing there?
let's
What are you
say
doing?
there's the Square Man room, right? And then that's maybe a hallway to it, and then this seems to be the
Beautiful.
big long pathway that gets you there. And
Uh-huh.
Gi-hun and friend are here. This is gonna be confusing without if you look it directly. But you know what? Let me draw the landscape and then I can draw arrows. But you probably already know where I'm going with this. Or maybe not, I don't know. Anyway, bad guys, I'll put B's here. These are all stacked in this area, doing bad guy things like shooting. And then Master Soul is here,
Shooting.
and friend. And it seems to me that they're arguing frontman starts here, and he just literally just goes this direction and just shoots the bad guy. Well, like, that was the plan. And I'm like, if this is truly the way this was built, that's so fucking embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, what the... In terms of, like, a flank... You know, it's you know what you understand. Squid Game could have been shooting, or Master Squid Game, sorry, it could have been shooting this whole time, and you could have just sent friend to do this,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it would have been over. Like,
Yeah.
it's ridiculous,
Yeah.
man.
Great plan. I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about.
No, that's it. They're done. Gi-hun and Jungbei drop their weapons and they surrender. And Frontman descends the stairs in his costume and all. It's Frontman again. And he asks, player 456, did you have fun playing the hero? And he points his pistol at Gi-hun, who stares him down with steely determination. He's ready. And Frontman then says, look closely at the consequences of your little hero game before pointing his gun at Jungbei and shooting him in the heart. He tumbles over, and Gi-hun is furious and he launches at himself at Frontman, but is pinned down by the soldiers, and he howls and he breaks down, stricken with grief over the death of his friend. And that is the end of season 2. We
Yeah.
end there. That's where it ends.
I had to
And I
double check
think-
my timeline when this episode ended. I was like, wait, what?
I think that they believe that like ending on this is a dramatic sting, which it is. It's a dramatic payoff. It's emotional. It's sad. Gi-hun's really, this is a low point, but again, it's like this, like a second act low point, not like a end season low, because the story's not done. It ain't over yet. Like when
Not
I'm finished.
over.
Well, and I also I would have felt I feel like annoyed that I didn't feel more when the friend died, because like I quite like
Yes.
him, but this was too much stupid in a row.
Mhm.
And I was like, I couldn't take it anymore, and I couldn't stop thinking about how retarded this whole thing was. And then killing him, I was like, I almost didn't believe it was happening. I was just like, whatever, this is, I guess he's dead. Like, which is not good at all as an experience. It's really
Going back
unfortunate.
to that conversation about contrivances, this is an example of what a contrivance. Actually, it's many examples of what a contrivance is packed into this one episode.
Yeah, and they've just killed my investment. And then to be like, return for season 3, I'm like, wow, that's it.
Okay.
And I guess,
Mm,
so broadly speaking, the reason why this doesn't work for me as a part 1, even if it was marketed, by the way, as a part 1, is that we are so absolutely chopped in the middle to the point where I don't even believe this was fucking necessarily properly created such that it would be the end of part 1, as opposed to they created the whole thing and then just took a fucking meat cleaver at the film reel and just went boom in the middle. It's like,
that is
we
what it
settled
feels
on
like,
this.
yeah.
This is the mid-season end or whatever. So much is unresolved. There's basically no purpose to the detective plotline or the organ donor plotline or the
Again.
girl. All of that doesn't have anything satisfactory for this season. It's all dependent on next season, which is not the way
Yeah.
it's supposed
Yeah.
to do that. Then, of course, there are individual characters. For example, fucking Voodoo Lady. What the hell was the point? And you're like, find out next season. You're like, okay, thanks. And then that goes the same
complete.
for several other characters that just, like, no offense, but pregnant girl. Like, she was pregnant. I guess.
Still is.
She's
Oh,
still
yeah,
pregnant.
still is.
Did not change.
And then
as
yeah,
far as we know.
the dad with Noel or whatever, like all of this stuff. And then I would say thematically, I don't think we're anywhere near complete on exploring what is this season is obviously trying to move on from season 1. I've got pieces, and then I started thinking about like, man, is that it for Frontman
Is
being
that it
in the
for
game?
Frontman?
I'd
And the
say that
answer
would be
is
Because-
really
yeah.
lame.
Well,
Which is-
technically speaking, he can go back
I
in
guess
still.
he could be
He
back.
could say to
'cause,
to Gi-hun like, yeah, they could fake an injury in the arm or something, and they knocked me out or something. They killed the other two, some contrived
Mhm.
crap to explain like that back. But I don't think that's what's happening. I get the impression from this that that's it. He's not going back in.
That's what it feels like for sure.
No, I
Wait, he
think they've
can't
done
go
And,
that.
back because he said, "Blur, I'm dead." Bleh.
Yeah, that's
the
right. He did
peak-
gurgle.
Yes.
So-
The peak of my
It's
enjoyment
gurgle.
in this has been Frontman and Gi-hun working in both the game 2 and 3. That was like the height of my investment, and obviously the other payoffs we get for other characters. And like, I'm not getting any more of that, and I'm not even going to get any more of their philosophical sort of ideological differences, right? And how and Frontman expressing them as just a normal guy asking some questions, sort of stuff, and then gradually giving too much away, and then having that explode in the middle of a game. I thought that was going to be what we
Yeah.
do, game 4 or game 5, whatever have you. But like, it gets realized during the pressure of having to decide certain things to make certain people live or die that you realize he's Frontman. That's it's like, are we not doing that? Is that not going to happen now?
I guess we are closing the door on what was the most interesting part of season 2, which is a little bit. It's a little bit frustrating, especially when so much of like whether or not season 2 is worth recommending is kind of going to be contingent on
Yeah.
season 3. Which I suppose that opens up that as a point. Yeah, I find it hard to say that I would recommend this season, not because I didn't enjoy it. I did, but like
Just not
it
done.
ain't done. Exactly. It's like recommending a show halfway through.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah,
typically
so
do that
for-
anyway. Like we do with Penguin, I had to see the last episode. I couldn't even recommend it at the penultimate episode. I was like, wait, just give me a sec. I need to see that last one.
And
Yeah,
I'm not
so I
even sure
think
I'd go so far as to say I enjoyed bits of this, but I don't think I enjoyed enough of it that I wouldn't if it weren't for us covering it here. If it was just a case of watching it as I watch other things, I might genuinely have stopped at around episode 3 and waited for whatever the next bit was, and then watched it in bulk later. I
Mhm.
don't know that there was enough good in it, even when it was better than this last episode, to say, yeah, I'm genuinely fascinated as to what this half story is going to tell me.
yeah.
I mean, we've
So I watched the whole thing in one day. I watched it right before I came over here, the day before, in preparation for the EFAP, obviously. And as a whole package, I was not nearly as glued to my television, monitor, whatever you want to watch it on, as I was with season 1. I was obviously also preparing stuff, like packing shit, whatever. But normally, when you watch a show, even if you're busy,
drag
there's like
you in.
pieces where you get dragged in. There was so many times and so many pieces here where it's like, oh, there's a detective again. Guess I'll just fucking move shit around. And I was just so out of it at some points that I didn't even realize how good the games actually are. Because I rewatched them here with you, right? We rewatched them here, and when I watched them again, I was like, oh, this is actually like really fucking good. But because I was so out of the episode, because there's like, I don't know, 20 minutes of organs and the weird sniper lady and detective stuff, that I was like, oh, okay, yeah, oh, the game again. Guess I'll kind of watch it now. I was just so out of it that I didn't really pay attention properly to what was even going on. So I feel like as a complete package, the quotes complete package of season 2 part 1, you could say, I guess. It's just not as strong, like not nearly as strong. It's just it just doesn't drag you in as much. And the characters, there's like some like the old lady, I like her. And there's like bits and pieces with Thanos, as we already talked about, and with other characters too. But I'm like, I was just not into it as much. But then if you rewatch the games in isolation, those are still really strong. They still get you in there. And shouldn't forget the Russian roulette part in episode 1. That was excellent. I was actually still super on board because I watched that and I was like, oh, that's really fucking good. I like that. But then you just have like things dragging along. It's like, oh, come on, I just want to do games. And when you get to this part here, I'm looking at the timeline. It's like they're still shooting each other. They've been running out of ammo for 25
Yeah.
minutes. It's like, yeah, it's not happening. And then they lose, and the guy dies, and I was like, oh, that's it. That's a bit lame. Especially because I wasn't even really aware they're doing something like this, where they do like a season 2, part 1 and 2, which they technically don't do, but that's what it is. If you look at this is part 1 of this season, if you ask me. So yeah, I was just not into this from the get-go. It's still solid overall because of the games and character stuff, but man, I'd rather watch season 1 again if I would recommend people. And also, wait for the second half. Maybe this makes it like a better watch. But I think you can't deny that they wasted a lot of time here again with the detective stuff
Yeah.
and the organ.
Detective stuff, Organ Girl, fucking this entire last episode.
Well, I'd even say the
I
time
would-
was wasted within the A plot at certain points.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, they
I
didn't
would
need
say
to
that
have lengthy
sorry.
loading sections. No, good.
I agree on that. That's for sure. I would say I'd say I'm more partial to this season than it sounds like you are, Metal. But I probably like season 1 is just like complete. And for whatever problems it has, like it's something that can actually sort of you can be assessed like, yeah, thematically it's pretty sound, and you've got some great character payoffs that lead to satisfying endings. For all of the whereas here it's just a case of like, damn man, we ain't done yet. So like whatever positive feelings I have are kind of the asterisk is, yeah, but like who knows where it's going to lead. And then with the negative feelings, it's like the same deal. It's like, well, okay, but there's another season, so maybe it'll maybe
Yeah.
like the plot lines that felt like they were going nowhere will be made better. But it doesn't change that when you're watching it at the time, you still have those negative feelings, even if like later on it's all get brought back. Like, yeah, we really did something with the organ plotline, or like, yeah, the detective storyline ended up going somewhere. Maybe it will, but for the time being, it's incomplete. And I wouldn't want to recommend something and then for the rest of the storyline to fuck it up.
Well,
I'm also
what-
incredibly
what was the-
distrustful of that. It might get better with the next one. Arcane has completely put me to bed on that line of thinking. 'Cause
Yeah.
a lot of the reasons these things don't seem to be as good when you first watch them will
It's
be
just 'cause they
problems that
weren't
actually bleed into the rest of it as well. They won't be fixed by what comes next. They're indicative of a relatively sloppy approach to writing, which will also infect the next one. I hope I'm wrong, as I hoped I was wrong for Arcane, but like I have a nasty suspicion I'm not.
I almost want to just remix all of it, including the nature of how they're going to be doing these seasons. I feel like this done well, this like action-packed running through the facility thing, should have been, if they're only doing 3 seasons, that's season 3's big ending. Season 2, I think, was working so much better with just the notion of him going through the game again with brand new set of people, that previous experience, the voting system being put in, and the boss of the bad guys being his partner. Like, that is already an immense amount we can do with that, and then, strip away the stupid detective, all the wasted stuff, and put in way more character. And to be honest with you, so I think I've spoken about this with Fring and Mel as well, I kind of want to move things around such that we get into the game by the end of episode 1 and move the recruiter into the fucking game, and then have one of the last games be, and this would take a while to properly write, right? But it could be that everyone splits off into 2s, kind of like marbles, and maybe that's being echoed and referenced. And I was saying, like, what if when they say you have to find a partner, that Gi-hun is like, oh, this is marbles. All right, everyone choose people, like on the download, don't choose people you like. And then he ends up grabbing the recruiter because he fucking hates him. He hates him. Like, they've developed that over the course of the season. But then it turns out it's not marbles, but it's not bad that they chose people they hate, because it turns out to just be the game they're playing in episode 1, and that
Paper
everyone
flippy,
has
or...
just the Russian roulette, basically. That's just what it is.
Okay.
And
Okay.
it's, we'd get plenty out of people who like each other or hate each other having to play it. They have a guy next to them to ensure they play their game properly. But run, basically you get that same really great scene, but that we're in the game and that we're moving everything across, and that having the dynamic of someone like the recruiter, someone like a corrected and re-edited and redrafted Thanos, so all the characters that they're working with, but all spruced up and focused on, and then of course having a plot line, the Squid Game employees, bringing this in as well. We get to learn a bunch of them, and then by the time we hit season 3, we care so much about some of the employees that when this all happens, like a better version of it, we actually have we care about everyone involved, and all of this calamity and death is happening as a result of. You can think forever about what
You
points
almost
are being
make
made.
the employees like victims of the system in a different sort of way.
Yeah, we would have to really think about how we write how they get in there to make sure that audiences can feel almost unequivocal support for certain Squid Game employees. You have to really think about how you execute that. But man, just thinking about what could have been, it feels like we've missed out significantly. I like what I got in certain parts of it, but this misshapen season is going to lead to, and this kind of feels like what was said about House of the Dragon. Like, I feel like we're heading for a disappointing season 3 now because of this.
Doesn't instill me with more faith than what I went in with. I'll say that. The level of confidence is lower.
I think there will still be good scenes though, because there were good
I
scenes.
agree.
And
They clearly
Yeah,
have
I would
the
argue
ability to
that
write
they've-
really good
Yeah.
scenes and good characters.
I'd say
They've got
that
that ability. It's in there.
Mingle and the six-legged race thing, that
Six-legged
shows
fantastic.
there's still some power left in that pen of the writer. Okay,
Compared
It's
to
still got-
Arcane,
I'm
where I
in
don't give
every-
a shit about
Arcane was a
any other
complete disaster.
Riot.
Yeah.
I don't care about any other League of Legends shows. I don't expect anything, and I don't give a fuck. Whereas here, it's like, well, I'll watch season 3 though.
Yeah, there is a David in that hunk of marble. How much of it will get out is a bit up in the air.
Remains to be seen.
How fucking cool would it have been to have the recruiter here, and it's easy to get him in. You could just have Gi-hun do the same sort of pride talk with him and be like, "You'd never fucking win. You'd never win." And then he'd be like,
Maybe they only had him for a day. Maybe
"Don't
they only
care.
had him for, like, a
Pay him
week.
all of the money."
Well, you
That
think
actor
they'd
is
be able
so
to pay him enough
fucking
money.
good. It's not even fair.
Yes, he is. I mean, a lot of the actors in this are good, but he was particularly great.
The
Yeah,
fact that he's a good
exactly.
actor and he can portray the unhit. Like, imagine him in all the other games. The amount of payoffs we could get. Oh.
Oh yeah, it'd be some good memes, but no,
Dude, imagine when they're like, which of
agree.
the 5 games he should do, and he just smiles because, like, obviously he's doing the first one.
He's doing dodgy. Yeah, he's practiced at that one. Yeah, I think I agree with the idea that there are like ideas here that could be remixed in ways that just maximize the potency and the drama. And it's like, well, you did it well, but you could have been better. And then, of course, just other things where it's like, that was just kind of bad.
Well, and we
You
border
just-
on some
you just kinda
significant
messed up.
damage in certain moments here.
Sure,
That's
I'd agree with
unfortunate.
that. Which is almost odd because if someone asked me, well, so how are you feeling about Squid Game season 2 in general, Fringy, it'd be like, well, I mean, I kind of had lower expectations for it than other things that were coming out this year, and it ended up having more qualities than a lot of those other. Like, this is better than Arcane season 2,
Easily.
obviously.
yeah.
That's meaningless.
It's obviously better. I know what's meaning. I know. It's better
Just
than
to
Deadpool
establish,
and
I guess, where
Wolverine.
we're
Oh my
beginning.
goodness. It is better than Deadpool and Wolverine. I know that it's a
That's
movie to a
easy as
show,
well.
but it is.
to be.
That's really easy. I suppose the real surprise of the year was Penguin, in terms of being a thing that none of us were
Penguin.
paying much
Fucking
attention
masterwork.
to. That ended
Put
up
it in my
being excellent.
veins.
But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird because I suppose there was a group of 3 shows, right? Andor, Squid Game, and Arcane. Arcane was the one that I think we had the highest expectations of, and it was fucking disaster. I think Andor was one where we're still feeling, which I think weirdly, I don't know about you guys, but now I'm almost expecting that it's actually going to be great. Because
You know what, Friggy, storytelling wise, I would. Like, it fits that fate would deliver that to us, but we're not in a story, so I'm a little worried myself.
We're in real life, so
Help me,
I don't
Andor
know.
season 2. You're my only hope. Is definitely how I'm feeling right now for season 2s. It's the one that's gonna
Well, yeah, because
come through.
to sort of bring it back to Squid Game, I think the expectation was, I think I expected that it was going to be bad, and it's not. But like, it ain't great. It's
still got
it's
still
really
got
a
some
mixed
pretty-
bag.
Yeah, it's still got some pretty consistent pitfalls that the first season had.
Agreed.
Well,
I think that this is,
it's hard to actually like say because of I'm still at the point of being like like trying to categorize all the different aspects into some form of like a rating is difficult because I need to know where this shit's going. It's incomplete. It's flopping around. I'm like, I can't really say what that is yet. For example, like,
Mhm.
what is the power and the impact of Shaman Lady? And I'm like, well, it's shit. And they'd be like, well, but wait, we haven't seen all of his story yet. It's like,
Yeah,
I'm still not interested to find
true,
out. Can she
but-
just die, please?
I mean, it's
Can
not
you fork her?
I don't even
impossible.
feel
that-
like we're going anywhere with her yet.
It's
which
not
is
impossible
kind of
that
the
they take
issue.
what we've seen and make something meaningful happen. It's not impossible, but it's just so unlikely. It's,
What
I-
they've shown has not instilled me with confidence. I
No.
feel like she is directionless. Like we're not going anywhere with her.
I'd also like, I think I'd probably be inclined to judge it as they want it to be judged. If you're going to call this a season, then judge it as a
Mhm.
season. And the fact that we're still sitting here thinking, well, maybe season 3 will actually, redeem some of the bad things and complete the stories that season 2 didn't get around to finishing, well, then that's a problem with season 2. Don't call it season 2. It's evidently not one of those. Stop
I
like
agree.
cleaving things in half arbitrarily. That's not how you should write
Oh, I
stories.
get you. I just, like, if
Mhm.
someone told you to rate episodes 1 through 4 of Squid Game Season 1, I'm kind of like, good. Like, I guess, it's weird to say 1 through 4, but that's how I feel like they've done with this. They've chopped it in half arbitrarily, and I'm like almost confused, but you're right, that's how they did it, and so it's like, so what was the experience in total? It's like strange, lopsided, at
And a little
times really
disappointing.
engaging, and at times really fucking boring.
Mm-hmm. And so
Very
it's
squidly.
yeah, it's just it's hard to recommend, but it's not because it's like a disaster. It's because it's incomplete.
Oh, I've settled on
But,
not
like, what's been
recommending,
said-
but I might once season 3 is out, because I can.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think this is a very great experience for the average person as a story, but it might be once the other
Once
half
it's
is
all said and
available.
done. Yeah.
And the fact that we have to wait as much as possibly a half year is actually not so bad. So we'll be able to cover
No,
the other half and then tell
I
you.
mean, the reality, there's a reason why you compare it to Spider-Verse. Waiting like 2, 3, 4 years for like an obviously incomplete story to end is fucking annoying. And meanwhile, 6 months is like, yeah,
Well,
it's okay,
no.
6 months.
That film
not
has
long.
the same problem, I think, compared to other stuff. So, take, for example, the Star Wars trilogy or Lord of the Rings trilogy. I feel like their respective installments are much easier to rely on in terms of gaps between them, versus something like Across the Spider-Verse's ending is very like, well, what happened next? They're just like, yeah, not until later. You're like, what do you mean?
Fuck you.
Well, yeah, exactly. There's a meaningful difference between, yes, the fate of Han Solo is to be determined, and the bad guys are still out there, but at the same time, it's like, well, sure, but like it led up to a climactic final showdown between Luke and Vader with new revelations. It's complete. It's absolutely complete.
Well, I
with
would
like,
say
yeah, but
so,
there's still more story to go.
Even though Empire is one of the most famous, like, best cliffhangers in the history of movies, I would just say, like, yeah, but heroes get to go home and lick their wounds, so to speak, process the information they've learned, and they have a strict goal, both personal and broad, for the next movie. That's like a
Maybe the
really
easiest
good
way
place to take a break.
Maybe the easiest way to convey it is the nature of how long of a gap there's going to be between what happened here and what happens next. That, like, usually in stories that have a cliffhanger but still feel complete, the gap between then and the next story is some amount of time. Here it's going to be like the next day.
Yeah,
It's
next
like, we're
hour,
right into
next
it. It's
minute.
in Spider-Verse as well. It's like, well, whatever's going to happen is good. It's literally that scene. Like, that scene would probably be the first scene in the next movie.
Yeah.
Compared to, well, it's been like a year, or it's been 2 years, or it's been some
Yeah,
months
even
or
Lord of the
weeks.
Rings,
And hell,
we passed some time.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, when you have a big climax, every film ends with like, and someone could say, well, this was a bit of a climax.
Yeah.
It's like, but it's like not the same. It's not. It doesn't have a sense of finality that the climaxes of other things do. And I was actually thinking, like, maybe Breaking Bad might be a good thing to compare. Season 4 is like a very definitive end. Whereas the midway, the mid-season finale of season 5 is much more like, oh fuck, we've got like a lot of story that's about to happen right here, and even that feels like it's more of like a real ending than this, and it is by definition a mid-season finale.
And something else about season 2 is like, if season 1 were a really nice car, It's like they took it and then were like, all right, season 2, can you take the wheels off and put other wheels on, and then take the boot out and put a different one in, take the engine out, put a different one in. And then as they were replacing parts, because they wanted to make the same thing, they were like, you know that engine that's super functional and really like reliable? Let's paint it rainbow colors and like fucking supercharge it with like vibranium nonsense radioactivity, blah blah blah. And just like, yeah, just try that. And obviously what I'm trying to refer to is just, we need Doxu again, but maybe, I don't know, fucking spinning around the wheel, see what else we can do with that. We need the crazy lady again, who's like selfish stuff. Yeah, what about like a shaman? That's kind of like the same thing. She can fill the same role, but she's just going to be different. And there's just lots of these elements, similar payoffs getting repeated, but with slightly different things. And I think some of them act as like really interesting parallels of like, oh, look, that's how that played out that time, because these are different people. But some of them just feel arbitrarily like, were they just trying to do the same thing again? I guess. They didn't really execute that very well. Like, this almost feels more experimental, but in, broadly speaking, more of a bad way. It feels a little bit shackled to the structure of Season 1, where it's trying to recreate a lot of stuff instead of broadly being its own thing. And then simultaneously, it's not even its own season. It's a half of a season, which brings with it all of its own problems as well. So it's... This thing is, to be honest with you, it's kind of surprising it turned out as well as it did, considering all of these different bad decisions I feel they've made.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
That's season 2 of Squid Game.
Season
Does
2.
anybody have anything else that they wanted to, closing thoughts about this or expectations for
No.
season 3?
A bit worried.
No.
Don't exactly
Yeah.
know.
Worried, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll get some good
I'm a little
character
worried.
stuff, but
We
that's
probably
my
get
most
some-
realistic
I mean,
hope.
Probably
broadly
get some good
speaking,
games.
Gi-hun's going to get thrown back in. The 2 that made it back
Yeah.
in are going to stay alive. We'll get our game 4, 5, and 6, I suppose. I
Or
just...
whatever it's going to be with the
Detective
teaser
Man
that
will
we-
eventually find the island, and Squid Game employee girl might just revolt, and that plays in somehow to freeing Gi-hun. I don't know.
Mhm.
These are
Final
not...
confrontation, final game between Squid Game and Frontman. Maybe they end up in the same
I
arena.
don't know
at the end.
anymore. I don't know what they're up to. And this is kind of what I mean. Like, I say all these things not enthusiastically. I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I get you.
Yeah.
Oh well. Another
Oh, well,
one
indeed.
kicked down the
Could have
Andor
been
season
theirs.
2. Holding out some
Andor
hope there.
season 2.
That's April, right?
Please, that's pretty soon, yes.
Andor, you're my only hope.
Nintendo
Oh my
Switch
God.
2, be good. Be a good sequel to the Switch.
Yeah,
Well,
it
you
makes
know
me
what,
really worried for PC too. whenever
Rags,
they
we
get around to
got
making
Silo
that.
to watch. All the seasons nearly out.
Oh, that's right,
Oh.
Silo season 2.
Will that
I've
one
got hope
survive
for
the
you.
season
I
2
got hope
curse?
for you.
I've seen most of it. No spoilers.
All right.
Tone of voice might be indicative.
That's actually good to hear. My dad was recommending Silo, and now it looks like I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to
season
now.
1's pretty good. Quite good.
Mm,
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Okay. Cool. Put it on the list.
Well,
Wow.
Yeah, that does it.
that does it.
Well,
All
that
That's
right.
it.
Well,
There's-
There we go.
Platoon, what are
EFAP
you-
number 321.
Platoon, what are you working on? What's coming up?
What is coming up? Sleep is coming up desperately, but after sleep, Arcane is still pissing me off. So I've started.
Hell yeah.
oh shit, you're going for arcade. Oh boy.
I'm going for Arcane before June. It's so every time it comes up in conversation, I just get angry.
I understand that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, we've been there, man.
Oh, but that's a fun meme. You got to show it, Mola.
Yes.
Wish there were 6 people, so.
I'm surprised they didn't have Das in the background, just being like, "Go guys, yeah!"
Whoa.
I wonder if there's any logic to why is Metal in Ho? Why is
I
he
mean,
front man?
I have the crying picture, so
That-
he's
Sorry.
failing.
Well, this is actually. Isn't this what everyone said they would do, or is it not? Because I said I'd do the throw in. Yeah, I should be in place 2. Rags is in the right
but
place.
that means I'm playing the one that I specifically
It was
said I
the
wouldn't
top.
want to play.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
don't think it's a-
This
the
meme is
Gongi.
not as high quality as it could be, based on what
Yeah.
everyone said. So,
I mean, Metal crying is really good. Isn't
Yes.
it?
Yeah. Rex is very skeptical if I can pull it off.
Yeah.
Well,
was
You
like,
better
I
get
don't
me to
know.
that hacky sack.
Maybe you should have thrown the rock, Metal. I don't know. You seem more like a rock thrower.
Maybe if the rocks.
What
are
about
good
you,
Good news.
Das?
Me? Not a whole heck of a lot. Just sticking with
Working
what
away.
I got. Finished a project just yesterday, so hopefully that opens up more time for Batwoman editing. Hopefully we'll get that done eventually.
Good names.
Yeah.
What about
Yeah,
you, Mr. Moodle Man?
Well, I'm still in the Welsh lands,
Ew, of
course.
but tomorrow,
Disgusting.
the Penguin Forge Part 1 is coming out tomorrow with
Pongu.
Theo and Wolf joining us, so that should be fun.
Hungry.
That's basically it. That's what's happening. Work
Are you
continues when I'm back from the Welsh lands, and I think we're gonna do a stream tomorrow evening.
Yes, no guarantees
maybe?
on whether we're streaming and what we would be streaming if we are streaming, because there's a bunch of stuff I'm going to have to sort
Ooh.
out if we can. But yes, hopefully there.
Yes.
You should do a
I
Dark
saw-
Souls
I
2
will-
stream. Just go
you
for the
guys
whole
playing,
game. Beat it.
There will
Hit and
definitely
run.
streams be happening, but we
Oh,
don't
yeah,
know
there's
what
more-
days yet.
More for me and Metal to do. One of the things I think we're pretty much guaranteed now is probably going to be like a take a shot Mario Sunshine, since we've done.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
That'll be fun.
what? Like
Fun.
when you lose, you fail. then
Yeah,
you
well,
gotta-
Basically the
I'll
same
devise
as
something-
with Simpsons Hit and Run, and I guess.
I think per
Ish.
completed, it'll probably have to average it out for like how many shots we should expect, but per completed
Fine.
land, area, per death, and then maybe per Shadow Mario defeated, something like that.
I don't know.
That
I haven't
that
played
might
that game in
balance
a
it out.
very long time, so I don't know. I might be fucked again.
I don't know why. I've just got Mario Sunshine music popped into my head.
Man,
It's
Well,
good
I know
music.
why.
Fucking amazing
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
it for me.
More,
more-
jazzed, he's gotta keep
Beautiful.
going.
Obviously, next week will be the part 2 of that forge, and when same time this week, next week, I'm very normal. I'll be in the
Yes.
plane back home, so I don't even know what you guys are up to on EFAP, but I'll be above the clouds, go back home.
Metal and Mahler people are saying play Until Dawn.
I know, I
That's
can read.
yeah.
Haven't they already played it like significantly?
No.
No,
You haven't done Until
No.
Dawn, right? You've done other.
I played
we
it.
did the other ones.
I played it like
I mean,
fucking
Mala,
8 years ago.
you did the first one when it came out, right?
Yeah.
Years and years ago.
I played it about as long ago as I had played DS2 before we streamed, so maybe, maybe, who knows?
You should play on the movie mode where you don't have to make any
Movie mode.
choices. Play the game.
movie game.
Well,
I'm done. I'm finished.
Springy, what are you doing? I'm working. Rags, what are you doing?
New video on Monday. And then after that, there will be the Golem stream. Took me a little longer.
Let's
but,
fucking go!
Yeah.
Oh,
New,
hot balls!
One off
new
us.
video
One off
Monday,
us.
then
One
Golem
off us.
stream. And I'll get to see, I'll get to take part, finally, in the new sensation that's sweeping the nation. Lord of Ring Golem. I'll get to know everything.
You find
It's actually
the-
kind of worse for me, because I've seen, obviously, we had the stream that compiled all the clips and the highlights. So I kind of know what I'm getting into, which in a way makes it worse.
I thankfully
Yeah.
forgot a lot of what happened, so for me it was like all new, basically. Like lock balls killed me.
Lock balls is so good.
Lock balls in the
totally
breeding
forgot about lock
halls. Yeah,
balls, and
boy.
then I started saying
The game-
Yeah.
The game
Guys,
that
we gotta-
started the genre.
You connect
Golem
Gotta be a
likes.
tough one, gamers. We gotta lock balls here.
Why did they say it
Lock
3
balls.
times? And they get louder each time and more excited about it. Great.
Imagine the
you-
happy look on the face of the devs though. They look on, it's like a look on Steam. Look, we've got a player. Someone's still playing the Golem game.
Look
I
at
hope
him.
he's
Got
enjoying
another
it.
one!
By the way, if you
presume
want to
that-
get a physical copy of this game at the moment, it's like $17 for PS5.
Wow.
Physical
It's
copy.
funny that you
Ooh.
say that because I went looking for a physical copy and I could
I'll
not
buy one.
find
Of
one.
I'll
course
buy
you
one.
did.
100%.
It's like buying a
Frame it.
Boblax plush.
Oh yeah.
Like, do you want a physical copy of Lord
Rex,
of Ring
that is a
Golem?
collectible item. I don't know why you're making fun of that. That is a piece of internet history.
Look, it's limited time. Yeah.
yeah. We
Value
shall-
is determined by rarity and nothing else.
exactly.
Mubes.
Well, yes. I still have a German in my walls. I'm trying to find him. He's in there somewhere, poking it all with a broomstick or something. But what you can expect is that we'll be streaming more things. Not exactly sure what they are, but we will. And then next Saturday, I'm not actually sure what we're doing like for EFAP. And what I mean by that is I'm not even sure if we will be doing EFAP or not. 'Cause we're still ridiculously far ahead in episodes. So either you could expect nothing comes out that day, or an EFAP movies comes out that day, or a stream where me, Rags, and Fringy, I don't know, play games potentially, or essentially just we're using it to catch up on some other stuff, and so it might just be a time off thing. Since this has been a hearty Christmas / New Year / December.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Sure has.
Yeah.
Christmas, and it's like, yeah, all right, back to work.
And we've been getting a lot of things in line in the background, and you're gonna be spoiled probably. Let's just put it that way. As time goes on, fellas, chatteroonas, happily, I should say. But yeah, I'm glad we managed to pull off what we did. We've been through a lot of TV shows actually recently, haven't we? Getting
Yes.
We have been.
We got to catch
working
up
through
on
a
our
lot of
movies,
content.
though.
Yeah,
There are a
we
lot
do.
of fucking movies out right now that like I need to be watching. There's a
Yes.
lot of movies that have come out all of a sudden.
Everyone's gonna want
I mean,
a broad
everybody's pretty
perspective on a
nuts
bunch
for
of them, I'm
Sonic.
sure. And we probably got to pick like a favorite of 2024 if there is one.
I'd almost want to do it after I actually like catch up on the films I was meant to watch, basically.
Good idea,
So,
good
then,
idea.
So yes,
yeah.
I guess
Right now
just
it's Wallace and Gromit, but
also
might
not
change.
sure of any particular plan on any particular IP. A lot of people are suggesting different things. Like it's all up in the air right now. We'll figure it out.
yeah, it's up in the air.
Okay, well, clearly you should do Mufasa then.
Yes.
I ain't watching that. No, I'm not watching that.
No, I'm
Fringy,
not
what
watching
did
it
you
either.
say about my
Sonic.
brother?
I'll watch
I'm
that
gonna watch
clip that's
Nosferatu.
gone viral a couple of times.
Yeah.
The
Wait,
horrible
which one?
lip sync clip, the horrible singing.
I'm not aware of this. I've been insulated from Mufasa cringe, clearly.
Well, it's been shared a whole bunch, and it's very funny.
I haven't
Columbus.
actually seen anything from this movie yet, apart from, I guess, a trailer. So I'm looking forward to checking
Also, I
it
think
out.
the plan is for us to cover it one day. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like
Yeah,
in the form
one
of
day,
EFAP
maybe.
movies, but
Yeah,
until
one day.
then, I have no interest in seeing it until I'm forced to through that format. So there we go. That makes sense.
I wonder if they'll keep making more because it looks like Mufasa is outgrossing Sonic 3.
No.
People were saying that it was the other way around, but that is not the case. It has made nearly $400 million, and Sonic's made about $300 million.
That is really depressing because I actually have seen Mufasa and fucking ugh. So that's miserable.
That was his review. Blech. Oh man, poor Sonic. Well, I'd
Well,
say,
I mean, they're making enough money to make a sequel, so I guess they're probably pretty happy. But not as happy as Mufasa, not as happy as Disney is right now, because they had a good year financially when it came to the box office. A lot of movies made a lot of money this year for them.
And so, broadly speaking, work is definitely happening. More
Yes.
information as time goes on. Thank you so much for joining us for this wonderful episode of EFAB. And we shall have plenty more wonders to come. Can't wait.
And
But
thanks
for now,
for joining us, lads. Guest Roonies.
oh, of course.
Yeah.
Thanks for giving
Thank
us
you
so
for
much
the
of your time. And
Hey.
I wish it were under circumstances in which you enjoyed the thing a bit more. But this was mixed, It wasn't just abysmally,
Yes.
horribly painful, at least, right?
It's better
Yeah.
than awful.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Didn't need an extra day to sort through the pain.
And thank you, Fringy, for guiding us so gracefully through the detective plotline.
Yeah,
as well as everything
that
else.
was tough. That was tough. It was really hard to figure out because we can't talk forever, so it was really hard to figure out what to keep talking about and what to cut out of the conversation. But hopefully, we found the right balance.
Yes. And on that
You
note,
did very well.
we shall say goodbye, good night, good morning, good afternoon, and all the rest of them, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
See you later, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye, 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 bye.
Bye, everybody. Toodaloo.
We gotta
Love
walk.
again.